Hello, hello, guys. Happy Saturday. It's good to see you all, or at least see you virtually, as it were. Well, I thought we would do something fun today, or at least I think it's fun because I'm a crazy person. Is I thought we would do a little live investigation of a school district because, of course, I am in the midst of my school's exposed fundraiser. I'm going to tell you guys a little bit more about that in a second. And I just thought it would be fun to kind of come online, and I'm going to be doing a bunch of these types of streams in terms of really exposing what exactly the schools are doing. If I'm looking a little bit distracted right now, it's because I was looking for something that I wanted to show you guys. Found it. Excellent. And this is actually the source of inspiration for this particular investigation because a member of my Unwoke army is in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and she was good enough to send me this curriculum that was taught in the schools in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Black Lives Matter at School, January 31st through February 4th, 2022. So, for those of you who think that this is no longer being taught in schools because Black Lives Matter is being investigated by several different states for, well, let's just say nefarious practices in regards to their fundraising. You might think that their curriculum is not still being taught in schools, but it is still being taught in schools. And we know that because it was taught this year in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And we have got this whole PDF showing exactly what they're teaching, at least for this curriculum in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And there's one that I really like. I really like day 3. Trans affirming, queer affirming, collective value. Transgender affirming is the commitment to continue to make space for our trans siblings by encouraging leadership and recognizing trans antagonistic violence while doing the work required to dismantle cisgender privilege and uplift Black trans folks. Now, of course, you guys know I don't have any problem with people being trans. Don't really care. Doesn't make a difference to me at all. Doesn't make a difference to me at all if you're trans or gay or lesbian or bi or pansexual or polyamorous or asexual or any of these other things. Doesn't make a difference to me if you're black, white, brown, Native American, Asian, what have you. I don't really care about any of that stuff. And I want people to be happy and to feel accepted no matter what they are. But this seems a little bit weird to me that this is being taught in schools. Queer affirming is working towards a queer affirming network where hetero something or other, I don't know what that is because they haven't even designed their PDF in a way that can be readable, where I'm going to guess it's probably heteronormative thinking no longer exists. And then collective value means that all Black lives, regardless of actual or perceived sexual identity, gender expression, economic status, ability, disability, religious beliefs, or disbeliefs, immigration status, etc., all that good stuff. So this is quite literally being taught in schools in Cambridge, Massachusetts now. So we knew there was some there about this, and I'm going to be posting all this information publicly. Don't you worry. But I thought we would just have some fun and just do it. I don't know what I'm going to find here. I've done a tiny bit of preparation, just a smidge of preparation, just to make sure there is actually there. I spent about 15 minutes cruising around this site, and you can see that I've got some tabs open. So I do have some stuff already that I do want to show you guys, but really this is going to be kind of a little bit of a deep dive into the school website in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and we're just going to see what we find. I'm going to apply the same techniques that I'm going to teach parents in the Schools Exposed program to help them do this stuff. And we're just going to see what comes up on the Cambridge, Massachusetts website. Guys, before we get into that, of course, I have a couple of announcements that I would like you guys to know about. First off, I am in the midst of fundraising for my Schools Exposed program. If you have not heard about this, I launched this the other day on Kickstarter. We promptly got canceled on Kickstarter. And by the way, so people have ragged on me for launching this initially on Kickstarter. This was planned. Okay. First off, Kickstarter, 2 days before I launched it officially on Kickstarter, 2 days prior, they manually reviewed and approved the project. So a real live person at Kickstarter did review and approve the project. And then I launched it 2 days after that happened. And then within hours of me launching it, after I had already raised 20% of the overall goal, Kickstarter banned it. And they didn't give me any warning. They didn't give me any notice. They didn't even really give me a valid reason for banning the project. They said I had shown pornographic material, which I have not done in any way. They said I was being bigoted and discriminatory towards marginalized groups, which of course I am not in any way. I don't care if kids are trans or black or whatever the F. That's not what this is about. This is about showing parents how to find out what schools are teaching. So Kickstarter lied. They banned our project, but I kind of anticipated that was going to happen. I'm not going to lie. And so I already had the campaign set up on Indiegogo. For some reason, I had a nagging suspicion that even though Kickstarter manually reviewed and approved my project, that they were still going to ban me anyway after I launched it. So I had it all set up to go on Indiegogo. I relaunched it on Indiegogo within an hour of it getting banned on Kickstarter. And as of right now, we are about 38% of the way to the goal, and this is within 48 hours. So I'm really grateful to everyone who has donated to it so far. If you would like to donate to it, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. It's also in the description below. You can also go to unwokearmy.com/parents, and that will redirect you to the Indiegogo campaign. And since it's been on Indiegogo now for a day and a half, and I have received no messages from Indiegogo saying that anything is wrong or problematic, I'm going to just assume that for right now, the money is safe. Yes, to answer your question, the Kickstarter money did get immediately refunded to backers, and most of the people who donated to the Kickstarter have already re-upped and reallocated their donation over here. So no, you don't have to worry about your money getting eaten. The money was immediately refunded. And guys, I'm gonna be quite blunt. I don't want anyone spreading any fucking rumors. I've already seen people try to do this. They say, Carlin recklessly fundraised on Kickstarter and stole people's money. No, the money got immediately refunded. And I know it was refunded because I've heard from many people who reallocated their donation over here that nothing happened and they got their money back. So I don't want any rumors spread. I don't want anyone lying like they are prone to do on the internet. And I don't want any speculation either. Because when you guys speculate about they're just going to steal all our money and not give it back to us, when you guys speculate, you inhibit progress. You create obstacles in your own way, you create problems, and you don't make things better, you actually make them worse. We need to get back to dealing in the realm of reality here, okay? So I don't want any lying. I don't want any speculating. I only want us focused on what the goal is, which is, in my case, to train 10,000 parents how to find out what the schools are teaching in exactly the same way that I'm going to do on this live stream. I'm going to show you guys how I think about this, and so you can see what I'm actually going to donate. Yeah. So Judy is one of the people who donated to the original Kickstarter. She says Kickstarter doesn't take the money out until the project meets the goal for her anyway. Judy we immediately reallocated her donation to Indiegogo. Thank you, Judy, for that. I really appreciate it. And she's all set to go. So you got a live person there saying that ain't no money was stolen in the course of this fundraiser. All right, guys, I do have some awesome perks for donating that I do want to show you guys, just in case you haven't seen. Hang on, let me get my different thing up here. All right. This is so Judy says that they told her card would be charged on October 23rd. So no cards were even charged on the Kickstarter. So again, I already had a person leaving comments on my Substack this morning saying, "You recklessly stole money from people." That person was a liar. We don't listen to liars, do we? We listen to people who are in the realm of reality, not in conservative fantasy land, in the realm of reality. All right, guys, here are some perks that you can get for joining this campaign and helping me out. Now, there are all sorts of perks. I'm not going to go through all of them. You can check it out on the website. Again, the links are all over the place. You can find one on the stream somewhere. But what I want to draw your attention to, of course, I welcome all donations. $1, $5, $10. Like, that's those are all great, and there are no value judgments here. Like, all like whatever wherever you are at and whatever you are able to give to support this is a good and positive thing. And I really do want to thank everyone for making donations that have made donations so far. But once we get up to the $50 level, so the Schools Exposed program is going to be an online it's going to be an online private training program where adults, parents specifically, are going to be able to watch on-demand videos, but also have live demonstrations, because we're going to do those once a month. It's going to be essentially like a what I'm doing is I'm taking my experience as an organizational psychologist developing training programs for organizations all over the country that they put online. I'm taking that experience and I'm applying it directly to training parents how to do the types of investigations that I and the Unwoke Army do on school websites. And I want to train them how to do it themselves. I want to break it all down. I want to teach them the language. I want to tell them where to look. I want to tell them what they need to look for. I want to teach them how to do FOIA requests. I want to teach them about all the different places that schools put this information. Because the fact of the matter is, schools are putting a lot of this publicly, but their websites are so big and they're so convoluted and all of these things that sometimes it can be really hard to find and really confusing. I don't think parents are dumb, but I do think parents are busy. So a lot of the techniques that I use and that I'm going to show you today, what I'm going to do in the Schools Exposed program is really break them down and explain exactly and precisely what people need to do. In the live demonstration today, I'm just going to kind of go and do what I do. I'm not going to break everything down. I'm not going to like explain every single detail because a lot of you guys kind of understand what I'm doing anyway. But like parents who are busy and they have jobs and they don't spend all day on YouTube, they don't know how to do this stuff. And that's not because they can't learn it. Anyone can learn how to do this. It's because they haven't had people properly explain to them how to do it. So that's what the Schools Exposed program is. It is going to be a combination of on-demand videos and also monthly live lectures that are going to explain and do practical exercises about how to do this stuff to teach parents how to keep an eye on the schools so that they are the watchdog. They are the ones that are on the school websites that are keeping an eye on things so that they can catch the schools when the schools are doing things that they shouldn't be. And you know what? We all hope the schools are not doing those things, but I think we have enough experience to know now that they are doing those things. So at the $50 level that you can donate to be a part of the program, you will be one of the first people to get access to the Schools Exposed program when I launch it in January. There are only 50 seats available at this $50 because when I launch it in January, there's going to be a $99 one-time fee. That fee goes to the cost required to scale the technology and also my time in delivering on monthly live trainings that everyone in the program can take advantage of. But it's only going to be a one-time fee, and so I feel pretty comfortable at that level. So $50 for right now in the Indiegogo campaign will get you access to that. So it's like 50% off basically. Once those 50 slots are filled, the price goes up to $75. Once those slots are filled, the price goes up to $90. Again, I'm going to sell this for a $99 one-time fee once I actually launch the program. So even if you hit that $90 level, you're still getting a little bit of a discount, but you definitely want to get into it at the $50 level if you want. Now, currently at the $90 level, we also have an option, and I think that that this is I actually think that this is really great. This wasn't my idea. This was actually the idea of people in the community to not only get people a place for themselves in the program as one of the first people to have access to it, but at the $90 level, you are going to donate a scholarship for someone else to be able to join the program. And I'm going to create an application process for people who can't afford it to get access to those scholarships. I loved this idea. I thought it was such a community focused idea to be able to not only give access to you, but for someone else as well. And so I really appreciate people who made that suggestion. I thought it was really great. And you can do that at $90. At $100, I will personally autograph and sign a copy of my book, Actively Unwoke, the ultimate guide for fighting back against the woke insanity. At $250, you will get a private one-on-one training with me where I will help you review your school just to get you started instead of being in the group environment like we'll do in the class. At $500, I will actually look into your your school for you, and I will deliver you a report. This is a great option for parents who are really busy, who don't have time to do this stuff, because you're going to see today that this does take a fair bit of time when you're actually doing it. And so at $500, I will get you started and we'll do it for you. There are limited slots available for these as well, because I don't have all the time in the world. And then the big one right now is that at $1,000, I will hand knit you a shawl that we will work on together. We will pick out the yarns together. We will pick out the colors together. We will pick out the patterns together. And then I will knit that shawl for you. People have asked me millions of times how they can get one of my original hand knit shawls. And I never sell them because I don't like making knitting a job and I don't take orders for them. And so this is actually the very first time that someone can get one of my hand knit shawls. I want people to be aware that this is going to take a minute to deliver because knitting takes a long time. So you should expect as much as a year, maybe even longer, depending on how many people get shawls for delivery. I'm going to deliver them in the order in which the donations come in. All right. So we already have one person that has secured themselves a shawl. And thank you to that person. I really appreciate it. But I'm going to be knitting these in the order that the gifts come in. So if you really want a shawl and you want it sooner rather than later, then make sure you get in line now. And I can show you some examples of shawls that I've knitted. I love this one. This one, the yellow and the orange. And actually you can see here the border, there's a lighter blue. Those are all fuzzy yarns. It's called Melted Baby Surrey. It's one of the most luxe yarns you will ever find in your life. It's so good. And so this is a mix of like a regular merino wool and some fuzzy yarn. It looks so cool. I should do a little tour of my shawls that I got behind me at some point. Not today though. This is the Starflake shawl. I've actually knit a couple of these. I love this shawl. I love the way it looks. I love the way it drapes. I just love the graphic design of it. It's a really, really fun project. So that is actually one of my favorite things that I've ever knitted. This is a really cool shawl. This is called the Speckle and Pop. And this you can't really see it in this picture, but this yarn actually has woven copper in it. So the shawl itself actually sparkles. It has woven copper throughout it. And it's so cool. And I love this design. I loved working on it. And it's just like, it's really great. And then of course we have, actually, I'll show you this one. I didn't put this one in the picture on the promos because it was like all wet. This is like actually pinned on my deck. This is a really great shawl. I've actually knit a couple of these as well. This one takes a minute, man. I'll tell you what, it gets really long. The border was like over 900 stitches. But this is a great shawl as well. And then this is the Fanta Stitch. I forget exactly the name of it. This is probably my favorite shawl that I've ever knitted. There's mixes of merino yarn, silk yarn, fuzzy yarn. I love this shawl. This shawl is huge. It's so big and it's so nice and so drapey. And so those are just some examples of shawls that I've knitted. But like I said, I will work with you to completely customize your shawl. So if you have a specific type of yarn you want, whether you want wool or you want alpaca, or maybe you want linen because linen can be a little bit lighter, or maybe you want silk, or maybe you want like if you're getting like really bougie. Oh my gosh, what is the name of that? Oh, I forget. Cashmere, that's it. If you're getting really bougie, you might want some get some yarn with some cashmere in it, be super soft. But we will work together to pick out the yarns and the colors and the pattern and come up with something just for you that you're just gonna love. And yep, Judy's knitting one as we speak. And that's what we have right now for perks, guys. I might be adding some new perks as the campaign is going. So stay tuned for that. But if you want to donate to support it, I would really, really love to get to 50% by this weekend, to get like to that $5,000 mark by this weekend. I feel like that would give me so much peace of mind in terms of actually being able to do this. All right. So I pimped the program. We're going to keep talking about that. But I do want to jump in and get our live investigation going. But before we do that, I have a special surprise for Bot. Is Bot here? I've got some beers left over from yesterday. Well, they're not left over. You know what really happened? Victor drank my beer yesterday, the leftover beer from happy hour. And so he actually went to the beer store this morning and replenished the beer that he drank after I went to sleep last night. So because we're doing this is basically like yard work, right? And what goes best with yard work but beer? So let's see. So, Bot Bot is at the store? Okay, well, Bot is gonna have to come back later then, and so, yesterday, Bot really wanted me to drink this lollipop beer. I was really excited about this lollipop beer. It's called Liquid Lollipop. It is a raspberry, banana, and marshmallow beer. It's a sour ale. Victor drank mine last night, and then he went to the beer store and got me a new one because he knew I'd be mad that he drank it. And, okay, well, we'll see Bot later then, but I'm gonna drink this now, and he said it was really good, and the lady at the store said it was really good. So because doing these types of investigations is basically like my form of yard work, um, nothing goes better with yard work than a beer. So nothing goes better with investigating the schools than a beer. Oh, look at how pretty that is. So we're gonna have a nice beer. Cheers, everyone. Happy Saturday. And then we'll get in to investigate. That is much lighter. I didn't expect it. Looks milky. Oh my god. It smells like candy. Yo. That's really good. That's really good. Liquid Lollipop. This is from Froth Brewing in Buffalo, New York. I salute you, Froth Brewing. Well done. Well done. Awesome. All right, guys, let's dig into it. And let's start looking at the Cambridge, Massachusetts schools. Now, actually, I'm glad it stopped on this. Look at this. Speak fully. This is actually the first thing that I saw when I bounced onto the website for the Cambridge schools. Learn more about Speak Fully, our new incident reporting system. So check this out. Check this out. I actually had this already pulled up. What is Speak Fully? What does that mean? At Cambridge Public Schools, we are dedicated to ensuring we have a district that respects and embraces differences to create a community of care and belonging for everyone. One of the best ways to ensure that we do this is to be responsive to issues that arise, which negatively impacts the experiences of our students. Let me just make sure that's actually big enough for you guys to see. I'll make it a little bit bigger. Unfortunately, our students in particular have shared that a lack of anonymity in reporting existing reporting structure and a sense of distrust have encouraged that or have discouraged them from reporting concerning incidents. What this means right here, this section, this is basically telling us that the students are engaging in struggle sessions with the administration. That's what this is. So the students have said, "Administration, we don't feel safe telling you what's going on. Why won't you provide us with a safe environment?" And the administration, in response to that, instead of trying to help the students explore why they don't feel safe, responded to the students' struggle session demands by implementing an anonymous reporting system. Can I taste the banana? Let me see. I think so. Yep, I can taste the banana. It tastes like banana strawberry, to be honest. I don't taste the raspberry as much as I definitely taste the marshmallow too, though. The marshmallow is prominent. Our students' candor and needs resonated. And this is how we know that this was as a result of a struggle session. The Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging. All right, so now we know that the Cambridge, Massachusetts schools have an Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging. So this is really important. When we're doing investigations like this, I'll break down parts of this for you guys. So the school is basically going to leave lots of clues on their website, and you need to be mindful. You need to, when you're researching the schools like this, you need to read what they have on their websites. It is not an investigation. If you're going to a school website and you're going like this and you're skimming and you're not reading, oh, they have a video here, huh? And you're not reading what's actually going on, then you're going to miss a lot of information. I know that we live in a very ADHD society where people are not reading things, and we especially don't read when we're looking at screens. But in order to do a proper investigation, look into the schools, you actually do need to read what the schools have on their website. And when we're doing it, we want to be looking for, on the constant lookout for clues that are going to help us understand what the school is doing in this regard. So, for the Cambridge Public Schools, and I'm making notes for myself here, we now know that they and actually, let me do this. I'm gonna get up Google Drive doc on another screen, and that way I can start to make some notes. Spreadsheets, when you're doing this, guys, are your friends. I'll tell you that right now. So I'm gonna start making some notes, and I know you guys can't see this. Cambridge MA schools. All right. So the very first thing that I'm gonna make a note of is that they have an of Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging. I'll have to figure out how to show you guys everything on my screen at some point. I'll probably have to actually start using OBS at some point. All right. So this is important for a couple of reasons. Number one, we now know that they have an Office of Equity and Inclusion and Belonging, which I kind of suspected they did, but I didn't know what it was called. These offices are called different things in every single school district. So we already know, based just on this website, that in Cambridge, Massachusetts, this is called the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging, or OEIB for short. Anytime we see OEIB pop up on this school's website, we're going to know that that's something that we want to look at to see exactly what this office is doing. Okay, so this is already a good piece of information for us to start out with. The Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging was charged with creating an incident reporting system that addressed our students' concerns. This year, the OEIB engaged in months of thoughtful planning and extensive stakeholder engagement. I wonder how much that cost the taxpayers of Cambridge, Massachusetts. It might be worth a question. What was their budget for this? Actually, I'm making a note right now. What is their budget? Budgets are something we want to look into because that's where the rubber really meets the road. This critical work included, notice the word critical there, which is in reference to critical theory, obviously. They've even given us some definitions. Look at this. We're going to look at those in a second. Reviewing previous work conducted by CRLS student groups. Okay. What is CRLS? What is that? Let's go back to their homepage. You can see I was looking for stuff. I'm going to go up to their search bar. The search bar on these school websites are your best friend. CRLS. What does that mean? I have no idea what it means. I'm finding this out in real time. CRLS. Is this oh, you know what I think this is? I think this is one of the schools. This is actually one of the schools, isn't it? This is one of the schools because I think I have them pulled up. Cambridge schools. This is what it is. Cambridge Rind Latin School. Okay, so CRLS is one of the schools specifically. All right, so that's good to know. These types of comments are not helpful. I'm going to be calling you guys out on this. This is not helpful. If you are not here to help us do something productive, making comments like this are not helpful. You're talking about a city with a human rights commission. Guess what? The state of New Hampshire has a human rights commission too, and we also have an anti-CRT law. They scoff at budgets when goodness is at stake. That's not the point. The point is in making parents aware what the schools are actually teaching. I want to be extremely clear about this. I do not give a flying fuck if it is actually within the realm of possibility to get the schools to change their behavior. It is not within the realm of possibility in most cases. That's not the point of this. The point is that we do this in order to make sure parents in the school district are informed about what the school is teaching. That is what the point is. Comments like this that distract from that goal and that poo-poo the idea of doing this in the first place because the city of Cambridge isn't going to do something about it are not helpful. Okay? That's not the point. All right. So reviewing previous work so now we know, because we know that this is the name of a school, we know that there are student groups in that school. What are the student groups at CRLS doing? Making note of that. What are these groups doing? We don't know yet. But we do know that they had a microaggressions working group. Okay. What does that mean to be in a microaggressions working group? Look at this. Look at how nice of them to just give us all this information. Oh, hey, Sean, it's good to see you. All right. What is this microaggressions working group? School year 7. Okay, so now we know 2017 through 2018. So this has been going on in the Cambridge public schools for minimally, minimally 5 years, probably significantly longer than that. That's information we need to know too. We're going to start looking for their equity reports at some point. Saw a research so school years 2017 through 2018 saw a resurgence of student activism on a number of issues. What happened in 2017 through 2018? That's another question I have about the Cambridge schools right now. What happened in 2017 through 2018? Did they have an equity office that was instigating this stuff? Because students don't come up with these ideas on their own. Was it the equity office that started instigating to put these ideas in students' heads? What happened around that time period? Okay. We don't know. One of the student groups at CRLS that had the greatest impact on our community was the Black Student Union, whose video brought to light experiences of students of color. Oh, through a series that began with Cambridge Minority Reports Volume 1. This is going to be a YouTube channel. Holy shit. Do you guys see how easy it is to go down this rabbit hole? I have no idea. I had no idea this is where this was going to take us. Let me pull. Oh, that video isn't available anymore. I wonder what that video was. I wonder what that was. Hang on. Let me just do a search real quick. Let me just do a search for this. Got him. Got him, got him, got him. Check this out. Okay, so what happened is, I'm going to show you. What happened is I clicked on this link and it gave me a notice that said, this video isn't available anymore. Okay, you guys see that? So we don't take that for an answer. We don't take no for an answer because we know what the video is titled. And so now I'll show you exactly what I did. Let me just get it up on another screen. Okay. Hang on. All I did was I went to Google. I pasted the name of the video into the Googles. Bing! Look what came up. BSU Black Student Union presents Cambridge Minority Reports Volume 1, Cambridge Minority Reports Volume 2, Cambridge Minority Reports Volume 3, Cambridge Minority Reports Volume 4. We've got them. Ding, 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 ding. And that brought us to another YouTube channel where this YouTube video still exists. Let's see what they did. Now, I want to be very clear about this. Not everything that these groups do is bad. We don't want to go into this with the assumption that the video that we're about to watch is bad. It may be bad. It may be just fine. When I'm doing these, I want to be really fair and nuanced about this. Not everything the schools are doing are bad. Not everything these equity offices are doing is bad. And we need to just be prepared for what we're going to uncover and look at it for what it is. Okay. There's nothing wrong with talking about race in school. There's nothing wrong with talking about it. There's nothing wrong with talking about the history of racism in school. There's nothing wrong with talking about these issues in school. That's not what we're trying to uncover. What we're trying to uncover is when the schools are actually being political. So let's now watch and see what happened in this video. The following are real incidents that happened to students inside Cambridge, Rind, and Latin School. Yeah, okay, so this is exactly. This is an investigation. This is not a witch hunt. This is not a gotcha moment. I'm not going to do what conservatives on Twitter do and blow up everything to be inflammatory. We are going to do this thoughtfully and pragmatically. All right, let's see what this video says.
Do you find it so hard when you know in your heart
I don't want to get a copyright strike, so I'm going to wait till someone talks. Oh, she's singing. Oh, never mind. She's singing. Okay. Beautiful voice. I thought that was like a professional song, so good for her.
Keep on running away.
I was in a class, and then we're talking about how slaves were being raped. The white student in the back of the class stood up and said, slaves can't be raped because they were property.
My first period teacher went through the attendance and asked every single student after they said their name if they were white or not. And for everyone that wasn't white, she made a tally mark on the board, and she said, 56% of our class is minorities. If you're a minority, you should feel really good about yourself taking this honors class.
I was in a theater class, and there was a girl who didn't speak very much English, and she had recently moved here. And so the teacher pulled me aside and asked me to look out for her, and then added very quietly that she wasn't sure whether or not this student was legal.
One day, people came to my class to present about Black History Month, and there was a debate about whether there should be a White History Month. And when we started talking about it, one of the students said, well, Black history would be more important if it was actual history.
I was walking through the hallways with my friend, and at this time, we were approached by a white male who told us to move, nigga.
The teacher would never be able to remember the names of the students of color who were male. She said, "It's not my fault. I just get all those rowdy boys confused."
Told a girl wearing a hijab that she liked her turban.
In one class, I had a high B, and my teacher told me she would bump it up to an A because I worked hard, and I was the only Black girl in the class.
I wanted to take AP Bio,
Wow.
and so after class, that teacher came up to me and put her hand on my shoulder and said, "Are you an honors student? Because if you're not, we can find a way to work this out."
I was one of the very few students of color in a classroom signing up for an AP exam, and the teacher kneeled next to me and said that if I was on welfare, I could get a fee waiver.
On the first day, a Black student walked into the room and asked the teacher if he was in the right class. She looked at his schedule. She said he was in the wrong class. You don't look like you belong here anyway.
There was a tradition called Aloha Day. And when I advocated for myself, saying it was cultural appropriation, and it made me uncomfortable because of the sexualization and assumptions about Hawaiian culture, I was met with a lot of resistance because it was a school tradition.
I was hanging out in my ELA class, and I heard one of the students call another student a coon.
My French teacher used to talk about how Asian families acted a certain way and African families acted a certain way. And then anytime any student of color would come in late, she would say that you were on Haitian time.
So one day I left my phone, going to class to get it. A teacher says, "What are you doing in here?" I'm just going to get my phone. He follows me outside. He says, "Hey, what did you steal?"
I was physically pushed out of a class by a teacher, and she called me a fucking animal. So I did report
I don't
them.
believe that.
Like, nothing's happened with this, and after this video, I'm not even kidding, I've told everyone this, I told my mom this, I told my dean this, I'm done. Like, I'm not being a teacher, I'm not doing social justice anymore because I put in my work for this, and I really tried to do this, and nothing's happened. So this is it, this is the end of it. When nothing happens, like, okay, that's great, you win, it's over. That's it.
I don't believe her at all. Don't believe her at all. Don't believe her at all. Okay, so I want to say there were stories in that I absolutely believe happened. I believe about 50% of the stories that we heard in that. I do. And I think that we need to acknowledge that. I think that there was probably some fucked up shit that was happened and was said. Now, some of those things that they told stories about were said by kids, and kids are going to be stupid and going to try to push boundaries. But so I absolutely do believe some of those stories, and I don't want to diminish any of that. However, there were some of those stories that I absolutely do not believe happened. Do not believe it. And I will say, too, that if teachers are saying things like, I'm going to raise your grade because you were the only Black student in the class and you worked really hard, that actually, to me, sounds like a teacher that went through diversity training and was told that she had to accommodate Black students because they couldn't be expected to perform to the level of white students, because that is something they teach in these diversity trainings. So that to me actually sounds like an unintended consequence, an unintended, extremely racist consequence of training that's going on in the school district. So I don't think, though, I want to say this. I don't think there's anything wrong with these students making that video. I actually thought that that was a really effective presentation. Even though I don't believe all the stories in it, I thought that that was a really effective presentation. And so I have no problem with the video at all. I just don't believe any of all of the stories taught in it. I do believe some of them, don't believe all of them. All right, so now we know what exactly is being talked about here. So we've seen there are at least 4 of these videos. Among other ways that Cambridge Public Schools responded to the concerns was a school committee order that called for the creation of a microaggressions working group. The order reads as follows. Whereas the Cambridge Public Schools has championed the ethos of celebrating the great diversity of Cambridge Public School District, and whereas the video released by the Black Student Union on December 4th, 2017, provides needed contextualization to fully examine the racial and cultural blind spots that exist in our school. Therefore, it is resolved that create a working group that is made up of a diverse subset of stakeholders that solely examines race, class, and microaggression through the vehicle of comprehensive and informed policies and procedures and policies for families, teachers, and administrators of the Cambridge Public Schools. All right. So now we know what that working group is. We also have a link to their racial and equity unit, which we'll look at in a second. Also, I just want to note, is this for the, yeah, this is for the school district in general. Okay, we can also note that we have a list of definitions in the sidebar here. Hang on, what's Cider talking about? Back to school, get to know each other exercises, go forward or backward in time, and what would you do? German teacher, go back to 20. Is that, Cider, where is that? Where is that coming up? Did I miss that on here? All right. Cider is awesome, by the way. Everyone needs to be welcoming of cider. Oh, it's in Fairfax County. That's in your... Oh God. We'll do yours again someday. We'll do Fairfax County some point, Cider. We'll do a live investigation of them. All right, incident response. Improved response system for students of racist and other inappropriate behavior by... Oh, so, okay, so this incident response system that they've created is for students to report their teachers for being racist. I'm sure nothing could go wrong with that. Anti-racism, develop anti-racism and racial equity. These all are links too. What does this go to? Oh, they've got an anti-racism statement. Okay. So now we know, based on the links in the sidebar, they've got a full anti-racism statement, and this was updated last in 2020. Cambridge Public Schools is recruiting youth, families, educators, and partners to develop a statement that can propose ways that can be integrated in ongoing practice. I know it's annoying to read a lot of this stuff, but you have to, because this is where they tell you what they're doing. Action plan. Check this out. Recruit youth. They are recruiting youth into their literal cultural revolution army. Educators and partners to build our equity definition and the comments, experiences, and perspectives shared by 200 plus community members over the course of the BEB project. What is that? What does BEB project mean? It's sometimes is the acronyms that are most confusing of all. What is the BEB project? Building equity bridges. That's what that is. Building equity bridges, core principles. Building equity bridges is a partnership between Cambridge Public School and Cambridge Association. Okay. So Cambridge Education Association is going to be a community partner. Community partners are something that we always want to look into, because these are typically like nonprofits that exist in the community that are typically extremely left-wing, that end up partnering with the schools. And when they partner with these nonprofits, the schools bring the work of these extremely leftist nonprofits into the actual school system. And sometimes that ends up making its way into the curriculum. So let's just look up real quick. Let's look up real quick, and I'm going to do this in a new browser. Cambridge Education Association. Oh, wait, hang on. Look at this. Before we even get into the website, the Cambridge Education, look at what's showing up in the search results. Look at this. We can already tell what organization this is. The Cambridge Education Association is angered that the U.S. Supreme Court sided with right-wing and billionaires in their attack on workers and unions in Janus v. AFC SCME case. I don't know what that is. We are neither surprised nor intimidated. This is a leftist organization. Ding, ding, ding. Let's look. Cambridge.massteacher.org about. The Cambridge Education Association is a member-driven organization dedicated to supporting scholars to learn to reach their fullest potential in all areas of their lives. We build power. We build power. Critical race theory is not about race. Critical race theory is about power. And so anytime we see the word power in relation to one of these organizations, that means that it is pretty damn near for sure that it is a leftist organization. We build power through organizing and use that power to promote our members' interests within schools, the district, and the greater community. This is a progressive lobbying group, it looks like. The Cambridge Education Association serves as the three frames of, oh, this is socialist. This is legit socialist. Check this out. The Cambridge Education Association serves as the three frames of unionism as a labor organization, a professional organization, and a social justice organization. I am going to bet you that there are legitimate democratic socialists in this organization. I'm not saying socialist like colloquially, like everyone on the left is a socialist. I'm not saying that because not everyone on the left is a socialist. What I'm saying is I'm going to bet you there are legitimate AOC, Bernie Sanders, registered democratic socialists in this organization that we now know, not there, here, based on the Building Equity Bridges core principles on the Cambridge Public Schools website, we now know that the Cambridge Public Schools are working directly with this organization. Do you guys see how quickly this all comes together? This was going down a rabbit hole from one article. I want to point that out. We haven't even gotten into the good stuff yet, guys. This is surface level of what you can find on these websites. And this is why I am committed to building out a program to train parents how to do exactly this, because it is nuanced. This is not straightforward. This is not something that you can just log onto the website and find, because we are going down one rabbit hole right now to try to figure this stuff out. And that's why I launched this campaign to help build out an online program to break all of this stuff down meticulously, to train parents how to do exactly what I'm doing right now. Because the more people that we have doing this, the better off it's going to be. So if you would like to support this effort, I would really love to get to $5,000 donated this weekend. I have a $10,000 goal. I just launched this 2 days ago. We are already at $3,800. If you would like to donate, head over to unwokearmy.com/parents or click the link in the top of the chat or in the description. Make a gift. Anything from $1 up to $1,000 would be greatly appreciated. There are all sorts of perks. I would really love to get to $5,000 this weekend, though. If you are enjoying this live investigation so far, please, instead of no super chats today, I want all gifts to go to this, because I would really like to hit that $10,000 goal early and have like the rest of it be gravy, and being able to focus solely on investigating the schools and building out a platform to teach 10,000 parents how to do exactly this task. Because if we have 10,000 parents doing this all over the country, this is an unstoppable force. All right, so let's go back and we can continue reading about the Cambridge Education Association. As a labor organization, the Cambridge Education Association will improve the quality of our members' economic and professional lives through collective bargaining, contract maintenance, labor regulation, and laws. Educator conditions are scholar learning conditions. As a professional organization, the CEA will put the educators at the center of decision-making about the quality of teaching, scholarly achievement, and ding, 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 equity. As a social justice organization, the CEA will keep scholars at the center of our work by promoting equity and opportunity for all scholars and educators while dismantling systemic racism and oppression in our schools. This is a legit socialist organization. Telling you right now. Telling you right now. Who are the leaders? President Dan Monahan. Who's Dan? Oh, that's his, I'm not going to open up that. I wonder who Dan is though. Okay, this might be, I'm not going to Google this right now, but anytime, I'll just say this. Anytime that I come up with a list of names on one of these sites, look at their personal social media and see what you find. Look at their personal social media and see what comes up. Carla, again, I believe some of the stories. I don't believe all the stories. And there needs to be, this is actually really important, Carla. I'm glad you brought this up. It needs to be acknowledged that legitimately racist shit still does happen. A lot of people don't want to acknowledge that this stuff does happen because you think you're giving a win to the left every time you do it. But when you deny that this stuff happens, because it does happen, provably, you're actually making yourself look racist when you don't acknowledge that it happens. I am not in favor of racism. I don't think any of you are in favor of racism. And some of the stories we heard in that video, quite frankly, absolutely, I could see them happening. And like I said, I think that racial, like that equity training like these people do, I actually think that teaches people to be racist. I don't think that teaches people to be anti-racist. I think that teaches people to be racist. So, while I question some of the stories, I do not question all of the stories. And I think that it is very important that when we're doing stuff like this, we take a nuanced approach and not an alarmist, extremist approach. I'm going to keep pointing that out until people get it. But if I had a list of names like this, I would be looking up their personal social media. I'm just saying. But I don't want to do that right now. I want to go back to this. All right, so the Building Equity Bridges is a partnership between the Cambridge Public Schools and the Cambridge Education Association. Through this collaboration, we seek to bring the following principles to life. Oh, good. Look. And you guys can participate in this too. Myriad has already found our friend Dan on LinkedIn. Tell us about Dan, Myriad. If you guys want to participate in this, chat in anything interesting that you're finding. This is like being a spy. Oh, look, they've got their oh, check this out. They have a 2-part plan. He is the head of the teachers union. Is he really? Is Dan the head of the teachers union? Is that what is okay, so Eleanor, you have some familiarity with this. Is this the teachers union? Is this what this is? This is the teachers union? That makes a ton of sense, actually. I hadn't thought that was. I didn't put 2 and 2 because it wasn't like the name of the teachers union that's in. This is another thing that we need to keep note of. Like what are the teachers union organizations? All right. So they're working together to document and elevate voices and the expertise of students, educators, and families. Okay, so now this is really helpful information. Martin says the CEA is the union, they're NEA affiliates. Thank you for finding that out. I hadn't seen that on that site yet. So these are the teachers union, what we just looked at in terms of this being they're literally talking about social justice on their about page. These are the National Education Association affiliates. Doesn't surprise me at all. Does not surprise me at all. Do they have public trainings? They only have their Facebook listed for social media. That might be a different thing to go through on a different day. Okay. So they're going to proactively cultivate trust among people of marginalized communities, share power. These people never share power. They never share power. That's not real. They're only saying they're going to share power because they want to gain as much power as possible. Let's look at their plan. They've got a part 1 plan and a part 2 plan. And I want to thank how do I say this? Doc Healy. I want to thank Doc Healy for the generous donation that you just made to the Kickstarter. I can't call it the Kickstarter anymore, to the campaign. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, my friend. Guys, if you'd like to donate to the campaign, unwokearmy.com/parents, or follow the links that I have about. Hopefully we can hit $5,000 this weekend. All right, let's see. Phase 1, engagement, inquiry, and sense making. And this happened in March 2018 through March 2019. The Building Equity Bridges Project has endeavored to lift up root causes of inequity in the Cambridge public schools by engaging in an inclusive, participatory, and community-centered progress that centers the lived experiences, bingo word, ding, 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 of youth, family, and educators, particularly those from historically marginalized groups. These don't go. Oh. CPAR projects are rooted in the belief that those most impacted by research should take the lead in framing the questions, designs, and methods used and determining what Okay, so they're basically saying that students framed the research. Okay. So so this research is what resulted in that video, which is fine. Again, I don't think that video is bad, but phase 2 gives me a little bit of, Tom, I disagree with you completely. And I really don't want this stuff showing up in my chat, guys. Because here's what happens. I'm going to just explain this. And Tom, I'm not picking on you. But when stuff like this shows up in my chat, what that does is that gives license for people who are plotting and taking everything I do out of context to say, Carlin has racist people in her chat talking about how these examples of obvious racism at the Cambridge public schools, they don't actually happen because they're saying that those examples of racism are laughable. They're literally laughing at racism. Do you guys see what happens when this shit shows up in my chat? So I disagree wholeheartedly. I think a lot of those examples were actually valid things that the school needs to be concerned about. And I ask you to please not do that in my chat because it's going to be used against me and the work I'm trying to do later. All right, phase 2. In the second phase of the BEB project, we are focused on disrupting the structures and practice. Check this out. Okay. The goal of the woke is they have basically, like the woke left, have 4 main goals that they are trying to achieve at any given time. They want to gain as much power as possible so they can dismantle the system or disrupt the system, so they can attack capitalism, so they can usher in their Marxist utopia. Okay? Say it again. The woke left, in almost every single circumstance where they are applying these ideas in real life, and I'm saying this from 2 straight years of watching more of their woke training that I think anyone else on the planet has watched, they have a 4-part plan. gain as much power as possible by disrupting or destabilizing the system so that they can attack capitalism, so they can usher in their little Marxist utopia. Anytime you want to know why the woke left do what they do, it's that so they can gain as much power as possible to disrupt or destabilize the system so they can attack capitalism, so they can usher in their little Marxist utopia. Look at what the Cambridge Public Schools has on their website as collaborating with the teachers union in Cambridge to be able to do. In the second phase of the BEB project, what does BEB stand for again? Building Equity Bridges. We are focused on disrupting the structures and practices that the Cambridge Public Schools community identifies as standing in the way of racial justice. Oh, Bot's back. Welcome back, Bot. The lollipop beer is tasty. You didn't miss it. I'm still drinking it. It looks like milk, but it's really good. It looks like strawberry milk, doesn't it? Good beer. These are grounded in the barrier to equity that the BEB movement named during phase 1. This work will take several forms, as you'll see below, but we'll always honor our core principles and engage many stakeholders and focus on disrupting the status quo. Building the movement. I wonder why. Is it because... That's why. I made the... Okay, that's why I couldn't see it, because I zoomed in. Okay. Building the movement. Build power. What is the number one goal of the woke? To build power. With students, families, and educators, build the base, increase participation in the movement. When they say movement, they mean activism. Share process learnings from year 1. Share barriers to equity. And then catalyze the equity work. Push for and take action based on BEB barriers to entry. Develop clear plans to move forward in both the short-term and long-term term. Support school-based action building. Collaborate with CPS to build the district's muscle to do equity work. So this is what they're working on right now in the Cambridge Public Schools. All right. And this has all been discovered just by looking at this one page that was off their homepage that said they were creating a microaggression working group. We now have like 15 rabbit holes we need to go down to figure out what the Cambridge schools are actually doing. Let's see. So in response to all of this, they launched this reporting system. Speakfully is an incident reporting platform that facilitates the prompt and private reporting of an incident. Speakfully is hosted outside of CPS, which provides optimum security for the submission process. After answering a few questions, the incident report goes directly to the superintendent's office, and the office, again, and we're going to look up this, Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging, in real time, allowing CPS to take action as soon as possible. A report can be made anonymously if the community member chooses. And then, of course, we have some definitions. That doesn't go anywhere. That doesn't click into anything. But let me just read their definitions. So how the school is defining these things. Equity means that each student, regardless of race, ethnicity, nationality, gender identity, disability, sexual orientation, religion, or socioeconomic status, will have access to opportunities, resources, and the support they need to attain their full potential. All right, I don't mind their definition of equity, and I'm going to tell you why. If, hang on, I just got an email I need to look at real quick. Okay, so I just got an email from someone saying, I like you and I want you to know your pitch will be more effective if you fix the typos. Where are there typos in my pitch? All right. So you guys aren't seeing this on the screen right now, but here is going to be my response to the Karen who has just emailed me complaining about typos while not pointing out any typos that exist. Dear Karen, I've fucking had it with conservatives doing this bullshit. And it's always conservatives, universally. It is almost always conservatives. Okay, her name's not Karen, but I'm gonna type her real name. Dear Karen, if typos are more important to you than training 10,000 parents to find what the schools are teaching, I'm going to respectfully suggest that you have your priorities all mixed up. I will be happy to take your feedback after I see your donation to support this work come in. All the best, Harlan. Yes, I am actually being this dismissive. I am 100% being this dismissive because I'm getting really sick and tired of people complaining and complaining and complaining and whining and complaining and then whining some more and then complaining some more and not actually fucking doing anything. I'm getting really tired of it. It is completely unproductive. So, and I'm gonna be very blunt with people. If you have suggestions that you would like to make, I will be more than happy to consider your suggestions after and not before, after you make a donation to help me train 10,000 parents how to do the work that I'm doing right now live on the internet to investigate what the schools are doing, because I am but one person, and as you guys can already see, we've been online for over an hour. We have gone down one rabbit hole in that time. This stuff takes an extraordinary amount of time to do. And I'm one person and I can't do it all. And I have a list of 130 plus schools that parents have submitted to me to have me do this for their school. That's going to take me years. The only way that I have to be able to accommodate all of this is to train more people to do it. So, if you have a complaint or a suggestion, I will be more than happy to talk to you about that after, not before, after you make a donation to help me train 10,000 parents how to do something important. Because guess what? Facts don't care about your feelings. Your feelings are not my top concern right now. My concern is, how do I go and help the people who actually want help and don't just want to whine and complain all the time on the internet? Yes, Karen needs to put her money where her mouth is. Exactly. Bot is very disappointed in Karen. All right. So, why I don't mind this definition of equity. Because it says if this is the definition of equity, yeah, well, it is very possible that there was a typo, but Judy did the correct thing and said the cause is more important than my feelings about a fucking typo. God. I especially love it when people say, Carlin, I'm not going to donate because you have a typo. And then they don't tell me what the typo is. Guys, guess what? Copy editing is not my strong suit. My strong suit is sitting my ass on the internet and investigating schools and then teaching other people how to do exactly the same thing, so I don't have to do everything. All right. I don't mind this definition of equity because it specifically says access to opportunities. So, if this is legitimately the definition of equity that the Cambridge Public Schools are using, and I think we do actually need to leave space for the fact that this might be the definition of equity that they're using because they have it listed on their website. If they really believe, who are you? Because I'm not sure you are the person who is using this handle on Twitter, because you left a comment on my channel saying you supported my campaign. Who are you? I'm not sure that that is the same person. But if it is the same person, I suspect that she's... Oh! That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I think I know who you are. You can message me and let me know who you are. That'd be great. I think I know who you are though. So anyway, this equity, that's exactly what I thought. I think I know who you are. I appreciate it. So this definition of equity is about access to opportunities. It's not about equalizing out outcomes. It's about access to opportunities. So that is the definition of equality. So this might be okay. And we need to leave room for the fact that this might be okay, just the way it goes. We need to be fair about this. Racial equity means the absence of institutional and structural barriers experienced by people based on race or color that impedes access, impedes opportunities, or impedes results. And now this is a little bit different. This is a little bit different because now they're saying racial equity is about results. Results is not about access to opportunity. Results is about equality of outcomes. So I have no problem with making the broadest number of opportunities available to the broadest number of people. That is what equality is. That is what we should be striving for. Everyone shows up. Everyone gets to train. Everyone in school should be getting the same type of training and the same type of instruction, not being prevented from getting any of it. And then they show up and the best person gets the job. That is the way of the world. But if we're talking about equalizing out results, that might become a little, well, problematic. And then achieving racial equity, what does that mean? And this is where I suspect they're going to get into trouble. Achieving racial equity requires proactive and continuous investment in communities of color who have endured centuries of systemic oppression. CPS is committed to dismantling structures rooted in white privilege, to hearing and elevating underrepresented voices, and recognizing and eliminating bias. That to me sounds a little socialist, if I'm being honest. Yeah, centuries. Okay, Cambridge, Massachusetts. All right. But you know what I really want to look into? I want to look into this office. I already have 8,000 tabs open. Let's take a look into the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging at Cambridge. Let's see. Cambridge Public Schools has committed to advancing equity and racial equity and accelerating efforts to be a proactively anti-racist school district. We have their definitions again. In 2020, Superintendent Salim and the school committee formally made commitments to advancing equity and racial equity and accelerating Cambridge Public Schools' efforts to become an anti-racist school district. As part of the community-driven process to understand the root causes of inequity at CPS, which is the Building Equity Bridges Project, BEB, it was recommended that CPS establish district-wide anti-racist vision and mission statements. Mike kept getting upset. I used one of his friend's art calling him Pinocchio. I knew this was who you were. I knew it. Well played, my friend. Well played. I knew that's who you were. Go forth and conquer. By the way, on this subject, did you know that Deb Philman was using my Twitter suspension to try to beg for money for the Queen? Can I show you guys this? I'm going to show you guys this real quick. You want to know the type of people, the type of person that Deb fucking Philman is? Actually, no. No, I'm not going to show this to you. I'm not going to show this to you. I will show this to you. I will show this to you later. But Deb Philman is actively like using the fact that I got permanently suspended on Twitter to beg for money, celebrating my permanent Twitter suspension, celebrating deplatforming. It's so sad, so fucking pathetic. I'll show that a different day though. Yes, little Debbie, stepmom Deb. Maybe we'll watch a Deb Filman video later. Who knows? No, that's going to be not what we're doing today. All right. In 2020, 2021, the vision and mission statements were developed through the community engagement process that involved a diverse group of CPS educators, blah, blah, blah. On June 15th, 2021, the Cambridge School Committee adopted these statements. Watch the school. Ooh. Do you guys want to watch the school committee's discussion? Oh, gosh. I don't know if I want to go through all this. Okay, we can watch their discussion, I guess, if we want to. Actually, June 15th, 2021. Hang on, let me try to find it. Yep, he has just barely made $2,000, which is not enough to get the computer he wants. You work hard with no Twitter and look how much you raised. Exactly. I raised more in a single day. In a single day than stepmom Debbie has been able to raise begging on her Twitter account for a month. Just saying, Deb. Fuck you very much. But maybe she'll raise more now that she's celebrating me getting deplatformed. I don't see this meeting. Am I being like dense? June 15th, 2021. These are the past ones. Oh, here we go. Show all. Hang on. This isn't a dead end yet. You don't give up easily, guys. Don't give up that easily, Martin. Exactly. It just takes a little digging. June 15th, 20... Oh, there it is! Found it! Found it, mother effers! Okay, I gotta get it in a different browser for us to be able to watch it. Hang on. Okay. So, we are looking for... And how nice of them to give us a timestamp. 2 hours and 38 minutes and 11 seconds. All right. Hang on. 2 hours, 38 minutes, 11 seconds. Let me switch my browser over and we can watch the Cambridge School Committee's discussion about adopting this anti-racism statement and see if there's anything eventful there. Two hours. Oh, God, they're all wearing masks. Holy shit. Okay. Guys, please mount that like button for me if you have not already. Let's listen to the Cambridge Public Schools discussion on adopting their anti-racism vision.
So as committee members know, one of the things that we were able to do as a governing body was to have the school committee adopt working definitions around equity and racial equity that we use regularly in our planning efforts, in our work in the district, as we think about how we look at our improvement efforts through the lens of equity and racial equity. That work was informed by work that our leadership team did with Dr. Darnisa Monte and the DEEP organization, and resulted in that important groundwork that I think also helped us to set the stage for our collaboration with CEA to launch the Building Equity Bridges project with funding from the Non-LMA Education Foundation. And that work, which I think also know that a number of committee members was also
hang on. He just gave a name of an organization and I didn't quite catch it, so I'm just going to go back and listen again. Sorry. So when you're watching videos, this is the boring part, guys, but when you're watching videos like this, you've got to be really keen to listen to what names of organizations, names of people, things like that we need to look into.
Set the stage for our collaboration with CEA to launch the Building Equity Bridges project with funding from the Non-LMA Education Foundation, and
Something
that
Educational
work,
Foundation.
which I think also
Something Educational Foundation. One more time.
set the stage for our collaboration with CEA to launch the Building Equity Bridges project with funding from the Not Only Education Foundation. And that work, which I think also know that a number of committee members was also involved in, helped, I think, us to also think about engagement and partnership in and new and innovative ways, and also as a result of that, not just identified 9 barriers that were articulated as being in
9
existence
barriers.
in Cambridge Public Schools and in Cambridge, but also a set of key commitments for moving the work forward. Just a couple months before the pandemic, one of those key commitments was the establishment of the Office of Equity, or Office of Equity, Inclusion, Belonging, as we develop that model.
So that got
And also,
established right before the
developing an
pandemic.
anti-racist vision and mission statement. So we're proud of how we have been able to develop this. A number of our school and district leaders, particularly those that identify as people of color, were involved also in multiple iterations of this, along with other stakeholders that Kari will speak to in a moment. And I'm just gonna share my screen
Drop my
quickly
phone.
to share the statement, which you have before you in the recommendation, but just to
Oh, look at that Black
take a
Lives Matter
moment
fist. Oh,
to
isn't that
read
nice?
this, the CPS anti-racist vision statement.
That's
All
not my
CPS
phone, that's
scholars
their phone.
thrive, are empowered, and are liberated through an education, learning experiences, and spaces that are anti-racist. And the CPS anti-racist mission statement that on the journey to becoming an anti-racist school district, the CPS community actively uplifts and collectively holds each other accountable to equitably support our young people and families. We center the voices and prioritize the needs of youth, families, and educators of color with anti-racist decisions, practices, and policies to dismantle historical oppression and to support learning spaces where all students are known, celebrated, empowered, and thrive. I'm going to turn it over to Kari to talk a little bit about the development process. Kari?
All right, thank you, Dr. Salim. And just to start, I wanted to note there was a small typo in the vision statement, which
everyone has typos.
That you all have in front of you. So you might have noticed just that small tweak between the word youth and scholars. Beyond that, it's pretty much what was developed over the past 7+ months, I think, at this point. And I want to start by just pointing out a couple things in those statements. So if you notice, it really begins with all CPS scholars. And so it's really important to note that this is about all of our students. This is not just about Black and Brown students or students on the margins or students who have been historically marginalized. This is about all, because we all benefit when we
Brooklyn Way
and develop educational approaches that are steeped in anti-racism. I also want to point out that the statement talks about learning experiences in spaces that are anti-racist. And that was an important nuance, not to state it as an anti-racist education, right? So the point is not to make education itself anti-racist. It's about the learning experiences, the spaces, the people, and the decisions made around it reflect that. So those were important points.
So what he just said, what I heard is that I do actually appreciate that they're saying we don't want to make the education anti-racist, and I want to acknowledge that they're saying that. But what I just heard is them saying, we just want everyone involved in the education to be anti-racist. So it's like you have to be indoctrinated into their little cult in order to even teach or be a member of the school system. I do appreciate the fact that they say they don't want the education to be that way, but I'm not sure it's like a difference without like a distinction if everyone around it believes the same thing.
The distinction I just want to note in terms of the vision, and then just in terms of the mission, which is how we will get there. As you can see, it's about a journey, right? And this has been a journey that started way before us. It's a journey that this community has been on, that people of color in particular, and many allies and co-conspirators, as we say,
Allies and
and we
co-conspirators.
want to acknowledge that, our hope is to continue to progress this journey, right? We don't actually think that it's possible to just get to a destination of becoming an anti-racist district, but we're hoping this statement, or these statements, I should say, serve as a North Star or North Stars to help provide us that guidance. So with that said, just a little bit of backdrop. As you can see on this slide, going back a little bit after what Dr. Salim mentioned in terms of our work with Dr. Darnisa Armante, this body, the school committee, and the administration both adopted definitions of equity and racial equity. The idea of definitions was important in terms of giving us some common language and understanding. However, we knew that we needed much more than just understanding. And so through the work of the Building Equity Bridges Project, as Dr. Salim alluded to, as well as many leaders who you've heard from over the years, building leaders, district leaders, people from all backgrounds, and particularly people of color and Black and brown folk, have come forward and talked about the need to have commitments to this work, to follow through. And so in 2020, between actually the very beginning, when you all came on at the beginning of your terms, you made and adopted some commitments to advance equity and racial equity and to accelerate Cambridge Public Schools' efforts to become an anti-racist school district. So the synergy is so important to note in terms of these statements being supported by district leadership, by building leadership, by elected leadership, and also I don't want to ignore the very important contributions of the CEA in terms of the educators.
CEA, that's the teachers union. We already found them.
The beginning of the work of BEB to also contributing to these statements. As you can see also on the slide, this was a community-driven process. We had stakeholders who included alum, they included parents, they included educators, they included admin, they included, folks who are leaders in different coalitions and in different unions across our work. This was essential work that allowed us to iterate and to co-design these statements. We also looked at and trying to understand, the concept of anti-racism with these groups. And actually, I really should not say another word till I say young people were also involved, not just alum, but current students as well. To say that, anti-racism and anti-racist as terms have become, in some ways kind of jargon is I just want to make that as a statement. And there are some positive elements that are becoming more available for the public to talk about. And there's also the risk of it becoming less impactful. And again, if we look at the timeline, our work through BEB and also through the development of these statements, really the arc of this work takes us back multiple years. And it really shows us that our efforts and where we are now is not based on some sort of current trend, beyond the trend of trying to fight against the oppressive ways that education policies and practices can harm our young people, our educators, our families alike.
Are they admitting that the Cambridge Public Schools were harming people before this?
Time,
that sounds a little racist to me.
Folks of color in particular, Black and brown folks, as Dr. Salim said, have, if you will, their first take and their first opportunity to give feedback, input, pushback on these statements. And many edits and many revisions were made based on their input. We then have since then brought it to many different stakeholders across the community and brought it to people to engage with these statements. And we have put, kind of framed it in such a way such that not that everybody is a wordsmith, but that We are centering, as we've done for a couple of years now, really trying to emphasize elevating the voices of people of color and those who are most impacted by the inequities in our systems. Before I want to pass it to Mr. Fernandez to talk a bit more about how we see this work going forward and the work of the potential uses of the statements.
Oh, good. Potential
Just
uses of the
reflecting a little bit of what we heard tonight,
statements.
whether it's the use of S funds, the use of assessments or different measurements. We know that education policies, professionals, pedagogy practices, they have a real legacy of pushing and perpetuating inequity. And we just see the trends of that in data. Standardized tests and assessments, we know there's benefits to them, but there's also a real track record that shows as much as we've tried to elevate those as measures, we still struggle to see how many more students of color are in our honors classes, are in the AP classes, are going to colleges.
That's equality of outcomes. That's not equality of opportunity. Hang on.
Who are employed to.
The Cambridge Public Schools are lying when they say that this is not about equality of the Cambridge Public Schools are lying when they say it's about equality of access to opportunity, not equality of outcomes. Because they're saying right now that they are using equality of outcomes as the measure of if their anti-racist work is working. Are there students getting into elite colleges like Harvard right down the street? That's going to be equality of outcomes. That's not equality of opportunity. Yes, Flowers Against Effery. This is a 5-hour hate stream for the Cambridge Public Schools. That's exactly what this is. No, this is an investigation stream, but apparently everything that I do, he's being facetious. He's not actually this person. He's playing around. Anyway, though, but this is why we need to actually listen to what they're saying, because oftentimes these people will put one definition on their website, but they're actually working with a completely different definition, and so they're saying that.
For 10 years after high school, after they get their CRLS diplomas, we know this to be true. And the reasons behind that are why we wanted to put these anti-racist statements forward, because we wanted to have some tools that we could help ourselves use and to hold ourselves accountable to understanding how even the tools that we're mandated to use don't get misused and perpetuate the many things that we're fighting so hard. We show up every day to dismantle.
And I just want to take a quick moment to thank Terry for the donation to the campaign to help me train 1,000, or not 1,000, it started as 1,000 and I advanced it to train 10,000 parents how to find what the schools are teaching using the same techniques that we are using on the stream today. Thank you, Terry, for your donation. Guys, if you would like to donate and help me reach my halfway point by this weekend, which is my goal, head over to unwokearmy.com/parents and make a gift. I appreciate it.
And most importantly, to make sure that all young people who come through CPS can be successful and thrive. So with that, I'm going to pass it to Mr. Fernandez, our incoming interim Director of Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging.
Good evening. First, I think I want to acknowledge what brought us here. I'll go quickly, but I think Dr. Salim and Gary have both mentioned, as someone said today in a meeting, we stand on the shoulders of many who came before us in this district, both families and educators, that recognized how important discussions as well as actions related to race were important. And I want to commend Dr. Salim for his leadership around this. It's been a steady journey, and
I feel like we've encountered Dr. Salim before.
Things behind the scene as well as in front that we have brought forward around equity and anti-racism in our district. And DEB, along with the CEA, were able to move us even deeper. I think it's important to recognize that anti-racism, embedded in the word anti-racism, is intentionality. That you can't be anti-racist if you're not being intentional. And Gary referenced that, it's a buzzword, it's jargon and all that in different places. But I'd like to think that as I transition into the role of interim chief equity officer, I will be
Interim.
able to
Shit.
remind all
Hang
of us,
on.
as well as myself, that what we're doing is
He just gave us a really important piece of information, and this is why we need to be listening to these things. He just told us that he is this guy right here, who I don't know who he is, Manuel J. Fernandez, is transitioning into the role of Chief Equity Officer. So now we know, and I'm adding this to my notes thing, they have a Chief Equity Officer and have had one for about a year. So if I were in charge of investigating the Cambridge Public Schools, what I would probably do is make a point to FOIA that guy's emails, because that guy's emails are going to have a lot of information in them. What is his name again? Manuel. I'm sure he's a perfectly nice nice person, but I want to see his emails. Manuel J. Fernandez. All right. Let's keep going as soon as I find the actual browser where I have this. Oh, there it is. Okay.
intentional, that we're intentionally looking at the district from the eyes, I should say with an anti-racist lens, so that our eyes can see the various dimensions that affect our schools and our children and our educators, and how can we affirm everybody and level the field. When I look at these mission statements and vision statements, I see something that we can all hold on to, we can all be reminded of, we can all speak to on a regular basis. When you look at the various examples that are on the screen right now, you're looking at things that have been done, and you're looking at things that are going to be done, in terms of that we're going to build upon those things. And I want to lift up young people for a moment, because we are all here because of young people. That's our function. That's why we are school committee members, why we are educators.
It would be very interesting to look at his LinkedIn. Absolutely. Absolutely, it would be.
It's because of young people. And so
well done.
One of the first major things we're going to do.
And I just want to take a second to give a quick shout out to my friend Nick Incognito. Nick, thank you for the donation. I really do appreciate it.
The last time I was here to talk about equity, and I'm happy to tell you that we have already begun formally reaching out to CRLS scholars and asking them to join us in a few weeks.
Scholars means students.
Inform our thinking.
They're asking students to tell them what to do.
In August, as we host the first equity summit for student leaders.
So he just gave us another piece of information in August of 2021, and I want to look this up. In August of 2021, the Cambridge, they posted an equity summit for student leaders. If someone wants something to do in the chat as we're listening to this, it would be really amazing to find out information about the Cambridge Schools Equity Summit for Student Leaders in August 2021. I'm going to rewind just a little bit just to make sure I got that right. Oh, shit. Did I fuck that up? No. Oh, no, I did fuck it up a little bit. Okay. Sorry, guys. We're going to have to listen to that again.
CRLS scholars and asking them to join us in a few weeks to inform our thinking about what needs to be done in August as we host the first equity summit for student leaders.
Equity summit for student leaders. I want to know what they did at that summit.
And so there are other things that I've been thinking about and discussing with many of my thought partners moving ahead, but it is all embedded in anti-racism. It's all intentional.
Sin says, just put up a link to the Cambridge Equity Summit 2021. Sin, where did you put that link? Let me know where you put the link. I appreciate it.
It's all about understanding that we can't just sit back and just say racial equity is important and equity is important. We have to make it important. We have to make it actionable. We have to do it as soon as we possibly can. And I think these statements help us do that. I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kari and
Okay.
Manuel
Thank
for,
you,
for your
Sin.
leadership on this. Mayor Suki.
Thank you. Pleasure of the school committee. Questions for Member
Please,
Wilson
God,
and
ask
Member
questions.
Rachel.
Please, God, ask good
Thank you,
questions.
Madam Mayor, and thank you to Kari and Mr. Fernandez for your hard work, and Kari for the work that you've done over with the BEB, and being a part of that in the earlier stages and phases of it. I'm really glad to see these statements come to life. I think there's just a lot of work that has gone into it, and the community is also to thank. Those participants, those educators, those students, and other various stakeholders who participated in this accomplishment. I think we have absolutely come a long way. Now it's time for the implementation, right? It's one thing to see a statement; it's another thing to be the statement. And I just have one. I don't know if this is amendable, but I just want to think about how we also in the mission statement think about curriculum, and it's just not named in here. So I would like for curriculum to be named in this statement as we center the priorities, the voices, the needs.
Okay, who here has a problem with what just happened? This woman specifically wants to name the curriculum. What that means is that the Cambridge Public Schools are integrating their anti-racist equity work directly into the curriculum.
With anti-racist decisions, practices, and policies, but
Unless
then
they
saying
vote this down.
practices, policies, and curriculum to dismantle historic oppression and to support learning spaces.
Okay. So we'll add, so an amendment is to add, we'll have to change the word I think needs of youth to needs of scholars, and then additionally, Member Wilson, you'd
Isn't
like
that
to add
nefarious? Hang on.
with anti-racist decision.
Isn't that did you guys hear what they just did? Instead of saying the needs of youth, which would imply children, they're changing it to needs of scholars. One of the things I've often noticed about these people is that they're very Scientologist in their thinking. Extremely Scientologist, because like I watch more Scientology content than I should because I think it's fascinating. But in Scientology, they don't treat children like they're children. They treat children like they're mini adults, and they do the things that adults do, but they're smaller than adults. And I think what the Cambridge Public Schools just did is they transitioned from treating children like children to they're treating children like adults, and they're solidifying that by calling them a scholar instead of youth.
Practices and policies and curriculum. Is that what you want a curriculum?
Correct. Yeah. So yeah, I think curriculum could be at the end or wherever. I don't think it really matters, but yeah, decisions, practices, policies, and curriculum to dismantle historic oppression.
Integrating
So we
systemic
can-
racism into the curriculum.
I'll
That's
show
going to
you
be
in a second.
1619. They're all going to be
So
teaching that.
We have one. We can, I think, do all the amendments and then discuss. But are you finished, Member Wilson?
Yes, I am. I just again want to say really thank you, and Mr. Fernandez, look forward to your role as interim Chief Equity Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rachel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Milner and Mr. Fernandez and Superintendent for bringing us to this moment. It's another milestone, and I want to celebrate it and thank you for the statements, but even more so for the process that led to it. I think that the way you have gone to young people, to families, to educators, to community partners, to the administration, and now to us, is the way we should do business around here. It is anti-racist in and of itself, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the orientation that you bring to the work, and I know it is collective work, but I want to give you credit for the process piece because I think we're all also learning from the process itself. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Vice Chair Bowen?
I want to thank everyone that participated in this process to get this
They're
to
not.
Member
They've
Wilson
already.
amendment around curriculum. It's really hard for me with this statement because there's not enough that talks about the core mission of what we do as
There's
a
not
district,
enough.
which is
Oh my
academic
God.
attainment in
There's not.
here. And
Oh,
so I think
wait.
Member Wilson
Hang
got at
on.
it with the
Hang on.
with her amendment.
Hang on. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon about this one. Listen to what she's saying. She's saying, okay, this might actually turn out to be good. I'm going to rewind a little bit because I was speaking over her and making fun of her when maybe I shouldn't be. Let's just go back a little tiny bit to when she starts speaking.
Curriculum. It's really hard for me with this statement because there's not enough that talks about the core mission of what we do as a district, which is academic attainment in here. And so I think Member Wilson got at it with her amendment.
No,
but I don't think that's enough.
I spoke too soon. I was wrong. I was seriously, I was like, this woman's bringing it back to actually educating people and teaching people and not integrating social justice into the curriculum. And then she was like, you know, that amendment that we just wrote in which we added curriculum into the anti-racism statement, that doesn't go far enough. I'm like, oh God.
I always bring my context of how I grew up into how I serve here. I was educated by mostly Black people. And the way they dismantled white supremacy was teaching me A, how to survive in a very racist world.
Okay.
And B, giving me the academic skills needed so I can be a leader. It just so happened I'm a leader here. But those were the two fundamental things, right? And I'm just a little concerned that those pillars, those two things, I understand the one, which is a different conversation around how do you prepare people to
This is why we watch these things, guys. This is why we watch these things.
That Black
I know
people
it's not
have amongst
fun.
ourselves,
Get yourself a
quite
beer.
frankly. And that's a difficult conversation to have when you have a majority white staff interacting with Black kids. So I just want to name that, right? It doesn't translate in the same way. But the second piece around the academic attainment and ensuring that our scholars that have been historically
Scholars is
by the
children.
educational system,
oh my God,
is thriving in a way that they can compete in a global marketplace. I like that.
I appreciate that.
Part is just so important. And outside of the amendment that Member Rachel added in, it's just not there. So I kind of struggle with the way this is written. And while I appreciate you spoke to a lot of people,
she's like Marianne Williamson.
people
She
of
has moments
color,
where she's saying good things
this
and
is a
then they're
voice
covered
of a
up with
person of
moments she's saying
color
bad
that's
things.
very much so committed to that piece around preparing kids of color that has been historically disenfranchised by public education
Yes.
to ensure that they can work at modern.
Myriad, I wanna make this clear. She just made it sound like Black kids can't learn from white teachers. That's exactly what she just did. You are exactly right.
Right? So they're the next person that can cure a pandemic. And that's just not in this for me. And so I'll reflect.
Hang on. I paused that at a really opportune time and I just want to go back and that was hilarious. Listen to what she says. She was like, I want Black kids to go work at Moderna so they can cure the next pandemic. Listen to this.
Member Weinstein.
Thank you, Mayor Siddiqui. And thank you.
Wait,
Milner,
no,
thank
wrong
you.
person. Sorry. I fast forward instead of rewind.
Creating liberating.
No, liberating. Oh, she's a socialist. God damn it.
You add that piece in. But I just think that is a fundamental piece of dismantling.
Oh God, she's going really hardcore SJW. Hang on. I want to hear the Moderna line.
In the same way. But the second piece around the academic attainment and ensuring that our scholars that have been historically disenfranchised by the educational system is thriving in a way that they can compete in a global marketplace. I like that academic part is just so important. And outside of the amendment that Member Rachel added in, it's just not there. So I kind of struggle with the way this is written. And while I appreciate you spoke to a lot of people and people of color. This is a voice of a person of color that's very much so committed to that piece around preparing kids of color that has been historically disenfranchised by public education to ensure that they can work at Moderna, right? So they're the next person that can cure a pandemic, and that's just not in this for me. And so I'll reflect as I hear other people figure out how do you add that piece.
Why doesn't she think that Black kids are going to go be able to work at Moderna? Let's set aside for a second that Moderna did not actually cure a global pandemic. Why does she think that Black kids can't go work at Moderna? I'm pretty sure there are Black people working at Moderna right now. I'm just saying.
But I just think that that is a fundamental piece of dismantling white supremacy by preparing kids to be able to compete in a global.
Yes. Sean, this is exactly right. Hang on, I need it to pop up on my chat. Here it is. I thought I had hopes for her. She was like, "What about academics?" I was like, I had hopes for this woman, and then she apparently believes there's not enough communism. There's not enough. She wants more. So that Black kids can go work at Moderna, even though I'm sure there are Black people working at Moderna right now. Because as it turns out, Black kids are not like inept in being able to not do these things. They're very capable.
World and creating liberating
socialist,
liberating spaces
liberating a
through
socialist
educational learning experiences. I hear that, but it doesn't explicitly lead. I don't see how that explicitly lead to academic attainment for our young people, whatever path they take, whether that's trades or whatever they decide to do with their lives. So I'll just stop there. But that's something that
oh honey, she feels like she's like a useful idiot, which is actually a positive thing. Like I feel like she wants to do good things, she just doesn't know how to do it because she's been indoctrinated into the system.
Mr. Milner, thank you, Mr. Fernandez, and I also want to echo my colleagues' thanks for everybody who's been involved in this process, and you know, and to emphasize that this has been
never listen to a man with a
process
ponytail
that included young people, that included educators, that included
and wearing a
families
mask
and other members
double
of our
mask
community. And I think that's really important to this. And you know, as was noted in the presentation, we began this term, not the beginning of this work. We're building on this work, and we began this term with you know, commitment to anti-racist work. And I think this is a really, you know, wonderful next step. And I think I appreciate that this is something we have an opportunity to do in Dr. Salim's final formal meeting with the school committee. I just want to lift up a couple of points. I think Kari Milner was talking about how, at least part of what I was hearing was there's a risk that anti-racism and this kind of work can just sort of become a buzzword. And you know, I'm really mindful.
Do
of that.
the work. Do the work.
Speaking for
do
myself,
the
you know,
work.
Something that I take as
Mount that like
tremendous
button
that
if you're
there's
doing the work
intentionality
today by
embedded in the way
watching this
is,
live investigation of the
this
Cambridge
is
Public
framed.
Schools.
And you know, that's something that
You're
I
all
hold,
doing the work today.
That it's an active. It's not.
It's not enough to be
just a
anti-racist if
goal,
you're
it's
not
an
actively
active process, and
anti-racist.
I think that's captured in this. I do think that there's a way in which, by talking about centering the voices and prioritizing the needs of youth, families, and educators of color with anti-racist decisions, practices, and policies to dismantle historic oppression. I know I'm rereading some of this, but I think that encompasses a lot. And I think, and there's a little more to that statement, but that encompasses a lot. And I think what this is pointing to is that to be an anti-racist school district, that work really needs to suffuse everything that we do.
No.
And so I am, again, really appreciative of all of the work that went into this statement, and that we are a community, a school committee, a school district, in which the conversation here is, how can we
This
best
is a
capture
time when responsible
what our
people would be
intention
asking
is
questions
as we move forward? I don't think there's any debate here that this is what our intention is. And I really think this is, we've been talking about some possible amendments to it, and I think that's a valuable conversation. I do think that this really, in essence, captures what we should be doing. So thank you.
Member Rojas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Salim. Thank you to the whole community for getting us to this point. First, I just wanted to, through you, Mayor, just respond or say comment to Vice Chair's comment about racism towards African Americans. I want to acknowledge that racism and discrimination is faced by other ethnic and racial peoples as well. As far as this statement, Dr. Salim, and talking about process that Member Rachel mentioned, can you give us a bit more background on why this is coming to us now and not earlier?
They're like, why didn't you do communism sooner?
Yeah,
At least he asked a question, though. I'll give him that. He asked a question,
has
you know?
been in process,
It's like, we really wanted you to do communism sooner. And
Mr.
you
Milner in
failed
particular
in
was very
that.
creative in trying to, engage with folks over
failed.
multiple months of trying to have multiple iterations. And so, where we had started this really, about probably a year and several months ago, have been able to bring it forward to the committee this evening as a recommendation.
Martin,
So
we need more alphas on the school
been a very
committees.
intentional process.
That's what
and
we
one
need.
that has tried
We
to
need an alpha male to go in and straighten all of
input
this out.
and feedback from a wide range of folks. It's also, I think, as also, this also being my last regular meeting with the formal meeting with the school committee was an opportunity also to, I think, bring this forward, building on work that we've been engaged in certainly over many, many years and many decades, but I think in particular, this focus around how we continue to strengthen some of the infrastructure, the tools, and just the common language that is also is important in setting the stage for the work ahead.
Member Ross?
Or it could be an alpha like me, because I have very masculine energy. I have alpha
Others
man
who-
energy,
who-
even though I'm
we'll
a
go to
girl.
Member Fenton
Kinda.
and then back to Vice Chair.
I'll let the Vice Chair go first.
Vice Chair?
I just wanted to clarify to my colleague, I just want to, on the record, say I absolutely understand and respect the struggle of all people. And I want to acknowledge there will be moments that I will speak from the experience of
They're
an
doing a
African
struggle
American
session.
person
They're doing
that
a struggle
speaks from the
session.
legacy
Holy
of
shit.
slavery. And I will bring
They're
that to
doing
the
a struggle
table. And when
session.
I do that, that's not to say that other experiences do not matter. I respect those experiences. However, because of who I am, the leadership role that I have, there will be moments when I highlight that experience. So I just want to go on the record.
I'm going to clip this
just
whole
to
fucking
ensure that
thing.
you know that, and other people that's watching understand that, and that I respect all struggles, and one's not elevated over the other. I'm just speaking from a very unique experience. I just want to say that in respect.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Madam
So
Mayor.
I'll allow you to respond and then I have to move on. Go ahead.
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge to Vice Chair that this was not a criticism. Also, I'm coming in from my own vantage point, and I want to make sure that we acknowledge all the racism that happens. Thank you.
Member Fantini?
Madam Mayor, I mean,
You know what I said to Joshua the other day? I don't remember if this was on our stream or if this was the talk that Joshua and I were having privately. But I said to him, I was like, someday you and I need to watch the complete Evergreen documentary as produced by Benjamin Boyce. And I want Joshua to do like a live reaction to the Evergreen documentary because he's never seen any of that stuff. I think that would be a really great show. People let me know if you would watch that.
if this is problematic, we can. I was just moved by the Vice Chair's comments, and I was gonna. If it's problematic, let me know. But I mean, I would say
he's being a good
on
ally.
The anti-racist
This
vision
Italian
statement
guy.
where it says are empowered and are liberated through, and then I would just propose that we say high-level academic skills standards for all students, comma, learning experiences and spaces that are anti-racist. If this proves difficult for folks, I can relate to the academic skills. I just think that's something that the district has not really set out as a high standard and as a goal. And I think it's just good to say that's what we're about, school
Can you,
system and academic
Member
skills.
Fantini, can you repeat the amendment? So it's through high level academic, what?
Academic skills, standards for all students.
Academic skills for all students. Discussion on the amendment that
This guy's
Member
trying. He said
Fantini
for all
proposed.
students. He
Member
doesn't. He
Rachel?
doesn't understand why this is problematic yet.
My
Watch.
hesitancy here is
Yes.
that I know that there has been a very lengthy community press. I'm actually going to turn to Dr. Salim about this, but I think
They're like,
my
no,
sense
we do
is
not
that
support
this
it for all
language has
students.
been worked and reworked with really centering our students and our families, right? And I think we want to buy into it, but I'm not sure it was coming to us for amendments and wordsmithing, Dr.
Okay, so you notice earlier, and I kind of want to go back and watch this again just to reemphasize this point. Earlier in this meeting, the black lady came and said, we need to wordsmith this statement and we need to add curriculum to make sure it is clear that we are integrating anti-racism work into the curriculum. And they were like, yes, 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 we need to do that. And then this Italian guy, which, like, there's a big Italian community in Boston, by the way. People don't know. That's why the North End actually exists. In, I mean, kinda. But like, so this Italian guy comes in and is like, why don't we wordsmith it to make it apply to all students? And at that point, there's an objection. Hang on, I just want to go back and listen to that again because I want to make sure I heard him. That was fucking hilarious. 309. I want to actually get that guy. Okay. Listen, this guy's going to say, why don't we make it applicable to all students? And they're going to be like, no.
If it's problematic, let me know. But I mean, I would say on the anti-racist vision statement that where it says are empowered and are liberated through, and then I would just propose that we say high level academic skills standards for all students, learning experiences and spaces that are anti-racist. If this proves difficult for folks, I can relate to the academic skills. I just think that's something that the district has not really set out as a high standard and as a goal. And I think it's just good to say that's what we're about, school system and academic skills.
Member Fantini, can you repeat the amendment? So it's through high level academic, what?
Academic skills, standards for all students.
All students.
Academic skills.
So he wants to add high skills and academic standards for all students. Does anyone in the chat does anyone in the chat think there's anything wrong with having high level academic skills and experiences for like all students in this statement? That's all he wanted. And now watch, they're going to be like, we really shouldn't be wordsmithing this.
For all students. Discussion on the amendment that Member Fantini has proposed. Member Rachel?
That's what I thought. So Eleanor and Eleanor has deep involvement with. So Eleanor knows the inside scoop on what's going on. He is a clueless old guy who's been on the committee for decades. So this to me strikes me as like he's like an older Italian dude. So they're going to consider him to be white, even though he's an Italian. They're going to consider him to be white because they call Italians white people of color, and they're going to immediately try to shut down his opinion because he's encroaching on centering the voices of marginalized people. Even though they had an amendment earlier that was about changing the wording, now they're going to come back and say there's no way we can possibly change the wording from this.
So my hesitancy here is that I know that there has been a very lengthy community press. I'm actually going to turn to Dr. Salim about this, but I think
and by the way, in the chat for people who are complaining about by the way, Sin can say whatever she wants to in the chat. I don't want anyone giving Sin any grief. Sin is one of the people in the chat that can say whatever the hell she wants. I don't want people giving. Sin is like the queen of the chat, okay? If Sin wants to talk about homeschooling, she can talk about homeschooling. My chat, my rules. Sin has status, okay?
my sense is that this language has been worked and reworked.
I know no
with
one
really
means harm. I'm just
centering
saying.
our students and our families, right? And I think we want to buy into it, but I'm not sure it was coming to us for for amendments and wordsmithing. Dr. Salim, can you weigh in?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is that tension, right, around the process where I think there are. This is obviously
You
coming
guys are
before
not
the
supposed to
committee
be signing off. You're
and
supposed to be asking
for
fucking questions. That's your
discussion.
fucking job.
There have been. I mean, I think some of the ideas that were shared. You know, as I understand the statements, you know, the idea around all students thriving is being able to be successful academically as well as on in all domains, right? So I think that I think that was taken into, you know, consideration as this was you know,
They're like, we considered your
thought
idea
through.
and
I
we
mean, this
rejected
also
it.
lives alongside you know, our district vision and how we think about also the outcomes and objectives that we have for all students. So
You know, flowers against Effery is right. This is just another example of me being a horrible person and a bully for saying that Sin has status in my chat and she can say whatever the F she wants and I don't really care. I'm but a horrible person for defending an elderly lady in my chat that everyone in my community loves, including me.
you know, this doesn't stand alone as representing everything that we do, but it is meant to be a tool and language that we can utilize as we're thinking about, you know, this specific work around anti-racism in our district in all domains. So, I mean, I think that, you know, the idea around thriving, I think, again, sort of embedded in that for me was about you know, success both academically as well as in all domains, to be able to be successful, just as we talk about in the CPS vision around all you know, all students engaging in rigorous, joyful, culture responsive learning and personalized support for leading to post-secondary success and becoming engaged community members. So, you know, I think it is difficult to figure out how to, you know, balance these you know, kind of additional ideas, but knowing that you know,
It wasn't hard for you to
certainly
balance it earlier.
academic success and
You
curriculum
changed
and
it
instruction
earlier.
are certainly, you know, a big part, and also not as one are also, you know, certainly central pieces to this. I'm not sure if Kari also wants to add in any additional points just from the iterations and discussion.
They aren't even considering that guy's
place.
amendment. They're like, nope.
Sure, I can
He
add
should have
some.
offered an amendment.
Thank you.
He should have
So,
offered an amendment.
Couple thoughts and comments
Not
and
suggest,
reflections.
offer.
One is, when we went about the process, or the community went about the process of designing and developing the statements, they weren't meant to replace the CPS vision or CPS mission statements, right? These are distinct in that they are looking directly at those barriers, those structures, those constraints that have historically been in the way of maybe realizing some of the goals that we have created and stated year after year. We see this at a school level, at a grade level. We see this as a district level. And we know that there's something beneath these numbers that persistently keeps us from dismantling the inequities. And so these statements are more so about giving direction and giving direct commitments towards that work. I think, you know, the comments about curriculum, about sort of what happens in terms of employment, in terms of being competitive in the job market, those were all discussed, and we all believe in those things. And we know that historically, we know this, that it has been disproportionate, the number of folks from different backgrounds who've been able to attain and have access to those things. And so this is an attempt by the community to help us as a district and as a school district community, as we had done during Building Equity Bridges, to hold up a mirror and to make sure we are being authentically honest with the decisions we make, with the practices that we endorse, with the policies we continue, with the things that we rebuild after COVID and say that these are the things that we should continue to do, that we have a tool we can use to help us calibrate whether or not it's going
He's
to
not
have
saying anything.
impacts
He's just using
that we hope
buzzwords. He's
for,
literally just using
particularly for those
buzzwords.
who have traditionally been disadvantaged versus those who have maybe either intentionally or just by happenstance of how many other systems in our society work have been advantaged. So this is really about both digging deep and also being, as much as we can, self-reflective while having high expectations. I mean, the last thing I'd say on this for now is we would hope that it's a tool that could be used to help a policy body look at policy. That's an example, right? The CPS mission statement, or a statement that's asking, what's going to happen for specific curriculum or specific outcomes, that needs to happen as well. But there's the need for other kind of institutional and structural examination to happen until we find out that also maybe leads to other challenges. But we're trying to help our community to take some risks, to dig deeper, and to reflect on where we're at and what the next set of decisions will lead to. So I really want to just say,
I do have to give credit to people who are able to bullshit on cue like this. Like, this is like impressive amount of bullshitting right now.
Representing the folks who had a lot of involvement in developing these statements. There's nothing that's been said tonight that folks disagreed with. They were just intentional in putting the language in the way that you see it.
We just don't want to update our language at all based on your
One
concerns.
good thing, I'll be real brief with this. One reason why the statements didn't come out prior to this is because, as Dr. Salim said, we were working with administrators and some other stakeholders to have folks build more ownership over the statements, to engage with the statements, to set their own personal and professional goals around what they would be doing with these statements, or just more in their practice and their leadership and their support and management of others in this district, setting anti-racist goals, smarty goals, if you will. And
did he call them
the
smarty
CEA,
goals?
just this
They're not
week, I
smarty,
believe,
they're smart goals.
unanimously endorsed the statements on behalf of all their members. And so these were steps, again, strategically taken to make sure that these statements
So are they going
could have
to
traction and not just appear on websites.
Here is my question. Are they going to take out the curriculum piece then? Because they literally already updated the statement in this meeting. So are they going to remove, here's what we need to look for. Are they going to remove the piece from the statement where they proactively added curriculum? Because that is actually a really important thing in this context, because without that word in the meeting, in that anti-racism statement, then they're not, in theory, infusing anti-racism into the curriculum in Cambridge Public Schools. But they've already added it into the statement that they're going to be voted on. So let's see what happens.
So we have Member Fantini's amendment before us. Member Fantini, anything?
No, I'll withdraw the amendment. I think Carrie's explanation.
We no longer want to educate all students
and the
according to the
superintendent's
Cambridge Public
explanation,
School District.
made me believe that I see that high academic standards are in this vision. So, thank you.
But not
Anyone
for all,
else?
apparently.
I don't see anything. I'll just add that, I think what Kari has stated it isn't a, either or, it's a both and I think, it's the thing about the process. We could probably make this so much longer and add so much to it. And I get that desire. And then also at the same time, I think this is a direction. And I think a lot of the goals and what this actually looks like and means will be something that we'll have to watch and see and be a part of. So to that point around policy, I think that's really somewhere we can play a role. So Member Wilson, I know you had your hand up, and then I suggest because moving the meeting along and voting on the amendments and then on the statement.
See, so they
Go
aren't
ahead.
taking out the
Thank
amendments.
you,
They wouldn't
Madam
add the
Mayor.
amendment of
Thank
that
you,
guy, but they'll add all the other
for,
amendments.
Your sentiments there. It's definitely, again, a lot of work that has gone into it, and we understand that timing and being strategic in terms of the stakeholders that you're reaching out to, as well as just the community input as a whole is just so real to this community, right? And that we're just not going to like half bake something and just kind of throw it out there, that it's really going to go through those extra steps and those measures to really be something that
Look at her mask
that we
slipping
can
beneath her
carry
nose.
out,
Oh, there it
right?
goes.
And that can live with us. While
She remembered
you know,
she was
I
on
appreciate
camera.
these statements, and I'm curious with a new interim superintendent coming in, with Dr. Greer coming in, I'm curious just around
There's a new
the vision
superintendent we
of
need to look
using
into.
these statements to kind of support and onboard and really get Dr. Greer into a place where she's with this, you know. And I don't know if that has been given any thought, or just if, you know, where we might, and Mr. Fernandez as well, just in terms of how we use these statements to really shape the work of where we see ourselves as a district with new leadership coming in.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I'll share is, and I know this was alluded to, you know, multiple times, a couple of different times, just in the way that, you know, we often talk about this work as being generational work, that this is not, you know, one superintendent or one leadership team. And just like when we developed the working definitions of equity and racial equity, that was built on, you know, work that happened prior, and the work will continue to evolve. And I think that you know, this is and I think it's very clear that beyond, you know, any one individual, the work around having this intentional process around having this be a set of statements that could really be owned by the community is really important, and that, you know that will these statements, as well as our you know, working definitions around equity and racial equity, will continue to be important touchstones for how we make decisions and how we work moving forward. But at the end of the day, it's about how also, you know, it's you know, as has been stated, it's not the words on the paper, right, or the words on a website. It's about, you know, what actions are taken, and how they are shaping decisions and guiding actions moving forward.
Anyone else? So I think the amendments that are before us are the ones changing youth to scholars, and then adding curriculum after policies.
Thanks, Sean.
So all those in favor of the amendments, say aye. Aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Those amendments have been added. And now on the amended statements, we should do a roll call. Madam Secretary, please.
Okay, thank you, Madam
On
Mayor.
the statements as amended.
Member Rachel?
Yes.
Member Weinstein?
Yes.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Bowman?
Present.
Member Fantini?
Yes.
Member Rojas?
Aye.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you.
We now move back to the regular consent agenda. Are there items that members would like to pull?
Move to adopt, Madam Mayor.
So on a motion by Member Wilson, seconded by Member Weinstein, on the consent agenda, we will do a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Member Rachel?
Yes.
Member Weinstein?
Yes.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Bowman?
Yes.
Member Fantini?
Yes.
Member Rojas?
Aye.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Superintendent.
I'm sorry. Thanks, Mayor Siki. I just wanted to thank Kari and Manuel for joining us this evening, and look forward to our continued work.
Thank you. We move on to the school committee agenda. We have,
All right. That is the school committee discussion on adopting the anti-racism statement from the Cambridge Public Schools. We sussed that out by finding it. Hang on, I need to find the tab. By finding that on their website. And now we've seen the discussion and we see how incredibly woke it really is. So now we have that. I might clip some stuff from that. Okay, so they adopted that amendment by making it part of they added part of the curriculum to it as well. So let's read the final statement as approved. On the journey to becoming an anti-racist school district, the CPS community actively uplifts and collectively holds each other accountable. That means struggle session. To equitably support our young people and families, we center the voices and prioritize the needs of youth, families, and educators of color with anti-racist decisions, practices, and policies to dismantle historic oppression and to support learning spaces where all students are known, celebrated, and empowered to thrive. Okay, so actually, listen, I have to give them a moment of credit. They do actually have all students in the final anti-racism statement. So they did actually make that in there. All right. Now what I want in 2021, the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging was established with the chart and was charged with developing a plan to advance our commitment to becoming an anti-racist school district. So now we know what the Office of Equity is responsible for doing in the Cambridge Public Schools District. I just want to stop and do a quick pause and remind everyone that I am currently doing a crowdfunding campaign in order to be able to teach 10,000 parents to do the type of research that I'm doing today. I'm going to create an online training program in which parents will have access to both on-demand videos and also monthly live sessions where we walk through how to find out this information on school websites, exactly like we're doing it today, but I'm going to break it down in detail. I'm going to teach parents how to speak the language of these sites. I'm going to teach them where to look. I'm going to teach them what to search for so that they can all find out what the schools are teaching their kids. I am asking for $10,000 to be able to launch this program by January 2023. Now, I don't expect that I'm going to have 10,000 parents in it on January 2023. My goal is to work up to that number, hopefully over the next year or two. I think we're going to hit a tipping point with word of mouth where it's going to start to escalate really quickly. But what I want to do by January 2023 is launch an online training program in a private community where parents can access on-demand videos and monthly live sessions to break down each of these components. You can find the full plan on my Indiegogo campaign, which you can get to by going to unwokearmy.com/parents. The link is also pinned to the top of the chat. The link is also in the description below somewhere. And I am currently less than 2 days after launching this. I launched it on Kickstarter, and then it got canceled within a couple hours of me launching it on Kickstarter. So I relaunched it on Indiegogo. We are now 40% of the way to my goal. In less than 2 days, we have over $4,000 raised. I would love to make that $5,000 by this weekend just to hit that halfway point. And then the next 60 days are going to be sailing after that. I really think as soon as we get to that halfway point, it's just going to I'm going to feel so much more comfortable. I was really nervous about launching this. I was really nervous about the reception to it, but I'm thrilled that we are 40% of the way to the goal so far. And so if you would like to make a donation to support this campaign, all sizes of donation are welcome. Whether it's $5 or it's $1,000 or anywhere in between, all donations are welcomed and valued, and you have access to a variety of perks with those donations. Oh, my perks are now over here. So you can get free months in my locals. You can get shout outs and videos. At the $50 level, you will be one of the first people to get access to the program. There are only 50 of those available. I have 40 of them left. 10 people have already claimed those already. Once those 50 run out, the price goes up to $75. You can buy a scholarship for someone who is in need at the $90 level. When you get that scholarship level, you get both access for you and you're going to generate a scholarship that someone else can use. Can Canadians donate? Yes. In fact, I got asked by a Canadian yesterday. They said, Carlin, is the program you're developing going to be applicable to Canadians? Because I have a kid that's entering school and I want to make sure I'm keeping an eye on things. And I said, you know what? We're going to make sure it's applicable to Canada, because what's going to happen is I am going to launch this program in January, but it's going to be a program where there's continuous improvement and continuous updates to it. So if it's not applicable to Canada at the beginning, even though I'm pretty sure it will be, we're going to make sure it is applicable to Canada. We're going to do it together. We're going to figure it out. So yes, Canadians are welcome and encouraged to donate. You can get a signed copy of my book, Actively Unwoke, at the $100 level. You can get private training with me at $250. You can get me personally looking into your schools at $500. And at $1,000, I will even custom knit you a hand knit shawl that we will customize and work on together. And you can find out more information right now by heading over to unwokearmy.com/parents or by following the links that are anywhere. And you're going to be all set, and I really appreciate it. All right, let's get back to our investigation that we're doing of the Cambridge School District. Okay, so now we've gotten into this Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging. And so I want to go and just do a quick perusal around this office and see what's going on. So we've got the About the Equity. And actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pull this into a different tab. I'm going to pull it into a different tab because I already have too many windows open in that other tab. Okay. Wait, don't I just rage tweet all the time? No, I don't. I actually do stuff, as it turns out. Unlike Mike Harlow, who does absolutely nothing except bitch and complain on Twitter because he has no real talent. He just wants to be famous for, well, anything really would do. Anything really. No, I actually do stuff, as it turns out. I actually do stuff. All right, so now we've got our Office of Equity in a different tab. And so we want to start just looking through this and getting a sense for who these people are and what they're doing. So we've got About the Office of Equity, who we are. Well, let's just open all these tabs one by one. Their commitment to equity, family engagement, inaugural equity plan and key initiatives. That's going to be interesting. I'm just going to open all these links. School-based equity teams. Holy shit. Staff development. This is important. Anytime you see staff development or training, that means they are professional. That's the professional development programs that the teachers are going through. So anything that's in the, you always got to keep this in mind. Anything that the teachers are learning in their staff development or their professional development or their teacher training programs, that's going to make its way into the classroom. Okay? So we especially want to be looking at that sort of stuff. And then equity-based resources. So now we've got every website related to this equity office open, and we're just going to start looking through them. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not reading this whole letter. Oh, God, this is long. Oh, there's Manuel. We met Manuel earlier. Manuel is their chief equity officer. There's going to be nothing really of value in this letter, I don't think. So we're just going to pop out of that. Okay, here we go. Now, what we're going to look for in this is going to tell us how big their equity staff is. The bigger the equity staff, the more nefarious nonsense is going on in the Cambridge Public Schools. So we've got Manuel as their chief equity officer. We've got Dr. Leslie Jimenez as their director of equity. We've got Kinney, who is a youth why do they have youth advocacy specialists on staff? What does she do? She's a guidance counselor. This is Kinney has a passion for social justice. In addition to her counseling role, this is the guidance counselor. The guidance counselor, the fucking guidance counselor is under the chief equity officer. Wrap your head around that for a second, Cambridge. In addition to her counseling role, she has functioned as a cultural proficiency facilitator for the last several years. She is a trained restorative justice facilitator. Restorative justice can sometimes be okay. I don't actually have problems with all of restorative justice. I actually think some of it makes sense. Restorative justice can also mean struggle sessions. So, again, we're going to be nuanced about this. Restorative justice can sometimes be acceptable and actually good and beneficial. Restorative justice can sometimes mean in-class struggle sessions. And we also know that, okay, they're telling us that she uses restorative justice in her role in the school district. So that's good. Oh, wait, look, I didn't even see this. She received her BA. This woman has a BA in sociology with a concentration in race and ethnic relations. Okay. She's a sociologist where like a lot of times in colleges, it's the really woke stuff happens in the sociology department. So that's actually kind of funny. And now she's a guidance counselor. Great. Great. Okay. We've got Jenny. Oh, look at this. They have a curriculum specialist within their Office of Equity. What do people think that means? Why would an Office of Equity want a curriculum and training specialist as part of their workforce? Let's see. She studied cultural psychology and then went on to study race and ethnic studies at UCLA. Oh, good. She used to work in human resources. Okay. We've got Robin, who's a director of family engagement. I wonder what the director of family engagement does. Another family engagement person. All right. All right. Moving on. What is the Equity Collaborative? Sin says, I had to pour myself a wine spritzer. Carlin drives me to drink. Cheers, Sin. Cheers. Yes, the guidance counselor is an activist. Exactly. Congratulations to the Spring 2022 Equity Collaborative participants for their community-driven work that addressed racism, inequity, injustice, and oppression in Cambridge public schools. Holy shit. Did they have students do equity work? Is this what this is? Since 2019, the superintendent's office has funded equity-based projects through an initiative called the Equity Collaborative. The Equity Collaborative provides funds for students, educators, and caregivers to advance community-driven work to address racism, inequity, injustice, and oppression in the Cambridge public schools. So, guys, check this out. Not only is the Cambridge public schools, oh, that just got too big. Not only is the Cambridge public schools integrating anti-racism into their curriculum, they are paying people. They're giving them money to do activism. That's what this is. They are incentivizing students, and I don't really care about staff members, to be honest about it. They are incentivizing well, no, I do care. I take that back. They're incentivizing students and teachers to do activism with money. Found the equity roadmap, read Cambridge on Bing. It looks like training for activism for kids at first glance. Is there some way you can send me that? Send it to activelyunwoke@gmail.com and I will be able to get it now and pull it up on the screen. Let me see. Huh. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, definitely send me that info to activelyunwoke@gmail.com. I have the email address up right now, so I'll be able to see it. Okay. Here are the reports for the Spring 2022 Equity Collaborative projects. Tibetan Association. What is good trouble? What's that? A successful equity collaborative project included a clear definition of equity for you and how this project uplifts the voices and needs of those in the margins, demonstrated gap/need that shows awareness of reach of the existing work. Oh, here it is. The CPS. I think I might have actually already had this in another tab, but I'm going to open that up anyway. Oh, they also have to have a budget plan. Okay, what is this good trouble thing? Why does it have typos at the very beginning? As part of your commitment to receive funding for your equity collaborative project, please submit a report. Okay. What is the purpose of your project? The purpose of our project was to prioritize student voices in a class setting and monitor how well teachers address the feedback they are given. This is incredible. The school funded a project from students to monitor teachers in the classroom. This is some straight up Maoist shit. While many teachers do send out surveys, there's no way of monitoring whether or not they considered the feedback. Our project was to serve as the buffer between students and teachers, allowing students to express their full opinions and teachers to hear respectful vision of what students were feeling. We then worked with the teachers and the students to make sure that everyone's needs were heard. They are literally incentivizing the students creating struggle sessions to target their own teachers. Sin says, East Germany, kids spied on their... This is like 1984, dude. This is like when the kid turned in their father for wrongthink, and the father had to go to the Ministry of Love to be re-educated after his own kids turned him in. Why? What was demonstrated by the... Well, okay, what's the demonstrated need? Students so often have critiques about a teacher that they have and yet feel helpless or unable to address them effectively. To counteract this, many teachers send out a survey at the end of the semester to ask for student feedback on the semester. While this may seem productive to have an end-of-year survey, it is easy for survey answers to be forgotten about during the bustle of starting a new semester. Furthermore, the new set of students will not be able to monitor whether or not the teacher truly incorporates the feedback, and the old students will have lost the chance to benefit from the feedback they gave. This system has failed at being an effective tool to benefit students in the long run. We met with students to hear their feedback about the class they were in and the teacher they met with. Then we met with the teacher to share their feedback we received and to discuss possible suggestions for how they can improve the... Holy shit. We spoke with both students and teachers in individual classes, but did not connect teachers to others who were part of the project. So these kids had a meeting with students where the students complained, and then the kids brought those complaints to the teachers and told the teachers how they could be better. Our project impacted individual classes and teachers by helping teachers hear their students' feedback and by improving the structure and function of the class. We measured whether our work was impactful by asking students whether they noticed a change in the way that their teacher ran the class. When there was a group of students who said they weren't sure or hadn't really noticed a difference, it was difficult to determine whether that was because there truly hadn't been a change versus the students not paying attention to it. I have to give them credit for pointing that out. That's actually a really good point. In comparison, we discussed our project with the teachers to determine how much they felt they had benefited from our work. Most teachers said they appreciated our process and that they hoped we would repeat it next year, as they felt they were better understood how to reach students, and it gave the students a way to express their concerns about class without going directly to the teacher or worrying about going one-on-one. And then we observed the class and met with students. Okay. So they didn't do anything wrong, and I want to be clear about this. Those kids didn't do anything wrong. They're doing what the adults have told them to do. So I'm not ragging on the kids at all for doing that project, but it seems a little ridiculous to me to have students very literally telling the teachers how to teach the class. That seems a little Paulo Fieri to me, if I'm honest about it. Yes, Bot, this is live. Congratulations, Bot. Cheers to you. All right. So they gave them money for those things. But what I want to look at, I did have it up already. I want to look at this inaugural equity plan. Let's look at the equity plan. Oh my God, this is so crazy. This is why this stuff takes so long. The dynamic version of the equity plan. Oh gosh. Culturally responsive community engagement. What's another code word for culturally responsive? Anyone want to take a guess in the chat? Support, coaching, professional learning, consultation, and they're creating a whole dashboard around equity, strategic partnerships, clear organizational commitment. Oh, good. All right. Oh, so they should already be piloting their equity dashboard at this point. I would like to see their equity dashboard. They're implementing social emotional learning. It's in their definitions. Anti-achievement gap, anti-bias lens, anti-racist lens, equity lens, opportunity gaps, social emotional learning. Why aren't I seeing any more slides? Maybe I just want to go to the PDF version. Maybe it's more graphical. All right, here is their equity plan. And I do want to thank Mary for her contribution. Thank you, Mary, for signing up for the Schools Exposed project. I appreciate that. Guys, if you would like to make a donation to help me teach 10,000 parents how to do this exact same thing by breaking it all down for them, showing them how to do exactly what I'm doing, because I'm doing it really fast right now. I know it might not seem really fast, but I am actually doing it pretty fast. Head over to unwokearmy.com/parents. I would love to hit $5,000 this weekend, which will get me 50% of the way to my goal. And we're already up over $4,000, which is really great. We actually might have just hit, I can tell you. We are at, I believe, $4,100. So I'm only $900 away from hitting my goal for the weekend, which is to hit my halfway point, which would be really, really, really great. All right. Let's go back to their equity plan for the Cambridge schools. Support the CPS vision to provide rigorous, joyful, culturally responsive learning and personalized support to eliminate the systemic racial, cultural, and socioeconomic disparities that exacerbate opportunity gaps. Anytime I hear culturally responsive learning, culturally responsive teaching, that's kind of like a code word for critical race theory, because they can't really use, if you go on the Cambridge public schools, actually, let's just do this right now. Let's just do it. I'll get it up. Hang on. I have 8,000 windows open on my desktop right now, so I'm having to, this is what happens when you start doing this stuff. So let me show you guys. All right, I'll make this a little bit smaller. Okay, so if I go to the search bar up here, the search bar becomes your best friend when you're doing this type of stuff. If I go to the search bar in the upper right-hand corner, I'm going to type in critical race theory. Oh, we get equity-based resources. Oh, what's this? But you can see there's no overt examples of critical race theory that come up, right? But what does... Oh, isn't that funny? Check this out. This was going to be exactly the point that I made. Culturally responsive learning or culturally responsive teaching has now kind of taken the place of critical race theory. They're basically the same thing. They're not entirely the same thing, but for our intents and purposes, they're basically the same thing. Look what comes up under equity-based resources after I searched for critical race theory. The number one search result was equity-based resources. Boom. Culturally responsive curriculum. Culturally responsible teaching. Guidelines for teaching histories of oppression and agency, grades K through 5. Social justice standards. 6 elements of social justice curriculum for education. Action guide, targeting resources from the American Rescue Plan to address the needs of English learners. Thanksgiving Mythbusters flash. What is this? Oh, I can't get in there. Dang. Dang. Can I get into any of these? Oh, NYU. Okay. At NYU, the Education, Justice, Research, and Organization Collaborative. Oh, those look like a bunch of activists, don't they? Look at this. Look what they have. Education for Liberation in their sign. Wow. This is linked to off of the Cambridge Public Schools website. That's nice. Brooklyn Way says the banking concept of education. Palavieri. Yes. Social emotional learning is a lever for equity and excellence. Empathy is the most important leadership skill according to research. Wow. Partnering with families to support Black girls, racial equity and student-centered approach. I wish I had these flashcards. I want to know what the flashcards say. Oh, they're linking to Learning for Justice. Oh, Learning for Justice is so effing woke. Learning for Justice is probably the most woke thing that exists anywhere. Maybe not the most woke, but it's definitely like in the top 10 of all woke. So all of that came because I searched for critical race theory on the Cambridge Public Schools. Now, you'll notice, though, no search results came up for critical race theory. Here's the point I was actually making. You're never going to get search results for critical race theory. Let's try searching for something else. I did this earlier. Let's try searching for anti-racism on the Cambridge Public Schools website. Bing. Anti-racism statement, introduction to anti-racism, catalyzing ongoing equity work at CPS, monthly superintendent updates, staff training, professional learning, on and on and on. But if we search for critical race theory, we're going to get a lot less exciting things. Hang on, let's check this out. Kindergarten critical areas. What does this say? Counting, operations. Okay. Representing and regulating, operating on whole numbers. Okay, they're teaching numbers. That's fine. They're teaching shapes. That's fine. Okay, this actually, oh my God, that actually makes me feel better. Under kindergarten math, they aren't teaching woke. That's good. Oh, okay. I'm looking in their curriculum, right? This is actually great. Okay. Hang on, just out of curiosity, we're going on a little tangent right now because this is sometimes what happens. I want to know if they're teaching anti-racist math at the Cambridge Public Schools. So how great is this? Actually, let's bring up all the departments. Let's go into math. The Cambridge Public Schools is so helpful in the way they put this. Oh, look at this! Holy shit! On the math homepage. The question was, is the Cambridge Schools teaching anti-racist math? On the fucking math department homepage. This is the very first thing these people put on their website. Math vision statement, equity focused. Create equitable mathematics communities that engage all students in making sense of the challenging mathematics, providing all students with access to challenging curriculum, and empower students to participate meaningfully in the math discourse. Department information, 5 equity practices, access and equity. Oh, they have a brochure. What's in their junior kindergarten math class? Okay, I'm not seeing any woke here. That's good. Let's go to grade 5. Not seeing anything woke here, so that's good. What about grade 8? Not seeing anything woke here. Okay, good. Okay, math curriculum looks generally speaking to be pretty okay, but I want to go back to this. What are the 5 equity practices for math? Math observation tool, 5 equity-based practices in mathematics classrooms. Engaging students in debate, present tasks that are high cognitive demand, fine. Leveraging multiple mathematic competencies. Fine. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's how they're making math anti-racist. Affirming mathematics learners' identity. Why do you have to have your identity affirmed in math class? Why is it necessary to have your identity affirmed? Eleanor says they have consultants who help them do anti-racist math. I will dig it up. Someone was bragging about it on Twitter. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. A representative lesson. I thought I just saw a spider on my wall, but it's a beetle. Beetles are significantly less offensive to me than spiders. So I'm okay with it. If it was a spider on the wall, you would have heard me yelling for Victor to come and kill it. Okay, a representative lesson in our math classes is structured to promote student persistence and reason during problem solving, encourages students to see themselves as a confident problem solver who can make valuable mathematics contributions, assumes that mistakes and incorrect answers are sources of learning, explicitly validates student knowledge and experience as math learners, recognizes mathematical identities as multifaceted and contributions of various kinds of illustrating competence. I don't have any problem with the first three. The last two are where I get a little confused. Why in math class are we explicitly validating students' knowledge and experiences in as math learners? I don't really care, if I'm honest. Can you solve the problem or can you not solve the problem? Why in math class are we recognizing mathematical identities as multifaceted with contributions of various kinds of illustrating competence? That sounds a little woke to me. I'm just saying. Let's keep going. We are also challenging spaces of marginality. What does that mean? Centers students as authentic experience and knowledge of legitimate intellectual spaces for investigation of mathematical ideas. What does that even mean? Position students as sources of expertise for solving what? Hang on. Positions students as sources of expertise. If students were sources of expertise, then they would not be students. That is directly contradictory to the idea of what a student is. They are a student. A student is not a source of expertise. For solving complex mathematical problems and generating math-based questions to probe a specific issue or situation. Distributes mathematics authority and presents it as interconnected among students and teacher and text. Encourages student-student interaction. Oh, here's where we get into the math of the multiple resources of knowledge, math, language, family, and community. So what anti-racist math teaches, and I've actually done a review of an anti-racist math teacher training textbook on this channel. You can just look up anti-racist math on my channel. You're going to be able to find it. What anti-racist math teaches is that students may know different ways of doing math that may result in different answers, and teachers really need to respect the math of the ancestors in terms of teaching math to students, because if a student gets the wrong answer, it's because they're using math of the ancestors and they've just learned how to do math differently. And that's why they're getting a wrong or incorrect answer. And teachers, instead of correcting that answer and teaching them how to do math properly, need to remind themselves that those students are probably just engaging in math of the ancestors. Drawing on multiple sources of knowledge about math makes intentional connections to multiple knowledge resources to support mathematics learnings, provides previous mathematics knowledge as a bridge to promote new mathematics understanding, taps mathematical knowledge and expertise related to, this is math of the ancestors right here. That's what this looks like as part of curriculum. Taps mathematics knowledge and experiences related to students' culture, community, family, and history as resources, recognizes strengths in multiple language forms, including connections between math and everyday language, affirms and supports multilingualism. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with speaking whatever, like teaching kids in their first language, but why in math class are we concerned about multilingualism? All right. They're definitely teaching anti-racist math. That's nice. Let's look up access and equity. What does that mean in terms of math? Oh, National Council of Teachers Mathematics. This is where this stuff really starts to piss me off, to be honest, because wouldn't it be great if an intrepid journalist had done fucking journalism and covered that the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics was talking about equity in the fucking math curriculum? Wouldn't that be great if a journalist had covered that at some point, anytime, ever? But no, they don't. They never do. They never do their job. That's why I have to do their journalism for them, and then they steal it later. All right, guys, before I read this, would anyone mind if I got another beer? I've been streaming for almost 3 hours. I've only had one beer. I'm starting to get a little peaked. So I'm going to have the other lollipop beer. The first lollipop beer was pink and yellow, and it was delicious. It was called sour. It was a sour ale with fruit, with raspberry, banana, and marshmallow. This is a different lollipop beer, still lollipop, but it is a malt beverage with natural flavors, and it is peach, blueberry, banana, and orange. Let's see what this looks like. That's the marshmallow you're seeing in the glass. That was leftover. Ooh, it's much darker. That's the blue. Oh, I just spilled it on my keyboard. That's great. This is basically a smoothie that's masquerading as a beer. I'm going to get some water to de-sticky myself. So, all right, let's see. Let's see how this tastes, if it's better or worse. I like the other one better. It's not bad. This is a legit smoothie that's masquerading as a beer, though. This tastes like a fizzy smoothie. I like the other one better, though. Don't worry, my keyboard's fine. It's got a couple drops on it. It wasn't that bad. All right. I'm not saying it's bad or anything. It's not bad. It's really good, but it's a smoothie. It's a smoothie pretending to be a beer. All right, let's read this math thing. What is required to create, support, and sustain a culture of access and equity in teaching and learning in mathematics? The National Council on the of Teachers of Mathematics state that creating, supporting, and sustaining a culture of access and equity requires being responsive to students' background and experiences, cultural perspectives, traditions, and knowledge when designing and implementing a mathematics program and assessing its effectiveness. Acknowledging and addressing factors that contribute to differential outcomes among groups of students are critical to ensuring that all students routinely have opportunities to experience high-quality mathematics instruction, learn challenging mathematics concepts, and receive the support necessary to be successful. Addressing equity and access includes both ensuring that all students attain mathematics proficiency and increasing the number of students from all racial, ethnic, and linguistic, and gender and socioeconomic backgrounds who attain the highest level of mathematics achievement. Fundamentally, I don't actually have a problem with this. I don't actually have a problem with this unless it means they're going to pull down what it means to achieve a high level of mathematics achievement. But mostly, I don't have a problem with this statement. All right, how is that going to manifest itself? They're talking about closing learning gaps, which, again, if what they're doing in terms of closing a learning gap is about taking students who are at this level and helping students get to this level, the high level, I don't have any problem with that. What I fear, though, is happening is they're taking students at this level, they're leaving them at this level, and they're pulling the students that are at this high level, they're pulling them down. As long as this means lifting students up to the highest level and not reducing the standard, then I have no problem with it. But if this is about reducing what it means to have high mathematics proficiency, rather than lifting people up and getting to them to that level, then I start to have a problem with it. All right. Educators must work to achieve equity with respect to student learning outcomes. And the fact that they're saying that this is equity with respect to outcomes gives me pause. A firm commitment to this work, do the work, do the work, do the work, requires that all equity educators operate on the belief that all students can learn. Well, I don't have any problem with that. To increase opportunities to learn, educators at all levels must focus on ensuring that all students have access to high-quality instruction, challenging curriculum, innovative technology, extracurricular activities, and the differentiated support and enrichment necessary to promote student success at continually advancing levels. Providing all students, check this out. Providing all students with access is not enough. Educators must have the knowledge, skills, and disposition necessary to support effective, equitable mathematics teaching and learning. Achieving access and equity requires that all stakeholders ensure that all students have access to challenging mathematics curriculum taught by skilled, effective teachers who differentiate instruction when needed. No problem with that at all. That's fine. Monitor student progress and make necessary accommodations. I have no problem with that. That's fine. Offer remediation and additional challenges when appropriate. No problem with that. I'm 50-50 on whether or not this is bad. I don't necessarily think it is. This document is from 2014, 2014, when things were a lot milder. That explains it then. But to be honest, hang on, let's look at their math curriculum. So in 2011, they changed their math curriculum. Let's see. I just want to look. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. I just want to look at it really quickly. Holy shit. All right. We've just discovered 2011, folks. The Cambridge Public Schools have been doing equity since at least 2011. Because in January of 2011, they had as their guiding principle number 4, equity, as a part of their this is not even the school. This is the state. This is the state. State of Massachusetts. All mathematics students have a high quality mathematics programs that meets the goals and expectations of these standards, blah, 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 blah. All students should have high quality. We already read that. What does equity mean in this statement? I might not have a problem with this. There doesn't seem, okay, maybe they're using the term equity generically. Isn't this nefarious, though? This is how this all works. So check this out. 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, the term equity was introduced into the state of Massachusetts mathematics requirements. They introduced the term equity, but they didn't actually say what that meant. And so now we have, from 2011, this generic document that doesn't actually teach about equity. But this enables them to come back years later, change the definition of the word equity, have it be all about outcomes, and then operate as though that was always the definition that they were operating under. How nefarious is that? They introduced the term in 2011 and came back years later and changed the definition of the term they introduced. That is some strategic fuckery right there, man. That is strategic. I'm just going through this real quick again, guys. All right. I can't focus on all this right now, and so I'm just gonna do that. All right. Where were we? We looked at that. We looked at that. What I really want to look at, oh, this is their inaugural equity plan. Oh, we just got another donation. Let me see. Let me see who I get to thank this time for donating to my fundraiser. Oh, it's giving me the spinny wheel of death, so that's going to take a second. Oh, CPS's first Youth Leadership Summit. That's good. What I really want to get to is staff development. I want to thank Jay. Jay, thank you for your contribution. I really appreciate it. Guys, if you would like to help me train 10,000 parents to do exactly what I'm doing right now, I would love to reach my halfway point this weekend. I'm about 42% of the way to my overall goal. I only need about $800 more to be donated this weekend in order to reach my halfway point. And so if you have been waiting to make a donation, now is a great time to do it. There's lots of great perks, to include it being first to get access to the program, to include private training with me, to include I will even knit you a shawl or autograph a book for you, whatever you want. And you can find all that information at unwokearmy.com/parents. It's also pinned to the top of the chat in the description on whatever platform you're watching on. And I really appreciate it. I would love to get to that $5,000 point this weekend. And all of this is going to enable me to launch an online training program specifically for parents to help teach them to do everything I'm doing right now in a really cohesive way, where I'm breaking it all down and making it easy for them, and doing live monthly training exercises where we can do this stuff together. And you can find out more information about that on the website. All right. Holy shit. Look at this. Folks, we just found the training that the Cambridge Public Schools are making their teachers do. What is this about? Oh, God, can someone please get me a login to the Cambridge Public Schools website? I want to see this document. Otherwise, I'm going to have to FOIA it. In this introductory course, we will explore different aspects of what it looks like, sounds like, looks like, and feels like to be an anti-racist educator, from theory to practice. I wonder if... I'm just going to Google this real quick in another window. I want these training materials. I want these training materials. I want to know what they're learning. Hang on. I've got lots of university contributions here. Let me see. Let me see. Hang on. Oh, I just got another donation. Thank you to Eleanor. Appreciate the donation, my friend. Okay. Is this the same one? I know it is. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Okay. I'm going to show you guys something. This is cool. Now, I just found this becoming an anti-racist educator thing. So we're seeing their professional development here, right? So this is the becoming an anti-racist educator is the program they take. That's what I want the slides for. I just found this on the University of Connecticut's website simply by Googling the title. And this tells me, where did I see it? Dina Simmons. Dina Simmons. This is on the University of Connecticut website. Dina Simmons. Remember that name for a second, because you know what I found earlier when I was tooling around the Cambridge website? Check this out. This is on the Cambridge Schools official blue check Twitter account. And I was looking at this earlier, where I'm obviously not logged in under the actively unwoke Twitter because I'm permanently banned on Twitter. It's obviously not me. Oh, we are honored to again welcome the incomparable Dina Simmons. Dina Simmons on the UConn Becoming an Anti-Racist Educator homepage. Dina Simmons listed on the Cambridge Public Schools Twitter account. We got her, baby. We now know what training they're using. And I also want to point this out. Look at her, the founder of Liberated. Liberated. This is what this woman runs. A social and emotional learning approach to racial justice and healing, a movement, a collective, a path towards liberation. Do you know what liberation means, folks? Liberation means socialism. Now let's go into her personal Twitter. Let's look at Dina's personal Twitter. What does she got on her link tree, too? Donate. After school shootings, a resource bundle. Fellowship. Uplifting student voices. Humanity, healing, and doing the work. Let's see what Dina has to say on her Twitter. She retweeted. Who is Lindsay? I don't know who this is. Mom whistleblower fighting for women. She, her pronouns. We've had so much treasonous bullshit nonstop at this point. It's almost feels normal. Resist the urge to let us feel normal. When every student in the classroom and teachers and students recognizes they are responsible for creating a learning community, fine. She's doing some spaces. She retweeted, white supremacy is a system of disturbance and warfare, but black women will hold us down. She's retweeting the Cambridge Public School stuff. Aisha, who is this? You're off to a great start. Have a wonderful 2020 year to all CPS staff. Students do not owe us their trauma for us to believe they deserve healing. Our responsibility is to create policies, practices, and school environments that do not traumatize our students. Well, that's an impossibility. Aisha is the school committee member. Thank you, Eleanor. Adrian, she, her. These questions from Dina Simmons. What have I done for racial justice today? How have I changed how I live for racial justice? Am I performing anti-racism? And am I being sincere? We're getting back into 2020 now, so I don't want to do too much of a... Oh, no, that's old. Okay, never mind. Our nation's educators and students are in need of healing. The teaching profession is under attack by white supremacy. Bocce has videos on YouTube? Really? Who wants to watch some Dina Simmons videos on YouTube to see who's doing teacher training in the Cambridge Public Schools? Does she have her YouTube channel in this? Personal website. She looks delightful. I'm not going to lie. She really does look delightful. That doesn't have her YouTube link. Oh, you DM'd it to me? Okay, hang on. I have to get up on a different window that is not being shown on the screen. Thank you, bot. And this, guys, is why we always make lists of people's names, and we always look at their personal social media, because it is their personal social media is going to be a dead giveaway for what they really think and what they really teach every single time. All right. Let me see what bot sent me. Oh. Well, this isn't exactly on her YouTube. Who wants to watch another video? Okay, guys, I'm not going to lie. If we watch another video, I'm going to go get my knitting because this looks like an 1.5 hour long video. Look what bot just sent me. Abolitionist teaching and the future of our schools streamed in 2020. Let me do a poll in the chat. Should we watch this video? Yes, no. Now, this is an 1.5 hours. Bettina Love. Bettina Love. Bettina Love. I've heard this name. Who is Bettina Love? Who is Bettina Love? I know this fucking name. Is she an anti-racist person? Who is Bettina Love? Bettina Love, with the rigorous intersectionality theory, careful cultural criticism. Bettina Love she wrote a book. Award-winning author and professor at Teachers College, Columbia University. I think we've had her on Happy Hour. She's a professor at Columbia University in their Teachers College. All right, let me put a poll in the chat. Let me know if you want to watch this crazy anti-racist video. But I'm going to go on YouTube real quick. I'm just going to look up something else real quick before we get started. God, I'm starting to get confused. Like, what is this woman's name again? Dana? What the fuck is her name? Dana, what the fuck is her name? Dana Simmons. Okay, or Dina Simmons. Sorry, Dina, I misnamed you. Let's see. Dina Simmons. Oh, God. Bot? We even have more crazy videos we could watch. How students of color confront imposter syndrome. Building a culture of equity through social emotional learning. 6 ways to be... APB speaker. She's a represented speaker. 6 ways to be an anti-racist educator. Making a school where everyone thrives. Having fearless conversations about race in the classroom. Subverting the racist trap of social emotional learning. What is that about? There's the one bot found. Wow. All right. Okay. 87% of you want to watch this crazy video. I can't. All right. Cool. Well, this is an 1.5 hour video. So, guys, here is what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. First off, I got a couple more donations, so I want to thank people who are donating to the fundraiser. Thank you to Diana for your contribution. I really appreciate it. And thank you to HTMC. Oh, that was a great one. Oh, thank you so much for that, guys. Let me see how much we have now. Let me just get you a quick update on where we are. Actually, I'll even put it in here so people can see it. We are at 4,000. Oh, wait, hang on. You can't see it. This is exciting. We are at $4,550. Yay. Okay, guys, I need another $450 today to be able to meet my goal for the weekend, to be able to hit the halfway point within a couple of days of launching this campaign. That would be so great. There are so many amazing perks you can get. You can get first access to the training at the $50 level. Now, there are only 50 of those spots available. We've already gone through 12 of them. So we have another 38 spots open at the $50 level to get into the Schools Exposed training when it's launched. After that, the price goes up to $75. Someone's already claimed the $75 price too, which I appreciate. If you donate at the $90 level, not only are you going to get access for you, but you're also going to get a scholarship. So you're going to be able, you're giving a gift of access to the course for someone who can't afford it on their own. I'm gonna charge $99 for a lifetime membership after this launches, but not everyone's gonna be able to afford that, which I totally understand. And we have very generous people who are donating scholarships. This was actually a community idea to be able to provide the infrastructure to be able to deliver something like this to 10,000 people, but also being able to deliver for people who can't afford it and making sure they have access to it. So I really do appreciate that. You can get a signed copy of my book at $100. You can get private training with me. You can get me looking into your school. And at the $1,000 level, I will even hand knit you a shawl. And I would love to get to the halfway point this weekend at $5,000. What we're at $4,550 right now, which is so amazing. Guys, I launched this 2 days ago. 2 days ago. How great is this? You guys are doing such a good job. I really, really appreciate it. All right, here's what we're going to do. Because you have 89% of you, for some crazy reason, want to watch this video. 89% of you want to watch the 1.5 hour long video. So here's what we're going to do. I am going to put this video on. And I'm going to trust you guys for a second, okay? I'm going to put this video on. We're at 3 hours and 20 minutes for this stream right now. I'm going to put this video on. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to get my knitting. I'm going to exit myself for just a minute. But here's what I need you to do. I need the chat to watch this video because I'm going to play it. But I'm going to go and just take just a mini break because I need to pee. Because I've been doing this for 3 hours and 20 minutes and I've already had a beer. So I need you guys to watch the video. I need you guys to take notes on the video while I'm gone. And I need you to chat in any crazy shit that happens while I'm gone. Okay, I'm going to be super quick. But I'm coming right back. I just need to go get my knitting. It's downstairs on the couch because I was watching a movie last night. I didn't bring it upstairs. I forgot. But I'll be right back, guys. We're going to play this video. I'm going to make sure the sound is good. And then I'm going to go take a mini break and I'll be right back. But you guys have to tell me if anything crazy happens, okay? Oh, it's starting. Okay, I was like, why is there no sound? I want to make sure it's working before I go. Brian, the only man. I'm going to make sure it's working before I take my big break, and then we're going to go. Okay.
Hello.
All right, guys. I'll be right back,
Welcome,
I promise.
and thanks to everyone joining us from around the world. I'm Brian Jones, Associate Director of Education at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture. And I'm thrilled to welcome you to tonight's conversation, Abolitionist Teaching and the Future of Our Schools. We're gathering at a moment of horror and hope. Once again, abolition is in the air. But what does it mean for education? I'm so grateful that we have this time together to think about the future of our schools and our world that we deserve. Before I introduce our speakers, I want to thank the organizers of this teach-in, Haymarket Books and the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture. The Schomburg Center is a division of the New York Public Library, and if you didn't already know, it is one of the world's leading cultural institutions devoted to the collection, preservation, and use of historical materials related to the global African diaspora. Like a lot of institutions, the Schomburg Center's physical building is temporarily closed to the public. But you can explore our digital offerings, including our new Black Liberation reading list at schomburgcenter.org. This is a critical moment for supporting independent publishers. You can do this in 3 ways. First, by buying books, like those on the Education Justice reading list, directly from Haymarket. Second, by joining the Haymarket Books Book Club. Personally, I have been a book club member for a very long time, and I can tell you honestly, it is an incredible deal. No joke. And third, if you're in a position to do so, please make a donation, which this afternoon will be shared between Haymarket and the Schomburg Center. No donation is too small, and there will be information displayed on your screen and posted in the YouTube chat about how to donate. This video will also be recorded and available for viewing afterwards on the Haymarket Books YouTube channel. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel, like this video right now, and share it with as many people as possible. I'm going to let you know about
All right, I'm back. I'm back. Did I miss anything crazy? I just saw him being the YouTube channel. Matt says abolition of science and education. So this is going to be a good one if they're already talking about abolition. Use of the word critical. You guys did such a good job. Did they say abolition of capitalism? Oh God, they said abolition of capitalism. Are you shitting me? Wow. So Victor is actually not here. I didn't even know Victor left. Oh no, I did know he left. Victor's having a beer with a friend, so don't worry. We're gonna celebrate Victor's birthday later. Let me see. Oh, I love this. Let's all pledge $5 on Indiegogo while Carlin is gone. Judy's slipping in there with the pitch. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Thank you for that. Okay, they just said abolition. I heard a pimping of the YouTube channel. So, okay, let's get back into it. I have my beer. I even have a bag of chips. I'm gonna have a snack. All right, guys. Let's watch.
2 upcoming events in this live stream series. On June 25th, Abolition Can't Wait, a teach-in with hashtag 8to Abolition.
Oh, good.
And on July
Oh,
1st, Begin
good.
Again, James Baldwin's America and its urgent lessons
with
for
Cornell
our own,
West.
with Eddie
Excellent.
Blood Jr. and Cornell West. You can register for both of these events on Eventbrite. A few housekeeping items before we begin. We're moderating the live chat, but we cannot guarantee that everyone will observe our community guidelines.
We're going to be
People
here
who
for a
violate
minute.
those guidelines will have their comments deleted as quickly as we are able. With so many people joining this call, we may need your patience. If we have any technical issues, if your stream gets choppy, it might help to reduce your image quality. We'll give you instructions on how to do so in the chat. If our YouTube feed is interrupted for any reason, you may need to navigate back to the YouTube Haymarket Books page. The feed should resume there in case of interruption. Special thanks to Maggie Rumfeld, who is live captioning this event. We expect to have some time for Q&A at the end, so please post your questions in the chat window, and we'll get to those later in the program. And now,
Thank you, Judy, for the donation. I appreciate it.
it's my pleasure to introduce our speakers and start our discussion. Tina L. Love is an award-winning author and the Athletic Association Endowed Professor at University of Georgia. She's the author of We Want to Do More Than Survive, Abolitionist Teaching and the Pursuit of Educational Freedom. Goli Muhammad is an associate professor of language and literacy at Georgia State University. She also serves as the director of the GSU Urban Literacy Clinic. She is the author of Cultivating Genius, an equity model for culturally and historically responsive literacy. Dina Simmons is an activist, educator, and student of life from the Bronx, New York. She is the assistant director of the Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence and an associate research scientist at the Yale Child Studies Center. She's the author of the forthcoming
She
book,
worked at Yale.
White Rules for
Yale
Black
Uber
People.
Woke. Wait,
Hello, everybody. How are you?
white rules for Black people? Are you shitting me? Okay, let's just keep in mind, Dina is the one doing training, teacher training, and staff development in the Cambridge Public Schools. Let's just keep that. That's why we're watching this. We are looking at a person who is training teachers in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and doing their staff development training. The rest of these people are not, but she is. Well, that we know of.
Hi, Brian.
So good to have you here. This is amazing. This is like a dream come true. I can't believe it's finally happening. So we're talking about abolitionist teaching. We're talking about big changes, freedom dreaming, all of these things. But I thought maybe the best way to begin would be with a personal story. How you got to be sitting here today having this conversation. Is there a moment when your perspective on schools and education shifted? When you became an abolitionist, when you decided that the changes needed to be deeper?
don't know.
Yeah. So when I thought about that question, I thought about my schooling experience. And so I grew up in upstate New York. I grew up in Rochester, New York. And I was a high school basketball player.
Uber
Some
woke.
would say star, but I was a high school basketball player. And I grew up in a very tight-knit Black community, right? You know, I grew up in that community where you didn't really know white folks. You might have seen white folks at school as your teachers, but your neighborhood, your community, the people that you interacted with were pretty much Black folk who cared for me, who loved on me, who took care of me. I was in a community of folks who cared about me. And I went off to college, and my freshman year, I started to realize that I was the only women's basketball player in the class with all the male basketball players. And I was like, I wonder what's going on. I couldn't figure out what was going on. So I went to the other women on the basketball team, and I asked them, well, what classes are you in? Oh, biology, geometry. I mean, those classes sound interesting. Myself, I was taking indoor recreation for a semester, and I took outdoor recreation for a semester. I took first aid for a full semester. There's only so many ways you can do a tourniquet. There's only so many ways you can put a Band-Aid on.
Did she not sign up for her own classes in college based
I
on her
realized
major?
that I was in like the jock track.
She chose to sign up for those classes. She probably
And I
was,
didn't
like,
know what
majoring
to
in
do.
sports
So
medicine or
I'm
something.
trying to figure this thing out. And so I go to the advising office, and they're like, yeah, you're from the inner city. You went to an inner city school. You're an inner city kid. This is your major. And at that moment, I was so pissed off. I'm 19 years old. I've done everything they've told me to do to be successful.
You signed up for your own classes.
I've done
when you go to
my
college.
best. I've got good
They
grades.
don't do that
I got
for
a
you.
basketball scholarship. And here I am without the ability to decide what I want to be in life after everything that I've done to get here. And at that very moment, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I didn't know what I wanted to become. I didn't know I wanted to be a teacher. But what I knew was I was pissed off. And I was pissed off because it wasn't just one person telling me to be what I wanted to be. It was a structure in place.
You didn't know what you wanted to be.
Nobody
You
would
just
let
said
me
that.
around.
You didn't know what you wanted to be.
Nobody would see that I was more than that. Nobody could see that I was more than an athlete. And that for me has just been something that has burned in me, for the last 21 years of how I was treated, even though I was trying to do my best. And luckily, I transferred and went to the University of Pittsburgh. Go Pittsburgh! And treated me like an athlete who was a student, and I was a student athlete. And so for me, that was really the turning point in my life, was realizing, oh, this is racism. But I'd known racism, but this is systematic racism. This is the denying of me as a person and my dreams and what I want in my life because of where I came from. And never seeing my ability because of where I came from, and because of the color of my skin, and because of the schools I went to, and because of who my parents were, and because of my class, and all of those things being denied. And so that was a big turning point in my life that really got me into these ideas of justice and equity and what does all that mean as a 21, 22-year-old person.
Wow.
Yeah.
Goldie?
Well, when I think about where I came to and how I came to my abolitionist spirit and me as an educator, at first I feel like I got to rep Gary, Indiana, because we got Rochester in the Bronx on the phone. So it all started in Gary, Indiana. All right, let me just say that. But I remember as a child reading the Quran, and as a Muslim child, reading the Quran and reading a hadith. It was this particular hadith and a hadith is like a story or a tradition in Islam. But there was a particular hadith that said that there are 3 ways to respond to oppression. The first way is to respond with your hand or with your body, like through protests. If you're unable to respond with your hand, to respond with your tongue, to speak out and talk out and write out against the wrongdoing or the oppression. And if you cannot do either, The third response is to feel that it is wrong in your heart. And as a child, that just struck me. It's like whatever I was set out to do, whatever path toward freedom, the freeing of myself, the freeing of others, I knew that there had to be multiple. That really struck me. Like, how can I respond to oppression? How can I not be silent? Because there are some people, now in Islam, the third is the weakest of faith. Because you can't just go in life feeling that it's bad. You got to do something, right? And so I like to let my teaching, my thought process inform, like, don't just feel. I mean, feeling is good, but you have to speak and act against it. And honestly, I am like reinvigorated every time I read and study Blackness. That charges me today as an educator and as a teacher educator to continue on this path toward abolitionist teaching, because I get so excited when I study the models of humanity that our ancestors had laid before us. Blackness is so brilliant, it's so beautiful, and it's like I fall in love with it every day. And so if that doesn't help me with the spirit of abolitionist teaching, I mean, what will? So it's just that every day, like, to what end? Why am I doing this work? And how can I continue moving it forward?
So, Bettina, usually people look at you and they think you're a basketball player. I'm also a basketball player, but people usually don't go there when they see me. They're like, oh, short. So whatever they do. So for me, I'll share 3 different moments, right? The first moment is when I was in first grade. So I went to school in the Bronx. I went to a Catholic school, and I'm a twin. So there's someone else walking in these streets looking as cute as I am. So I'm just teasing. Anyway, so Dana and I did kindergarten together, and then we went to first grade. They split us up. And back in the day, in my Catholic school, there was a fast class and there was a slow class. It was called that. Everyone knew that there was a fast class and there was a slow class. You know what class they put me in? The slow class, because the teachers did not know how to tell the difference. So for efficiency,
Didn't
they
you just say
separated
they
us, not
put
for
your
equity.
twin in the
There's
other
a tension
class?
between equity and efficiency. So I remember being in this class as a little first grader being like, yo, everybody's out of their seats. Like, there's some mess happening in a closet. Like, I'm a first grader thinking these things. And every day I protested with my mother. I said, I was the valedictorian. Y'all, I was in first grade. I was like, I am the valedictorian in kindergarten. I don't know why I'm in the slow class, but it was because they could not tell the difference. And so my life could have been different had I stayed there, because you were trapped. I would have been trapped. I made my mom walk over to the school and get me put into the fast class, which is where I belong.
Okay.
So that was my first moment. And
I will say this. If this story happened and she and her twin were split into the fast class and the slow class based solely on the fact that the teacher couldn't tell the difference between the two, and so they were splitting them up, that's kind of fucked up. If this story really happened as it was being articulated, that's really fucked up. I question if it actually happened that way, but if it did, fine.
Moment of success. And then I went on through school and everything was great. Like Bettina, like you, I grew up in a community mostly of Latinx and Black folks, Caribbean folks. And so I felt like I had the backing of loving myself, that Blackness that you talk about, Goldie, that Caribbeanness, that Latinxness, like it was all there around me in the Bronx all the time. I'm so grateful to be from the Bronx. But then I went to high school from the Bronx, thinking I was the bomb, because I was like mass smart. Everyone was like, yo, you top of the class, you top of the class. I was like, yeah, top of the class. And then I went to boarding school and they're like, I have several seats. Like, so you're not that smart. No, that's like, it was one of I actually felt the difference of what I had for the first time and what the rest of the world had. So I felt like the underprivileged. I felt like the charity kid for the first time. I felt like I had everything before until I went there. And the messages that were constantly told to me through how people, my tone was policed, how my clothes were policed, how my speaking and the adverb versus, like, everything was policed. And so what I learned there was I wasn't enough. And I also come from a Caribbean background where it's like we see schools, we see education as our savior, right? And so here we are, I'm at this place that's supposed to be my savior, and I'm getting hurt by these places. And so I was like thinking about sort of the disconnect, right? The inequity, and the way my Blackness was not welcome. And so that was another moment for me that
stuff
made
happens
me
in
angry.
school
But
to
then when I went
everyone.
back to the Bronx, so back to full circle, back to the Bronx, back to be a teacher, I realized that 20 plus years ago when I left, nothing changed when I came back. Right? So they wanted me to teach the same way. Like, where were my students supposed to go? So we've already decided who's going to end up being successful. And that's why I ended up being the star child, the token, the poster child, because somehow someone favored me. Someone said, you can have this scholarship, but all of that upset me because my students didn't have that. And I tried to be that for my students, but the system that you talk about, Bettina, was set up to fail Black students, brown students, like
nothing they
non-white
described is
students in
about
many
race,
ways,
because
students
this
at the
happens
margins.
to
And
people
so I
of all
had
races.
many
This
of
is
those
not just
moments,
about
but those are
Black
three
people.
that
This
come to
happens to
mind.
students of all
Starting
races.
first grade.
Yeah. You know, we at the Schomburg Center, we have a research fellowship opportunity for undergraduates, many different types of people, but mostly Black. And what's interesting is that these are students who are very successful in school, who are making it through, not only just making it through, they're going on to pursue more school. They're going to get graduate degrees. But if you ask them about their experience in school as people of color, it's almost universally a story of trauma. So let's talk for a little bit. I mean,
That
you've
happens
already
with white
named
kids
some
too,
of it, like
dude.
tracking, for example, but there's other ways that white supremacy shows up in our schools.
Wow.
And I'm grateful to the uprising that's ongoing in our streets. Never let it be said an uprising solves nothing. That this uprising is forcing people
This was
to
during
think
the Black Lives Matter
about these
riots of
questions more
2020.
broadly and more deeply. And no doubt is motivating many of the people who are tuning in right now to think about their own schools and what they can do as teachers, as educators, as parents. So let's name for them, what are some of the ways that white supremacy is showing up in our schools in the 21st century?
Tone policing. Can we also just say that the way it shows up is not only it's not only about students, it's also about the faculty. Like if you talk to faculty of color, they can give you a list of, and staff of color, of the many ways that white supremacy has harmed them. You know, the tone policing, we want you to do the equity work and the diversity work, but make sure we're comfortable. You know, so there's all of these different ways where you get tokenized, right? So like, hey, could we use you, right? So now you're the poster child, and how much danger it is to be lifted up when you're needed, right? You feel sort of objectified. There's just so many ways that these institutions harm us. And then they're like, get up. I gave you a gift. What do you mean you're not grateful? I mean, I let you when I gave you a scholarship, right? So they it's sort of like, I'm in charge of you, right? That what hasn't changed is the mentality of slavery, right? We see it show up in how we are expected to be superheroes and heroines, super people. And when we take one day off, it's like we're lazy, right? These are different like this. So then it's the narrative of the single narrative of Blackness.
She's literally making things up.
You're loud.
She's making it up.
You're angry. So all of these ways are ways that white supremacy show up, and it's insidious. There are ways that it shows up in it more blatantly, but it's the insidious way where you kind of have and experience multiple deaths daily just by showing up authentically as your Black self.
Daily,
you know, and it's crazy that the emotional labor that Black folks, especially in white spaces, got to engage in. Just to ask yourself, am I safe to be Black here, right? And then I got to put on this show and I got to perform. That kills me because the holding it in is work, is laborious, it's killing us. And so, I mean, those are just some things that come up for me right now. And I say this too. I just last week I experienced
She was at Yale when this
so just
was
being
filmed.
here
Yale.
is labor for me, right? Is labor for me. I've been crying, I've been scared, I've been re-triggered from like growing up in the Bronx and being scared because I'm
you are a trainer. You are a professional trainer employed at Yale when this was filmed, and you are afraid of doing a webinar? This is literally her profession, her chosen profession. And she cried and had feelings about doing a fucking webinar? Jesus Christ, these people. I don't believe a word that comes out of this woman's mouth. She's making everything up. She's providing no receipts. It's all statements of generality. She's saying that she was triggered emotionally by doing a webinar. Bullshit.
Speaking my truth about racism, about my experience and my truths, it happens in those blatant ways and those insidious ways of like policing, tone policing, correcting, over managing, over surveilling. It happens to adults and it happens to children. So that's what I'll say for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, where does it not show up? That's the question. It shows up in our curriculum implicitly and explicitly. Our curriculum is dated, it's white, it's offensive. Our children cannot breathe in our curriculum. They can't live and learn freely. The curriculum isn't responsive to their histories and their identities and their desired future selves. It shows up in our hiring practices, in our interview questions, the questions that we ask. I am so tired of hearing the questions like, why do you want to be a teacher here? You know, give me 3 challenges you have as a teacher. I want us to ask more direct, more explicit, more Black-oriented questions to teach Black students, right? How does anti-racism show up in your math curriculum? How will you teach grounded in Black excellence? Because you're teaching 90% of Black students. It shows up in our lack of recruitment and hiring of teachers of color. And this is problematic for our teacher ed programs, right? Our admissions process oftentimes exclude or don't invite people to even be teachers who look like us, or we use things like GRE and other test scores to exclude them from being teachers, or we teach folks like Vygotsky and Dewey like they are just the models of educational success. And we even teach them about Black theorists and Black educational folks who can lead the way, who can lead their thinking toward this profession. That kills their spirit. So it's in our standardized tests. It's in our teacher evaluation, it's in our curriculum, it's in our state standards. And it's sort of conditioning the minds of educators that we have to teach skills only. You know, I study the history of education and the history of reading. And the ways in which we educate kids today is almost too similar to how we have educated folks in Europe in the 14th, 15th, 16th century. It's time that we change because this is not moving us forward. It's continuing to perpetuate the same foolishness, the same failure. It's in the zero tolerance policies and how we suspend and, you know, we don't make it impossible for students to fail because the system is designed for them to fail. So it's everywhere.
The system is designed for students to, well, I actually don't disagree with that, but not for the reasons that they think.
I mean, if I could add something, I think there's 2 things that you hit on, Goldie, is that idea, like, you know, they're spirit murdering our babies.
Yeah.
Right? What? Every day you walk into the classroom with all of these.
They're spirit murdering our babies. Now, I don't actually disagree that schools are spirit murdering children at all, but not because of their race. Hang on, I need to clip this. I'm sorry. We're clipping it live. I need to clip this. I need to. Oh God. They're spirit murdering our babies. Thank you guys for forcing me to watch this. I appreciate it. All right, we're clipping.
To fail. So it's everywhere.
I mean, that's Goldie Muhammad. I mean, I don't know what you heard in the street. I mean, if I could add something, I think there's 2 things that you hit on, Goldie. The idea, like, you know, they're spirit murdering our babies.
Yeah.
right? Every day you walk into the classroom with all of these things that Goldie and Dee have talked about, and it's on you. That murders your spirit daily. And then the other thing that I would say is that it's something that I've heard social justice lawyer, social movement lawyer, Derek Parnell say, this idea of managing inequality. That's what we do in education. We want to manage the inequality. So we have positions, we have directors, we have all these things that manage the inequality. We all know we have the inequality, but we're not in the business of eradicating, we're not in the business of removing the inequality. We're in the business of just managing the inequality. So in a state like Georgia, they have an award that you get called Beating the Odds. They actually give you an award if you are a school that can beat the odds. That's white supremacy. So you're gonna sit here and tell me, here are all the things that I know that get into your way. And some of the odds that they say is class, low income, areas where there's a lot of folks who come in and out, race. So you have all these things that you know are barriers. And instead of removing the barriers, you rather measure me against the barriers. And so what we're concerned about doing in education is truly managing inequality. We don't want to eradicate, we don't want to remove it, we want to manage it. And then they want to give us positions to manage the inequality. So they want to make Black folks, we want you to be the director of equity and inclusion. Okay, the director of managing white folks hurting Black children. Now, I'm not saying that those positions are not necessary. I'm not saying those positions are useless, but what I'm saying is that is how white supremacy shows up, because it's the idea that, well, we gave you a director of equity. What more do y'all want? Everybody should be good now because we're managing the inequality.
And you're cleaning up
supremacy shows up.
Mess. You're cleaning up somebody else's mess. That's what your job is, to clean up a mess that is not even yours. That's why so many Black folks are like, nah, I'm good. This moment right here, this reckoning, that's on you.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. What a fucking clip we just got, guys. Holy shit. How long is that? Please be under 2 minutes and 20 seconds. It's real close, but I think it is actually. I think we're going to make it. Hang on. Let me just get this clipped real quick, guys. Hang on. Bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me. That was something else. Maybe it's a little long, but. Hang on. One sec, guys. One sec. I'm just getting it short enough. Okay. I'm going to deal with that later. That is a great fucking clip, but let's keep going. No, we got that. We're going to put that on Twitter later.
Dina, you've warned
Not
that
me, obviously,
people are going to
else.
take this too lightly, like checking a box, having a workshop, reading one book, and especially in your field of social emotional learning, that people are going to say, oh, well, we do social emotional learning, so that covers it. We're good. You've called that white supremacy with a hug. What do you mean by that?
So first of all, thank you for saying that. First of all, like, our schools are steeped in white supremacy. I think we made that really clear. So to me, I always tell people, it doesn't matter what your curriculum is. If you put it in a system without any lens that is abolitionist, that is anti-racist, it can be used as a weapon.
Hang on. We're clipping this. I'm already telling you that. Hang on.
Yours. That's why so many Black folks are like, nah, I'm good. This moment right here.
Sorry,
this
I've got to do another one.
That's on you.
Yeah.
Gotta do another one. Hang on, guys, real quick. I just want to get her saying that the schools are steeped in white supremacy.
Dina, you've warned that people are going to take this too lightly, like checking a box, having a workshop, reading one book, and especially in your field of social emotional learning, that people are going to say, oh, well, we do social emotional learning, so that covers it. We're good. You've called that white supremacy with a hug. What do you mean by that?
So first of all, thank you for saying that. First of all, like, our schools are steeped in white supremacy. I think we made that really clear. So to me, I always tell people, it doesn't matter what your curriculum is. If you put it in a system without any lens that is abolitionist, that is anti-racist, it can be used as a weapon. So I think oftentimes social emotional learning and equity get conflated. They're like, but students are talking about their feelings. Like, and I think it's important. I'm a proponent of social emotional learning if it doesn't create harm. We can use anything in education to create harm. And let me tell you, good intentions don't equal good outcomes, right? So people are like, but I meant well. Like when I told you that you were articulate, like I really just was meaning well. And like your hair, and like when I touched it, I thought it was like exotic. And I'm just like, y'all, that's a great intention, but you are harming me because what you've done is you dehumanized me. And so I think a lot of what we do, regardless of it's a SEL or mindfulness or any of these things, if the educator has not done the work, if the school is steeped in white supremacy, then guess what that curriculum is? A white supremacist curriculum. And so I said, if we don't apply an equity lens, a racial equity lens, an abolitionist lens, an anti-racist lens to racial justice lens, you name it, very easily SEL becomes white supremacy with the hug. Because what happens is now is SEL is being used as another way to distinguish Black children, Black and brown children, everyone else, and white children. So now it's like, those students really don't know how to control themselves. And we just, we should do that SEL program with them, and then maybe they'll learn how to manage their behaviors. And I wouldn't, they can have that self-control and stuff like that. But you can't talk about self and social awareness without talking about white supremacy, right? And when we talk about the narrative of social emotional learning, and we're thinking about how to apply that in more privileged schools and more white schools, what you get, our students need this for college and career readiness. So these two narratives of like why SEL is important is, again, how are we using a tool to further disenfranchise the already disenfranchised? So again, anything that you do without applying an abolition lens, an anti-racist lens, a racial justice lens, all of that stuff can be used as a weapon, and it can be used as a weapon of white supremacy. So don't come in here with that Trojan horse SEL talking about, but it's here for the kids, without doing that work. We need anti-racist healing. And like I just wrote a piece that if you can't, be trauma informed if you're not talking about racism. A lot of us, like me, I walk in with my racial trauma. I walk in when folks, have said something about the way I spoke or the way I pronounced things. But then you want to give me a hug without you want to give me some trauma-informed instruction without addressing the trauma of racism, the trauma of white supremacy. So we're just, like what you said, Bettina, we're just putting Band-Aids on. We need to understand that whatever you apply to a school system right now, the way it is, which is steeped in whiteness and steeped in white supremacy, can very easily be used as a weapon. And so that's why, without that lens, SEL is white supremacy with a hug. You could put a smile in there too if you want, but basically.
Right. Out.
You know what I'm going to do with this clip? That clip went on a while longer than I thought it was going to. Now I've got this one too. Hang on one second. My computer's just saving it. You know what I'm going to do with this clip is I'm going to create a counter of how many times this woman says white supremacy in the midst of one single clip, because I'm pretty sure she just said it like at least 12 times within 4 minutes. That clip is 4 minutes long. I'm pretty sure she said it repeatedly within that one single clip. So that's nice. All right, guys, let's keep going.
Well, I think that brings us to the question of abolition. And people, this word is out there in a new way, and more people are thinking, it seems like, and talking about it, but mostly in respect to the police or to prisons or to the carceral state. Abolition of police or abolition of prisons. But what does it mean for school? Are we talking about abolishing school?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. Let's abolish school. Yes, let's abolish school. Common
This is
ground.
why I wanted this
Common ground.
conversation.
We're now friends again. Let's abolish all schools.
And
Yes.
when you say the word, abolitionist or abolish, people, you get a knee-jerk reaction and they get all up in their feelings. And I understand that. But if we want to understand, it's not a radical thing to want to be seen as fully human. It's not a radical thing to want to say the way y'all set this up isn't fair. The way you set it up, some people get to play, some people don't get to play. The way you
were
set
a
it up, not only
scholarship
do we not get
basketball
to
player.
play,
You
there are now
literally got to
structures
play.
and institutions and conditions that make sure that I can't play and my children's children can't play.
You got to play
So
in
what we're
college, and now you
asking
teach
for
at Columbia.
is to start
and she
over.
taught at Yale.
And that shouldn't be
Don't
something
tell me
so
you're not fucking
radical. But what
playing.
makes abolition
You are
radical
playing.
is
You're
because
playing in
now
the
you're
system.
saying, oh yeah, and we want to take away your toys too.
You literally teach at Columbia.
Oh, so yeah, we want a playing field that says the things that you have, the privileges that you have, you no longer have those privileges because you didn't earn them. And since you didn't earn them, you need to go ahead and give them up. And so when we think about abolition, yes, it is a big ask, it is a big push, but it is a push for everybody's humanity. It is not just a push for Black and brown folks' humanity, it is a push for everybody's humanity. And so when we think about education and its link to abolition, it has so much to do with the ideas that folks like Angela Davis have given us, folks like Ruth Wilson Gilmore has given us, David Stahlball, Erica Miner, those folks who have done that particular type of work. And what they have said, oh, let me not forget Charlene Carruthers out of Chicago. And what they have said is that we not only want to abolish these buildings, that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to abolish the conditions that create those buildings. We're trying to abolish, eradicate the conditions that make it possible to treat children like this in schools, that make it possible to suspend and to lock our babies up, the conditions that make it possible to standardize tests and standardize tests to a point where I don't even know what grade I'm in anymore, the conditions that make it possible that we're not hiring Black and brown teachers. We're not just trying to say we want, and we're also not trying money at this, and then we're going to keep the same old, same old. So abolitionist teaching is so much about eradicating and not trying to reform, not trying to reimagine. I tell people all the time, would you want to reimagine slavery? I don't want to reimagine slavery. You can dead it. I don't want to reimagine nothing. And so we got to get out this idea. And so what abolition is trying to say is that we know that we're having this moment of saying the words abolition, and it's becoming popularized because of what the work has been done by so many civil rights icons and leaders and everyday people that put their lives and their hearts on the line. And now we're at a moment to say abolition. But we're also at a moment where we're done with gradual.
What's stopping you from making your own charter school?
Because what we know
Nothing.
so much
You can
about
probably get $1 million
reforms
grant
is
to do it.
appease white folks. For the white liberals to feel like we're doing good work.
White liberals!
We got to reform
White liberals!
So while you're doing good work and while you're doing these little gradual reforms,
White liberals are the
I'm
enemy.
dying.
Yes.
I'm being shot. I'm being spirit murdered. And so we're not talking anymore about the reforms. We are talking about trying to abolish a system that is oppressive, and we want to abolish the conditions that perpetuate that oppression to Black and brown folks. So when I think about abolitionist teaching, I'm thinking about, of course, not only defunding the police, but no police in schools, counselors in schools, therapists in schools, healers in schools. We're talking about building curriculum that we're doing away with standards. We're doing away with Eurocentric standards, community standards, community education, community-based. That's the curriculum. We're doing away with the idea that schools cannot have kids play. We're doing away with standardized testing. We're doing away where our babies don't learn their history and their culture and the beauty of who they are, right? And those things that we're asking is human things.
I don't mind
It's
8th
for
graders doing
humanity. It's
Reiki.
things
I
to
think
be
8th
seen and
graders
to see
doing Reiki
yourself
would
as
be actually
beautiful.
pretty rad.
That's what abolitionist
I don't mind
teaching
that.
is about. And so it may seem like a big lift, but it's a lift for humanity, for all of us.
And I want to say one thing from your book, Bettina, is the way you tell stories from the 19th century abolition movement that I'd like you to say a little bit about, because I think people should explore some of the deeper, there's another level to thinking about this word abolition, because in the 19th century, people thought that if you said, well, yeah, we're working for the end of slavery, that you were like out of your mind. That's like not only is a big lift, it's like an impossible lift. And yet there's ways that people, even when they weren't winning, even if they didn't live to see the victory, there's ways that they pushed towards it and never gave up on that goal. I don't want to say more, but
meditation should absolutely be taught in schools. 1000%. In fact, they've done studies on this. It works. It really does
it's
work.
to have,
when it's
what
done
Robin
well.
D. Kelly talks about is this freedom dream. The idea that you are going to live your life in a way that you won't see the finish line, but you're going to live your life every day like you can win around the corner.
Yeah.
And abolitionists were strategic. They were thoughtful. They were methodical. I mean, come on, Harriet Tubman, stop playing.
Yeah.
Like, people don't talk about the ingenuity and the creativity and the brilliance of Harriet Tubman to lead revolts, to be a spy, to go back and forth. Like, she was brilliant. And so abolitionists people just think it's like radicals throwing up the table every day. No, these are brilliant, beautiful minds who are strategic and thoughtful and methodical. But on top of all of that, to live your life every day for justice, knowing that you may not see that justice. Yeah. That's the beauty of being an abolitionist. And it's also the beauty that Black and brown folks have every single day, to get up in the morning and to love and to find joy and to find peace within it all. I keep saying, like, who does this? Who keeps fighting like this?
Hang on. So Eleanor is asking a good question in the chat right now. How do we package all this insanity into information that will help people fight back? I'm game. So what we're doing today, and we've been doing for the last 4 hours, is this is the fire hose part of the investigation. Okay. And I've been through and stuff like this with several different schools, like with multiple, probably a dozen school districts at this point. When you very first start looking into a school district and you start going down all of the rabbit holes that we've been going down today, it is a fire hose of information. We're taking in the fire hose of information right now. So in terms of how do we package all this insanity to get it out, I don't know yet. Because what we're doing right now is kind of like a discovery process that might take a little longer than we even have to do today. Because at some point, my husband is going to come back from hanging out with his friend, and we are going to hang out and have, Saturday night time on my husband's birthday. So we might not be able to do it all today. But I'm already thinking about resuming this stream tomorrow to continue investigating the Cambridge schools, because there are about 8,000 different roads that we need to go down. But like, I guess the point I want to make is, like, when you start getting into the school districts, especially like the uber woke school districts, and by the way, we should absolutely do this with these schools in Rochester, New York at some point too. We have school districts that we're kind of focusing on in the Unwoke Army. Of course, we have the Burlington School District. We have, there seem to be some people interested in forming a thing around Portland. Eleanor, I know that this is your school district, so you might want to really focus on this one. But right now, all we're doing is taking in a whole ton of information, and we're trying to get a general sense for what's going on. Where that takes us and how we package the information, we don't know that yet, because we're still taking in all of the information. So we just got to let this play out for the moment. We're going to watch this webinar. I'm probably going to wrap up after this webinar, if I'm honest about it, and go have some Saturday night time. But we're going to get through all this, and then we're going to see what we want to do with it.
Who keeps protesting, marching, rioting? We are Black folks make up 13% of the population, and look what we have done.
Yeah.
We have made contributions in everything, or we have led. Math, science, technology, politics, medicine, sports.
But one more thing I want to add to that. You don't need to have everything done in a single day. You don't need to have everything done in a single sitting, okay? Because we're going through a lot of documents. We're going through things that are complex. We need to understand who the players are. We need to have a better sense of it. Like, we can take our time with this stuff. It's okay to take a little bit longer than one sitting. And that's part of why I want to build the program, because I want parents to be able to get up to speed with what's going on in their school, and then know how to keep a watchful eye on what's going on in the school. Because when you first get into it, it really is a lot. But if you can get over that kind of initial hump of getting into it, and you're just get yourself to a place of like monitoring it, then it can get a lot easier. Yeah, I feel I need detailed spreadsheets. Yes. spreadsheets are going to be your best friends. Spreadsheets, mind maps can be really great too. But like things to help you organize information are going to be your best friend.
You name it, art, literature, you name it. Look what we have done. And you have to marvel in Black people. To be, we talk about anti-racism and abolitionist teaching. The one thing that you have to say is that, my God, look at these people. Mm-hmm. And if you don't see that in our little Black babies, then you can't be an abolitionist. Mm-hmm. If you can't open your mouth and say Black Lives Matter, then you can't be an abolitionist. And that was one of the big reasons I wanted to write something like abolitionist teaching. I wanted to say, you can't vote against my interests and then come here talk about you culturally relevant. No, that ain't gonna work.
Right. You have to vote the way I want you to vote.
You got to be down for this.
In order to be an abolitionist.
Teaching is a way of life. Mm. It's not what you do in the classroom. It's what
you can't vote the way you want to and
your
be a
very
teacher.
being has to be changed. And so we're not just talking about you come in the classroom, you got your Rashid had 2 apples, Keisha had 3 apples. How many apples did they have? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about that you understand, believe the history and the knowledge and the ingenuity and the creativity and the beauty of Black people deep in your soul. And you don't got to be Black to understand that.
Mm. Yeah, because, we've always wanted for other people what we wanted for ourselves. And a lot of people can't say that. You name this idea of abolitionists as a push for everyone's humanity. I'm tired of hearing, how can I use my white privilege to help a Black or brown person? I'm just like, how can you be more human? Period. How can you be more human? Because this thing of abolitionist work and equity and culturally and historically responsive education is humanizing. It's like seeing humanity as one body. And when one arm or limb is hurt, is oppressed, is marginalized, and if you don't feel anything, you don't deserve to be called human. That's where we're at in education. Mm-hmm. We're no longer, how can I use my privilege? It's like, how can you be more human? And if we want to abolish, we do want to abolish what's happening in education. We have to stop putting Band-Aids, as you said. I say we have to stop putting fresh coats of paint on same debilitating structures that have not served our children, our family, our communities, our spirits. It hasn't served us for so long. But we'll put a fresh coat of paint on something and call it response to intervention, race to the top, no child left behind, differentiation, and it's the same foolishness underneath. It's the same structures and scaffolds that were janky and never intended.
Respect for using the word janky. I love it.
Help Black children, but we put fresh coats of paint, right? So it's fresh, it's shiny.
She might be saying crazy shit, but I'll appreciate janky.
Start to make programs around it, and then our schools and our districts, they put millions of dollars toward these. If we're going to abolish, we have to abolish the state learning standards.
Yes,
they are limited.
Yes,
if we're going to abolish, we have to abolish the teacher evaluation.
Yes,
we have to abolish the curriculum that we spend money on.
Yes,
I do a lot of work in New York, and sometimes I just turn the book over in the curriculum that the districts adopt, and I see all white women.
Absolutely.
Who wrote the curriculum? Who wrote the state standards? Who didn't write them? Right? Who are the faces on the frameworks you mandate across K-12 education?
There was something called the Rainbow Coalition in, I'm going to forget whether it was the late 60s or the 70s in Chicago. And this was a coalition between basically what this was, and you should look this up because it's fascinating. This was like a coalition between the Black Panthers and the KKK. Literal Black Panthers and literal KKK. And they found out that they actually had a lot of things in common, and they ended up working together. And basically what this is, and these are extremists, these are extreme, right? But basically what this is they formed a populist movement where they said, okay, we might not agree on some stuff, obviously, but there are things that we can actually agree on. And they started it's 1969. Thank you, Sen. So they started finding things that they could work on and aligning around where they actually had similar interests. And it ended up like they were actually starting to make progress. And that's when the government probably had Fred Hampton, who was the leader of the Black Panthers and was putting all this together. They had him assassinated, essentially, because he was starting to form a populist movement in Chicago that was actually working. So I tell that story not to equate anyone to the Black Panthers or not to equate anyone to the KKK, because I don't think we're the KKK. I don't think they're the Black Panthers. I'm not making that assumption. But what I am saying is that even though we think that some of the ideas that these women have are crazy, there are absolutely things we can align on. If she wanted to have a conversation with me about let's abolish the state learning standards, yes. Every single day of the week, I would have that conversation with her. Now, I don't want to replace them with crazy anti-racist nonsense, because I don't think that anti-racism is actually anti-racism. I think anti-racism is pretty effing racist. I also agree with them that liberal white women are the problem. I 100% agree with that. So we need to be careful. I guess the point I'm trying to make is that, like, when we're doing stuff like this and watching stuff like this, we need to be careful to look for ways that we can actually work with people like this and look for ways to find common ground and not immediately dismiss everything they say. Because although they're saying some crazy stuff that I don't agree with, they're also saying some stuff about abolition around the schools. I'm like, I would have no problem if we abolished all public schools right now. I would love for all of these women to start their own charter schools so they can create the school like whatever, however they want to create it. That would be a really great thing. Guys, we are in hour 4 of this stream. If you have not yet checked out my project to train 10,000 parents how to do exactly what we're doing today. We are investigating the Cambridge public schools in Cambridge, Massachusetts. We are watching a webinar in which the apparently core trainer for the Cambridge schools is appearing. She's not this woman. She's a different woman with the good hair. I mean, they all actually have pretty good hair. I'm going to be honest. They all have okay hair. I'm not like all their hair is fine, but like the Cambridge teacher trainer, like I actually like her hair. It looks really nice. She's got a really cute outfit on. Anyway, so that's what we're watching right now is we're trying to figure out what this teacher trainer is doing in the Cambridge schools, not the woman that's on the screen, a different one. And that's why we're watching this, also because it's kind of funny. But I want to train 10,000 parents to help do this type of thing and to investigate their own schools in this way. If you want to help me out, head over to unwokearmy.com/parents. Follow the link pinned to the top of the chat. Do it in the description. Make a donation. I'm trying to raise $10,000 to help me build a scalable solution to build an online training program for 10,000 parents, to run them through it, to teach them how to do all this stuff. And I need your help in order to be able to do it. We are about 45% of the way there right now. I would love to get to $5,000 by the end of the weekend. And you all can help me out by going and making a gift now.
Whose face is behind the authorship of the teacher evaluation and of these state tests? See, the problem is we have been operating in teaching skills alone. And so when I studied abolitionists and readers, writers, and thinkers, I'm like, man, they had more advanced standards for learning than we have in 2020. See, they weren't just about cultivating their skills. They were about cultivating their identity development, their intellectualism, and their criticality, so that they knew how to navigate
that's a good
the world
word.
for anti-oppression. In schools, we're just doing one of those 4 things, which is skills. And so if we're going to talk about abolishing, let's start with what we set as the purpose for schools in the first place. And for those people who don't feel that limb of Black lives, of anyone who has been marginalized, they need to leave the profession, period. Go, be happy doing something else, because you are just contributing to hurt and harm for our babies.
And I just want you to say a little bit more about that, because you're also somebody who's looking at those 19th century Black educators and activists and using their work as models, not just for Black children, but really for all children. That actually all children need to look at what Black people were doing with their literary practices in the 19th century. Can you say a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so I found that 19th century educators, readers, activists, writers, they taught us how to read the world, how to be, how to see, how to act. These were models for humanity. Sister Harriet was just one that we can learn from. But in my work, I study Black literary societies, which were some of like the first book clubs for reading and writing and cultivating their knowledge and things like that. But they didn't just come together to read and write for the sake of joy, right? Like we think of book clubs today. As Bettina just reminded us, they came together to strategize. As they were experiencing joy in literature and learning, they were plotting, they were strategizing, they were planning to improve the social conditions for Black folks, but for all of humanity. And so they had 4 learning goals. These were like their 4 goals for every time they came together to read, write, think, speak, debate. They were cultivating 4 different areas. Identity. They were asking themselves, how can my reading, learning, and understanding help me to understand who I am, who I'm not, who I want it to be, right? They wanted to understand their collective Black identities, their original identities of Africa, right? And then they wanted to also learn about people who were different than them. The second goal is skills. They wanted to cultivate math skills, language arts, and history and science. The third was intellectualism. They wanted to become smarter about something. They didn't get together to learn how to decode words or cite textual evidence. They wanted to learn about new people, places, things, and concepts. And the fourth goal is criticality. They wanted to advance their understanding of power,
means critical
equity,
theory.
anti-racism, and other anti-oppressions. See, they didn't want to be
That's
passive consumers
Marxist.
of knowledge or passive producers.
I was with her up until she got to
They
criticality.
wanted to question and name oppression and wrong. You know, these 4 things are so important for our students because what child does not need identity, skills, intellect, and criticality? They have to pick partners. They have to vote for somebody. You don't want to just take in everything you hear as truth. You want to question it. You want to be able to discern between truth and falsehood. That's what criticality allowed them to do. Now, when you teach these 4 goals together today, you're teaching genius. You're teaching the whole child. You're teaching in the lens of Black excellence. That's why I said Black excellence is the way forward. This is a model that places like Chicago, who has 89%, and New York, 85% Black and brown kids. How do you not have a Black and brown model? And you got that many kids of color. Yeah. And you're talking about all these other frameworks that were designed by people that didn't even work with this population of students that you're serving. And so I'm trying to take this model and I work with teachers of creating unit plans around it to teach all 4 of these collective learning pursuits. And I got them from
She just told us she's teaching critical theory in classrooms.
That's
She's
awesome.
helping teachers
Bettina
teach
was just
critical
holding
theory.
up your book for anybody.
She held it up like that.
That's what she was doing. You know, I want to bring the issue of gender into this conversation. There was just an absolutely massive rally in Brooklyn for Black trans lives. You know, Bettina, you shouted out some Black women who had done amazing work in pioneering the ideas of abolition in the 20th century. What is the connection here with, why is it so important to think about the position of Black women and Black queer folks when we're trying to move forward into this different future, into an abolitionist future?
I mean, we've always held up the world. I mean, the whole world has.
Really?
The thing is, I think Black women and Black queer women and queer folks and Black queer folks have always been magic, right? People, when they say Black girl magic, there's actually, we need to study it, right? We need to like operationalize it, because the fact that we are still alive, like the fact that we're still alive when the whole world is coming at us every single day, even sometimes within our community, and nobody's holding us up, we're still holding up the world. And Goldie, you said like we treat people the way we just wish we were treated. Mm-hmm. And that, and when you walk in, that sort of the intersection.
Okay, no offense to Black queer and Black trans women because, you know, fine, whatever. Like, I don't care if you're Black, I don't care if you're queer, I don't care if you're trans. What you do with your life is none of my effing business. What does this have to do with education? How are Black queer and Black trans women holding up the world when it comes to education and the future of schools? Are other people who are not queer, Black women, trans women of like whatever, like, are they allowed to be involved in teaching in schools? What about everyone else? Again, I don't have any issue with people being Black or people being trans or people being queer. It's none of my effing business. I just don't know what it has to do with education and schooling.
The intersectionality of all those identities of being oppressed, it's fascinating how much compassion we have. And it's interesting that even though we're compassionate, we get called angry, we get called all of these names and crazy and all the things, but what we have always been is compassionate. We still hold up the world when the world has never ever tried to hold us up. I think that we've always had a blueprint of how to do this. I think when we speak, sometimes people ignore us. They're like, oh, I think folks just need to listen to us when we speak and understand the gems and the magic of the fact that every single day we wake up and we're alive when the whole world has tried to kill us. I think of Lucille Clifton and that poem that she writes about, like, every day the world tried to kill me and I'm still here. And every time I see another Black woman, I know that's her experience and we can relate to that. So I think we just have been doing it since day one, and it's time for us to let Black queer folks lead. Let Black women lead. Just get out the way. And I just want to say something about your question, Goldie, just to go back a little bit about the question of what can I do with my white privilege? I know there's a lot of white folks here. The question in and of itself is offensive because it means that you want to keep your white privilege. There's a power that you don't want to give up by asking that question. You're just saying, you stay down where you are. There's what is steeped in that question is a white superiority and Black inferiority. I don't want your privilege. I just want to be human. I don't need you to, I need you to get out the way. I need
This
you to
woman
give
is
up power.
racist.
I need you to do all those things. Because don't come in this way and make me passive like you're my savior. Because that's that white savior complex that we stay like, you know, we stay there.
Hang on, I need to clip this. I'm sorry. That was incredible. Oh my God. Hang on. This woman is a legitimate racist. This woman literally thinks that white people are that white people have this like evil sense of superiority and they see I cannot even. I don't know, here's my question. I don't know what could white people do anything good in the eyes of this woman? Or does she just judge everyone on the basis of their skin color and their skin color alone? Man, all right, let's clip this. Let's do it. Let's do it.
It's fascinating how much compassion we have. And it's interesting that even though we're compassionate, we get called angry. We get called all of these names and crazy and all the things but what we have always been is compassionate. We still hold up the world when the world has never, ever tried to hold us up. I think that we've always had a blueprint of how to do this. I think when we speak, sometimes people ignore us. They're like, oh, I think folks just need to listen to us when we speak and understand the gems and the magic of the fact that every single day we wake up and we're alive when the whole world has tried to kill us. I think of Lucille Clifton and that poem that she writes about, like, every day the world tried to kill me and I'm still here. And every time I see another Black woman, I know that's her experience and we can relate to that. So I think we just have been doing it since day one. And it's time for us to let Black queer folks lead. Let Black women lead. Just get out the way. And I just want to say something about your question, Goldie, to go back a little bit about the question of what can I do with my white privilege? I know there's a lot of white folks here. The question in and of itself is offensive because it means that you want to keep your white privilege. There's a power that you don't want to give up by asking that question. You're just saying, you stay down where you are. There's what is seeped in that question is a white superiority and Black inferiority. I don't want your privilege. I just want to be human. I need you to get out the way. I need you to give up power. I need you to do all those things, because don't come in this way and make me passive like you're my savior, because that's that white savior complex that we stay like, we stay there. So anyway, I'm going to put myself on mute because my neighbor's downstairs with really loud music. So y'all don't hear that? No? Okay, good. All right. But anyway, so let Black women lead. Just let us do it. And women, and when I say women, I mean like all expansive with the Y.
For me, I would just say that
point at the end where she was like, when I say women, I mean all women, like inclusive women, like with a Y. What that means is Black trans women, by the way. What that means is Black trans women. Okay, let me just get this clip cataloged. Hang on, real quick. Ooh, this one is under 2 minutes. Excellent. We'll do that one later. All right, let's keep going.
Before Kimberly Crenshaw gave us language for intersectionality, Black queer folks knew what that was, right? We knew what it was to be Black, to be queer, to be a woman, to be marginalized in all these different ways. We knew what that felt like. And so we knew how to organize and fight for all those different identities that were intersecting at one time as we were trying to be human. And so I think that's why when you say like, trust Black women, trust Black queer women, trust how this movement is always led. If you look at Black Lives Matter, you talk about 3 Black queer women doing this particular type of work. Charlene Carruthers, Black queer woman. And so I think when you think about the lives that we have to live as Black queer women, we are always in those different positionalities, always intersecting, creating new ways in which to see the world and to see how oppressive it is. And so that's why when we lead movements, that's why when we think about freedom and justice, we are so inclusive, because we know what it means to be marginalized in so many places. And so we never want that for anybody else. And so that's why when we say trust Black women and see Black queer women for what we are, how we lead, is because we're leading because we have been marginalized in so many different ways. So you got to see how that world and that worldview.
I want to watch more stuff from this woman. I want to watch more stuff from Bettina Love.
On a gender level, on a race level, on a class level, on a
this woman
level,
is like something else.
We get to see the world.
She's a performance artist, is what she is. She's a performance artist.
Movements, we're being as inclusive as it possible because we see the world from all those lenses.
Yeah, it's like Black queer women could possibly have experienced, right, every type of marginalization that exists with race, class, gender, sexuality, religion, ability, age, and so on. Why wouldn't you want to pause and listen and learn from this woman? Everything great. If you go back and find any kind of advanced practice in education, any solution, any way forward, at the center of that will be a Black woman. Yet oftentimes people don't want to say our names. They don't want.
You're telling me that if you go back and find any literature around education at all, that at the center of that is Black women. I'm not denying, listen, I'm not saying that I don't believe that Black women have made contributions, because I absolutely do believe that Black women have made contributions, but to make a blatant statement that every positive thing that has been contributed to education ever in the history of education came from Black women, it's just not accurate. I'm sorry. That is not accurate. It's also not inclusive as well.
Want to cite our work. They don't want to teach about us in classrooms. They don't want to fight for us when it comes to hiring practices. They don't want to center us, right? And so why wouldn't you want to listen from this group of people? They're the only group of people who have consistently gone for broke for other women and for all of humanity. This is the starting place.
To the wheels fall off. We go to the wheels fall off.
No, it's that trauma of erasure.
No one else does work ever. It's just you guys. You're the only ones
and I
who
were
do
having
work.
a text conversation
No one
about
else does,
the other day.
just
So I'm
you.
Goldie. I'm glad you bring it up. But
dude,
cite a sister.
Yes.
Side of sister, like the erasure in academia, the
Look
erasure
at that good
walking
white
down
man
the street.
ally.
There's so many ways that we are erased, and that
He's
is a
nodding
part
like a
of the
good
trauma
ally.
that we
Like, yes,
experience.
yes,
And
queen.
also
Yes,
we're erased
queen.
when we talk about racism. Like men can only do this race type of work. Right? When we think about who gets to talk about race
What
and
are
who
you
gets to,
talking about?
it's
There's 3 of you on this fucking webinar.
black men and white women get to talk about race. Right? And so we oftentimes,
This was
black
during
women
the
are
Robin
fighting
DiAngelo
for
era is what
spaces,
this was.
but the foundation that we're fighting to get in, we built the foundation.
We wouldn't be here.
I always say,
it wasn't for Black women. I don't think people give us honor and respect in ways that are needed. Like Black folks wouldn't be here. The movement would not have continued. The revolution would not have continued if it wasn't for Black women.
I always say,
understand that.
Always say, when Black women speak, humanity speaks. When Black women speak, humanity speaks. I mean, if you all, I mean, so many people, I'm sure, saw that unbelievable speech, and I don't even know if she meant it to be a speech, Kimberly Jones. When she sat there and said, y'all lucky, we want equality and not revenge.
Yes, that's what the compassion I'm talking about. Like the compassion that Black folks.
You're lucky. We don't want revenge. That's compassionate. You're lucky we don't want revenge. None of you were slaves. None of you were slaves. I don't know what this woman's deal is. She worked at Yale at the time this was recorded. She works at Columbia now. Revenge for what? Revenge for what precisely? The reality that at least 50% of the people on this webinar right now, and if we take that white male ally out of there who's not doing anything of value anyway, 66% of the Black women on this webinar right now, and I don't know what this woman's deal is, so it could be 100%. She works at an Ivy League school. She works at an Ivy League school. What do you want revenge for specifically?
Folks have the compassion that Black women have after being disenfranchised and spit on. Y'all lucky we want equality and not revenge. That's that belief in humanity and the compassion. Like
that's not compassionate.
We could
That's
teach
a
folks how to
threat.
be emotionally intelligent.
Right.
You're
Like,
not doing a good
we do
job
it every
of it
single
right
day.
now, bitch.
We just must spit in our face. We just
I'm
learn
sorry,
to
that
like.
was racist that I called
And when
her
we,
bitch.
back in the
I'm
day during
sorry. That
slavery,
was
when we
very
got
racist
the
of
way
me.
we were just yes, massa. That's called emotion management.
Well, that's why I get a little irritated when we talk and people say, well, is what you're saying just for Black people?
This is an emotional
And I say,
intelligence.
well, Black people are not a selfish people. Why would we keep what is great just for ourselves?
But white people are?
Well, why would we keep what is excellent for just for ourselves? Like this is excellent. And we are trying to say that we need to start with Blackness. We have never started with Blackness.
White
as the
people are
model
inherently selfish,
in
is what they just
education.
said.
And the fact that we have to justify so much, why start with Black models, Black excellence, abolitionists, like that, it really baffles me why we have to justify that so much. But why not? What group of people are so loving after coming out of enslavement? What group of people have thrived in innovation, right? In imagination and inventions and creating art and culture like us, who have survived, as Tina says, and thrived? Who else but us? And who have found joy in the midst of all the pain. The fact that they were still smiling and cultivating joy as an act of resistance is fascinating, and it's something to pay attention to. We are the next models for humanity and for our world.
Wow. All right. I am getting already an enormous list of questions that are piling up from our audience. I'm going to get to those in a minute, but I selfishly want to ask just a few more things. I really want to hear you all talk about what just happened to our schools, because
pandemic just shut down
this
when this was
would be an
filmed.
amazing conversation at any moment, but it's at this moment where a lot of schools, almost all, are shuttered. where the buildings are sitting empty and school as we know it has been shattered. What have you been thinking of or learning in this coronavirus school shutdown? Like, what did you or we learn from this?
You want to go, Bettina?
Okay.
I love what you got to say.
We already know.
So, I was floored at how when we shut down schools, how so much became possible. So we shut down schools, and in a matter of a month, we're done with standardized testing. Really? We've been fighting for that for decades, and now you're done with standardized testing? Okay, cool. You know what? Every kid get a laptop to go home. But just last week, those laptops, you couldn't take them out. I mean, they were like precious gold. Oh, you know what? Teachers, we need you. We're going to rely on your pedagogy and your ingenuity and your creativity during this time. Oh, so now we're a profession again. Parents, you're the number one thing we need right now. Oh, we need parents.
Except for the white parents.
Tech companies giving out free internet. Oh, you can give out free internet? Now we got millions of, they play their hand, and we have to say, we're not going back. The superintendent of the state of Georgia, the state superintendent came out with this beautiful letter around mid-March, and he said, we want compassion over compliance. I said, wow. He said, we teachers, we want you to be more flexible. You're too rigid. This was in his letter. And all I'm saying is keep that same energy in 2020, 2021, 2022, and so on and so on and so on. Why did it take a pandemic to see the humanity in teaching? Why did it take a pandemic to see how extraordinary this job is? Why did it take a pandemic to see that we needed resources? Why did it take a pandemic for them to say, well, because of the pandemic, the gaps are going to be exacerbated? No shit. I think the pandemic has shown us a hand that they were willing to play in crisis that they were never willing to play before. And now we have to say that we're not going back.
It proved the schools are racist. The pandemic proved the schools are racist. Oh my God.
Back.
Yes, let's get rid of the schools.
And we have to be clear about that as educators. That's what abolition is about. To say that what you thought was normal, that was not normal. Expelling kids, killing kids. I mean, we haven't had a school shooting. Woo! And that got to a point where it was normal to report on school shootings. It was normal to talk about Black and brown children being expelled. It was normal to have police snatching and hurting and body slamming young girls in classrooms. That became normal. And we have to say is enough is enough. And this pandemic has given us an opportunity to say that we're not going back. We got teachers now saying, I'm making curriculum for my students. That's right. You should have been doing that in the first place.
Right.
So we have to now take this moment, and when we do reopen schools, to say that same energy, that same creativity, that same ingenuity, that same trust that you gave parents, that same trust that you gave teachers, we want it back. We're not going back to what we had. We got to be clear about that because they played their hand. They played it too soon.
Yeah. And I think we should just drop the mic, you know what I mean? Because I keep that same energy forever. And it's sort of like you revealed the self. It's the same thing, like the same question could be applied to this whole idea now of like performative wokeness and performative anti-racism. Like, where were you 6 years ago? Where were you where were you 2 weeks ago? Where were you a month ago? And I think we have to start really asking the questions. Speaking of asking the questions, I think there are some students who thrived during this time. We need to ask those students, what caused you to thrive? What were the ingredients? What were the two things that you liked about this? What were the things you didn't like? And we have to ask families what worked and what didn't work. And we have to think about where the partnerships that came up all of a sudden between businesses, between families, between schools, where were they? And how can we lean into that a little bit more as we abolish the old and go forward with the new? And so like part of this work moving forward is asking the questions, demanding what we want. Folks forget that like if you go to public school or even if you go to private school, we're paying for our own schooling.
Oh, no one forgets that, honey. No one forgets. No one on this call forgets that. I'll tell you that right now.
Apathetic and believe
We're
that the
gonna
school
FOIA
knows
all
what's
your
best for us. The
documents,
school has
Tina.
never known what's best for us. And so how do we lean into our own magic, our own human goodness,
Tina.
our own
We haven't
compassion, and
forgotten
make
that.
the demands that we need moving forward for folks to keep that same energy moving forward?
Yeah. And you know, Brian, I don't think that it's by chance that all this protest of anti-racism happened concurrently as we're experiencing a pandemic. You know, I hope that we learn the power and importance of our teachers. A lot of people appreciate teachers more when they had to homeschool their kids. And I hope that we also learn that we have to be more urgent in our pedagogy, because the inequalities that we all of us have been talking about, they were just exposed more to some people. We knew about them. They just came to light, right? Whether it's access, teachers who've been teaching with worksheets and packets, remote learning, worksheets and packets, things just became a bit more amplified. But my main thing is that I
The moderator
hope that
dropped
we
off.
understand
They
that
don't need him.
teaching
He's a white
skills
man.
and knowledge in schools is not enough. We need to teach them of how to navigate racism, because when they leave our K-12 schools, we don't want them to contribute to more racism and oppression, nor do we want them to become neutral and silent. That can be just as dangerous.
They must be
We
actively
want them to
anti-racist.
actively become woke, like my t-shirt says, we obtain knowledge every day. We want them to agitate, to
Hang on. Wait, what? It's clipping time. It's clipping time. It's clipping time. I gotta clip that. You guys know I have to fucking clip that. Jesus Christ. We want them to actively become woke? Are you shitting me?
about them. They just came to light, right? Whether it's access, teachers who've been teaching with worksheets and packets, remote learning, worksheets and packets, things just became a bit more amplified. But my main thing is that I hope that we understand that teaching skills and knowledge in schools is not enough. We need to teach them of how to navigate racism, because when they leave our K-12 schools, we don't want them to contribute to more racism and oppression, nor do we want them to become neutral and silent. That can be just as dangerous. We want them to actively become woke, like my t-shirt says, we obtain knowledge every day. We want them to agitate, to disrupt, to unhinge oppression for other people. That's what it means to build a better world for all. So I hope we realize that skills only and testing and teaching skills only is not enough to be in this world, especially a world and a society like within the United States.
And just to add on
All
to
right,
what
hang on. So I want everyone to notice that not only is this sponsored by Haymarket Books, it's also sponsored by something to do with the New York Public Library. That's a great fucking clip. Okay, let's keep going.
Okay, I was like, one thing to add on to this is like, racism didn't come out of nowhere. People learn it, right? Like we're seeped in it. And so we need to take the active measures and the active work to become anti-racist. Like you can't read away racism. Like I said, you can't tweet away racism. How are you going to change the way you live life? How are you going to change the way that you see me, that you talk to me, that you regard me? How are you going to treat the way that you change the way that you spend your money? How are you going to change the way that you do all of the things that you do in your life? Guided and grounded in anti-racism and abolitionist like action.
Yeah.
And the one thing that I'll add really quickly is that please understand that abolitionist teaching or anti-racist teaching is not just for Black schools. It really needs to be more in these white schools.
Yes.
That's where this work has to really go. Black folks I don't need anti-racist.
We're watching everything Bettina Love has ever done after this.
Looks like, smells like, feels like, tastes like. I know how it through and through. So we are not going to get to this knee-jerk reaction where Black schools need anti-racist education and white schools need what? We got to make sure that we are saying that anti-racist education needs to be in white schools. It's not just like, because we had that conversation happen with multicultural education. We had that happen with critical race theory. We had that happen because
we had that happen with critical race theory, did we, Bettina? Did we? This was in 2020. I thought critical race theory wasn't taught in K through 12 schools, is all what we heard throughout 2021. We did that with critical race theory. Really, Bettina? Really? Is that what happened with critical race theory? Did you know in 2020 that it was already in public schools, because that's why you're talking about it on a teacher training webinar, when all throughout 2021 all we heard is, but critical race theory is not taught in K through 12 schools, it's only taught in law schools. Oh, really? We need to clip this. I'm sorry. I have to clip this. She is like going off. And it's actually incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible what these people say when they're convinced that no one's ever going to see it. Because no one ever watches this stuff except for crazy people like us. Yeah. I thought critical race theory wasn't taught in K through 12 schools.
Go ahead, D.
Okay. I was like, one thing to add on to this is like, racism didn't come out of nowhere. People learn it, right? Like we're seeped in it. And so we need to take the active measures and the active work to become anti-racist. Like you can't read away racism. Like I said, you can't tweet away racism. How are you going to change the way you live your life? How are you going to change the way that you see me, that you talk to me, that you regard me? How are you going to treat the way that you change the way that you spend your money? How are you going to change the way that you do all of the things that you do in your life? Guided and grounded in anti-racism and abolitionist like action.
Yeah.
And the one thing that I'll add really quickly is that please understand that abolitionist teaching or anti-racist teaching is not just for Black schools. Mm-hmm. It really needs to be more in these white schools.
Yes.
That's where this work has to really go. Black folks I don't need anti-racist education. I know what racism looks like, smells like, feels like, tastes like. I know how it through and through. So we are not going to get to this knee-jerk reaction where Black schools need anti-racist education and white schools need what? Mm-hmm. We got to make sure that we are saying that anti-racist education needs to be in white schools. It's not just like, because we had that conversation happen with multicultural education. We had that happen with critical race theory. We had that happen with culturally relevant pedagogy, where they felt like this is what Black kids need. No, this is what white kids need. If we're going to have a better world, a world full of justice and love, it is for white kids at a very young age to get this type of education. So don't just think that don't ghettoize this type of education.
Yeah, I have been in some of the most toxic schools that are the top schools in our country, right? Because they're high performing, and I'm just like, I wanted to run out. And a teacher told me at one of those schools that Asian students are smarter than Black students. Can you imagine how he treats his Black students? If you tell a Black woman adult this, these are the most toxic schools. We have to even redefine what is achievement and what is success. We need to stop throwing certain schools under the bus just because they don't hold up to certain data that you chose to collect. And finally, I just want to add, I am so tired of people demeaning Black and brown parents for not coming to one parent-teacher conference and then claiming that there's no parent involvement. What about the parents that are teaching racism at home and those kids come into the schools and spray paint things in the wall and create trauma for our Black and brown kids and for other kids? What about anti-racist parent involvement? Are we not talking about those parents who are perpetuating this?
All right. That's more than the clip I need. Hang on, just saving that clip. Hang on one sec, guys. There we go. We're doing a great job, guys. Mount that like button if you appreciate that I'm showing you this insanity. We have about 25 minutes left to go. Let's keep going.
Because they get it from somewhere, like Dina said. It doesn't just happen.
It's the same narrative. It's like Black people don't vote. Do you know what Black people have gone through to vote, and we still have to go through the vote? I live in Georgia. My wife and I, we got to check the road every 3 months just to make sure we own it. I mean, it's amazing how these narratives catch on. Black parents don't care.
They're
Black
booting her
people
off the
don't
voter
vote.
rolls every couple of
We're
months.
lazy. How do you build a country in
I
bondage
bet
and they
that's
call
real.
you lazy?
I bet that definitely happens.
We have to keep thinking
Stacey
about
Abrams,
just
Georgia.
how quickly these myths and stereotypes and lies about Black people just catch on. My mother never came to school, but I bet if you laid your hand on me, she'd be there.
Yep.
Black parents care.
That's
And we also don't think about the trauma that has happened to Black parents as well.
Yep.
So, I mean,
And school traumatic for a lot of the communities. Like when I was teaching in the Bronx, the parents also lived and went to that. They lived in the community. They went to that school, and they didn't have a good experience. So like they see the school as a trauma, like a place where trauma is going to happen. And then we're like, you know, they never come in. And then we say all of the things and excuse it. Well, that's why the kids are like this. That's why we're this. And one of the things that I want to say too that you were getting to, Bettina, is that when we go to Black and brown schools, we usually have an intervention. Say it's like, you know, whatever it is, like it could be SEL. We cannot teach this intervention so that now our students know how to manage and deal with and navigate racism, right? So it's still steeped in white supremacy. And that's why like we need to like abolish it, man, get rid of it.
All right, let's talk about what are some resources that people can reach for? What are some what are you reading? What are you connected to? What are the networks? Like, how can people begin? I want to give a shout out to the Black Lives Matter at School movement, which is a grassroots movement promoted entirely by teachers and parents and students that has 4 demands nationwide: counselors, not cops; hire Black teachers; teach Black history and ethnic studies; and end zero tolerance discipline policies and replace it with restorative justice. And you can just go to blacklivesmatteratschool.com to find out more about that. But what are you all connected to or think that are great places to start?
I want to say that a place like if you're you identify as a woke white person or a woke person, start at home. Start at home, get your cousins, because I think a lot of times folks avoid the conversation with their like that racist uncle or that racist, you know, whomever in your family, and they just avoid it. Like, I need you to fight for my humanity. Let your folks see my humanity, because I don't have that familial love. You do. So I need you to get your cousins. I need you to always understand that this work is a practice. You just don't check a box. You don't
Guys, I just want to do a big shout out to Aaron for his contribution to my campaign to help 1,000 or not 1,000. Fun fact, this originally started as the original idea in my head was teach 1,000 parents how to do this. And then I was like, well, if I can teach 1,000 parents how to do it, why can't I just scale it to 10,000? And then I looked into it and I was like, what type of technology would be required to scale to 10,000 parents? And I figured out that I could do it. So thank you, Aaron, for contributing to my campaign to help 10,000 parents to learn how to do exactly the same type of research that we are doing today. We've been doing it for the last 5 hours on the Cambridge Public Schools. And I have an Indiegogo campaign right now. You can access it at unwokearmy.com/parents or follow the link pinned to the top of the chat or in the link below. And all of that is going to help crowdfund the resources that I need to be able to develop an online training program and pay for the technology infrastructure to do it, to teach 10,000 parents how to do the same type of thing we're doing today. There's going to be on-demand videos. There's going to be monthly live sessions. The course is going to be continually updated with new information. I'm really excited about it. If we're able to create an army of 10,000 parents that know how to do everything that I know how to do, then it starts to become a lot easier to keep an eye on what's going on in the schools. Matt says, so 10K easily scalable to 100K. I think it's actually, you know what, Matt, the ironic thing is, I think it's actually easier to scale from 10,000 to 100,000 than it is to scale from 1,000 to 10,000. So yes, if we, and I don't know how long it's going to take to get 10,000 parents through this program. I really don't. I'm kind of anticipating it being a scaled thing over the next couple of years, but word of mouth is going to be critical. Word of mouth is 100% necessary, because I got banned on Twitter for posting government email addresses to help parents like report schools to the state who are breaking anti-CRT laws. Twitter permanently banned me for that. And so I need word of mouth to help not only make this campaign successful, but yes, once we hit 10,000 parents, 100,000 parents going to be the next goal. Absolutely. And it is easier to scale from 10,000 to 100,000 than it is to scale from 1,000 to 10,000. That's just the way technology works. For reasons past my understanding, I don't really get it, but that's the way it goes. So guys, if you want to donate to help my campaign, I am now, let me just get an accurate count here. I am now 46.5% of the way to my goal. I actually think I might have crossed over to 47 and it just hasn't updated it yet. We're going to call it 47. We're going to round up to 47 for the moment. I am almost to 50% of my goal, guys. I would really, really, really like to get to 50% of my goal by the weekend. I just need a couple $100 more to get to 50%. So if you've been waiting to donate, now would be a great time to do it. Yes, the emails were publicly available on the state website. And in fact, I told Twitter that the emails were publicly available on the state website. I even showed Twitter where the email addresses were. So yeah, they were. They're all .gov too. There was no private information in the tweet that got me banned that Twitter said I was doing private information for. Twitter lied. Anyway, we're moving beyond that now, because my big concern is training 10,000 parents how to do what we're doing right now. So if you want to help me out with that, I would like to raise at least a couple more $100 over the course of the weekend. And you can find out more about my campaign at unwokearmy.com/parents. Let's finish this up.
We don't read a book and say, well, listen, I read the book, so therefore I'm not racist anymore. It's going to take a lifetime to unlearn a white supremacy. And so I would say start at home, get your cousins, get your uncle, get all of them, because you have to ground that in familial love so that they could see our collective humanity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all got like tangible resources, but I think we have to start there.
Yeah, I'm excited about the Abolitionist Teaching Network that Bettina is creating and developing. Speaking of like starting with self, I love the work that Yolanda Seeley Ruiz is doing around unpacking self and racial literacy. Sherelle MacArthur is doing like beyond life coaching. So she's helping us in terms of like anti-trauma and wellness. Hip hop ed, nothing but education. I have been working on developing, this is kind of my freedom dream, if you will, is developing under my website, healpedagogies.com. HEAL stands for Histories, Identities, Literacies, and Liberation.
She's developing pedagogy.
In the spirit of brilliance of We Buy Black. It's a Black Muslim brother who started that at my masjid. I want to create a space to share educational books, programs, frameworks, resources owned and created by Black people. Like we educate Black, so that we don't always have to go to those certain publishing companies or to get our texts, to get our frameworks, our programs. Like it's like we support and build upon each other. So to advance schools and educational spaces.
The one thing, a book that just really got me going and thinking differently is Charlene Carruthers' book. And what I love that she does in this book, she asks 5 questions. The first question that she asks in this chapter 5 called Fast 5 Questions, like, who am I? Who are you? Have you examined who you are? Do you know who you are? The next question she asks, who are my people? Who are your people in this movement work? Do you have the people around you to make the strides that you want to make in your school? Who's your team? The next question she has, what do we want? I think oftentimes in education, we talk ad nauseum about what we don't want. We talk ad nauseum about what doesn't work. So have we sat and dreamt and thought and carefully thought about what do we want? If someone would say, what do you want? Do you have an answer for that? And then she asked the next question,
yes.
What are we building? As abolitionists, what are we building? Do we know who we are? Do we know what we want? And what are we building? And the last question that I asked, that she asked, I think is so important is, can we win? Can we win? And then some organizations around the country, I think, that does amazing work is Asada's Daughters, Critical Resistance, created, co-founded by Angela Davis. You got the Black Youth 100 Project. You got Free Minds, Free People, which is an education organization and does a yearly conference that's amazing. Teachers for Social Justice. You got Education Liberation. You got an Atlanta, Georgia song, Southerners on New Ground, and definitely folks like the Dream Defenders. So I think there's organizations out there that do this work, and there's ways in which you can plug in right now around the country, from Black Youth 100 to organization education like Free Minds, Free People. And thank you, Goldie, for the love. July 6th, Abolitionist Teacher Network will be launching, and we will do one thing and one thing only, and that is to radicalize teachers.
Awesome.
I want to also just say the Black Teachers Project is also a great sort of like focusing on self-care, because we do get spirit murdered in our buildings, and we get spirit murdered trying to keep our children from being spirit murdered. So
everything that this woman does, they get spirit murder for.
Just going back to what Audrey Laura talking about, our self-care is you know, our self-preservation, right? It's an act of resistance, because care is not distributed equitably. So I would just say, I would just want to give up a big up the Black Teacher Project.
All right, we've got some more than a couple of questions from the chat, but let me try to put some of them together. I see there's one from Victoria and one from Laura that are almost the same, that are about basically, if we're working in a kind of day-to-day way, trapped in this framework of standardized tests and these, you know, standardized curricula, how do we commit to abolitionism? Like, what do you do if it's not immediately changing? How do you be an abolitionist in this school system as it is, basically?
So, you know, there was one time when I was a 7th grade teacher, and our school, our principal presented to us this like online test that our students need to take. Now, the problem is that the online test needed the internet, and there were bandwidth issues. Nonetheless, it came out of it was based on a study that came out of Harvard that basically said, if we pay, the idea was that if we pay children to take the test, maybe they'll come to school. So it already started with a deficit mindset, because it came from, like, in Mexico, if we paid families to go to the clinic, then they will go and take care of themselves. So I basically just taught my students just the genesis, and I didn't tell anything. I just taught them about it, because it's important to know who we are and where we come from and sort of the background of things. And I said, what do you all want to do? You want to take the test? And my students said no. Like, they don't have to, I'm not going to force them to take the test. But that was like one act of, and like, you know, the principal comes to my door, you know, Miss Simmons, your students are not taking this test. And so they don't want to take the test. And you can't make them take the test.
You can actually make them take the test if you're the principal.
Resistance.
You can actually make the students take the test. That can actually legitimately happen.
That's why folks are like, buy Black.
What the hell?
Everyone's like, don't go shopping here. It's those acts of resistance that we need to be, like, the people need to understand that this work, you may not see it, but you may get harmed in the process. And like, you got to be about that life, or you're not anti-racist, or you're not abolitionist. So that's just like one act.
This one likes to make a lot of demands.
Acts of resistance, and empower your students with knowledge, so that they can make the decisions themselves about what they want to do and how they want to resist.
I
right?
wonder.
Make it community.
I wonder how the principal at the Cambridge Public at one of the Cambridge Public Schools would feel if this woman, who they paid probably a lot of money to come in and do training in the Cambridge Public Schools, told teachers, if your students don't want to do something, then you just tell the principal that your students won't want to do it, and you telling them no is just an act of resistance. I wonder how that would actually go over with the principal of the school if they paid this woman to tell teachers that if your students don't want to do anything, then you need to stand up and tell the principal your students aren't doing that thing. That's bizarre in and of itself.
Generated. And then also one thing that is like, even when you think about, you know, chattel slavery and how information and knowledge was kept from us, part of that is giving the knowledge to the community and making sure that it gets there.
Eleanor, I not only want you to FOIA her fee, can you FOIA her materials? Because remember, the reason we're watching this right now is she is right now, right, like as we speak, currently doing training in the Cambridge Public Schools. Can you FOIA her materials? Can we see what she's actually training, or at least get like an estimate for how much it would cost to FOIA her materials? That'd be great.
So how are you connecting with families and with communities so that they know the power of their voice, which a lot of families are like apathetic and don't come, not a lot of families are like traumatized and don't come in and develop this, like, you know, nothing's going to change, right? Because after you get hit enough, you're like, you know, I don't want to get hit anymore. So you stay away. And so my thing is how do we empower the families to know that their voice matters and their voice can make changes? So those are just little acts of resistance. Look back to all of the literature
That's
of
them, not
community
me.
organizing. Like, that's what teaching is. Teaching should be revolutionary. Teaching should be community organizing, and teaching should be community driven. So that's just little small acts of resistance.
Cool.
Yeah, to add to that in terms of pedagogy, in an ideal world, we'll get this culturally and historically responsive curriculum handed to us as teachers. We don't have to sprinkle it with equity dust, but we have to usually revise or modify the curriculum that's given to us. So I say, while you do have that curriculum, which is typically embedded in skills, ask yourself, like, how can this unit plan help my students to learn something about themselves or others? Just by asking that question, you're making the unit better, right? Ask yourself, how does this unit plan make my students become smarter about something outside of equations, citing textual evidence, outside of the skills, right? What new people, places, things am I teaching? What kind of histories am I unearthing that they may not have learned about ever? And then the last question, how will this unit plan advance my students' thinking about equity, power, and anti-oppression? If you're just teaching within this model, that's already doing abolitionist work. The model came from abolitionists. It is a more advanced model, so that's something that you can do. If you're a school leader, you can change the interview questions you ask new teachers. You can change your mission statement. Is your mission statement just grounded in skills as achievement, or is it also grounded in identity, intellectualism, and criticality? And then you can also collect the data you want to collect. It does not have to be the state mandated test. If you want to know how much your students have advanced in their identity development, then assess it. If you value it, assess it. Collect the data. You tell your own narrative. Do not wait for the administrators or anyone to tell you what your story is for the school. So that's my 2 cents on what you can do now.
Wow. That's 2 cents?
You know, a dime and a nickel, maybe.
Okay, another listener or viewer asks, what role do you think teacher unions could play in the overall project of abolition? And the person also adds, thanks for the work you're doing. I'm all fired up.
Okay. So it's funny because
The white man doesn't want to tell the black women what to do, so he's just waiting for them to figure it out.
So we be thinking about what they have done to perpetuate white supremacy as teacher unions.
Yes, the
and
teachers
what they
unions
can
have
now do
perpetuated
with
white
the power
supremacy.
that
That's
they
it.
have.
Yep, that's
And so
exactly
I think
right.
teacher unions have to be thinking about the ways in which they can leverage the power that they have to change curriculum, to change policies. They have that power. Teacher unions have the power to structure the day and what happens in the day. And so if you want to see this type of curriculum, if you want to see Black teachers hired, if you want to see all of that done, teacher unions have a huge hand to play in that. I think another thing unions can do is to say, listen, in order to be anti-racist, in order for teachers to do that anti-racist work, this is about healing. So we want therapists for teachers. We want free therapists for teachers to do this type of work. So Black folks to heal, for Black folks to deal with the trauma of what it means to be a Black educator.
Hang on. You know I have to clip this. I have to clip this. You want free fucking therapists for Black teachers? We are going to watch every single thing Bettina Love has ever said publicly ever. This woman is like the gift that keeps on giving. Teaches at Columbia. Thinks she's oppressed. Got a scholarship to go to college. Not all of us got a scholarship to go to college, Bettina. Thinks she's oppressed. Now wants free therapists for all Black teachers to help them heal from racial fucking trauma. I'm gonna start when this guy. I'm gonna start when the white cuck ends. Okay, here we go. She's not even the one doing the training in the Cambridge schools, but we're gonna listen to her anyway.
Okay. So it's funny because I think teacher unions are at a crossroads right now to really be thinking about what they have done to perpetuate white supremacy as teacher unions and what they can now do with the power that they have. And so I think teacher unions have to be thinking about the ways in which they can leverage the power that they have to change curriculum, to change policies. They have that power. Teacher unions have the power to structure the day and what happens in the day. And so if you want to see this type of curriculum, if you want to see Black teachers hired, if you want to see all of that done, teacher unions have a huge hand to play in that. I think another thing unions can do is to say, listen, in order to be anti-racist, in order for teachers to do that anti-racist work, this is about healing. So we want therapists for teachers. We want free therapists for teachers to do this type of work. So Black folks to heal, for Black folks to deal with the trauma of what it means to be being a Black educator, and then for white folks to do the work to become anti-racist. That takes work, that takes therapy, that's gonna take support. And so now we have teacher unions that create policies, that create standards. We need y'all to get on board with helping us as abolitionists, with helping us as anti-racists to do that work on a policy level and to push the levers and to advocate for that type of change.
And one thing I would...
All right. I got my clip. The gift that keeps on giving. Create new document. Got that for later. Let's wrap this up, guys.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, you could add a little bit. One of the things, too, is that oftentimes we become so jaded or so tired in education, right? Because we're just tired. Like, y'all give us a lot of stuff to do with no resources.
You're telling everyone to do the work all the time.
One of the things I think also that a part of it is that we take whatever the union tells us.
Doesn't this woman look like she's just tired and exhausted, has been overworked?
Communication between the teachers
She's
and the
got a
union.
full-on
It is
outfit.
time for teachers to organize
I don't have
and
an
make
outfit.
demands of the unions to do exactly what Bettina is saying. Is like, oh, y'all think we should have more diverse teachers? Well, let's go to the union and see how the union can help us. If y'all think we need self-care built into our instruction and also for our students, all right, let's go to the union, right? People don't always understand the power of the union. We only see it when it comes to like employment or discrimination, all these things. But we can use them for their power to demand abolitionist teaching and abolitionist practice in our school buildings and beyond.
Cool. Another viewer asks, do we need to create our own schools?
Yes. We should all be creating our own schools.
You know, not to put in a plug, but if I was the United States Secretary of Education, we wouldn't have to do so much. That's another freedom dream of mine. It's my hope
How
that
about we just abolish the Department
reclaim
of
their
Education?
schools, reclaim their communities. You know, anytime we have a problem or issue or challenge in education, we only have to go to Black abolitionists to find the solution or find the
Black
path
abolitionists
forward.
solve every
And
single
that's what
problem.
they
apparently.
did. They cultivated their own schools. Okay, you don't want to get it right and give our students what we need because it's a civil right. It's a human right to teach in response to who our students are and give them what they need. And we just haven't been doing that. And so it's like, what else do we need to do? We've been asking for it. We've been advocating for it, you know, and that's why we see so much protest happening the way it is, because folks have been asking. Now we're demanding it. Now we're asking. Now we're demanding. So I just feel like, I think it's time for parents to really rethink where they're putting their children, reclaim, because if there wasn't any schools, any students in the schools, there wouldn't be any schools. So I think a lot of power lies with the parents. And then I'm all for cultivating our own schools as we're trying to get other schools right. Right? But I'm telling you, until we start to make transformative changes with the state standards, the curriculum, the teacher evaluation, and the state tests, then you know, that's when we're going to see the change. When we see
they just told us their list, by the way, of things they're targeting. Just so you know, they just told us the list of things that they're targeting.
Part of education system, and you can cultivate your own schools.
And to get to Dee's point that you made earlier, it's our money.
Yes.
We have to remember, this is our money. We pay for schools with our, we pay teachers.
And now we come back to where we have common ground. Yes.
And so it's not just about saying we want our own schools. It's also about saying we want our money. So when we talk about defund the police, we're talking about we want ownership over how our money is spent on us.
Who knew?
And so we have to make sure and see that we're not asking for something that we're not paying for, that we're not a part of. And too often they make us feel like that we are begging. We're not begging. We actually built this country for free. And we also are taxpayers, and we want to see what our money is doing for ours. So we also have to make sure that we understand the value and the power that we have as citizens.
Yes.
All the time they make us think that we don't have any power to ask and to demand what's rightfully ours. So yes, we can do both. We can shut down these schools until they're right and create our own schools. We can be critical and build at the exact same time, but remembering this is our stuff. So I always say this, two things. If you're a teacher and you won't send your kids to that school, but you use that money to have your kids go off and do something else, that's the problem.
Yeah.
You will use the money from the Black community that we pay, but you will not send your kids to our schools.
Yep.
That's going to be, we have to get back saying that this is our money. We want to see our schools funded like this because this is our money.
Yes.
I think we have time to squeeze in one more question here before we're running out of time. This is an amazing conversation. So I see there's a question that says, based on the people that we're citing here, Angela Davis, Ruth Wilson Gilmore, and others, that a lot of their work is inseparable from anti-capitalism. Is abolitionist teaching anti-capitalist by nature?
It always comes back to capitalism.
Abolition is anti-capitalist by nature. You know, we know right now that capitalism is the structure that we are under.
Hang on.
And so we're going to use...
Hang on. You guys know what's coming. You know what's coming. We got to clip it. We got to clip it. We have to. Oh my God. Thank you. Brian, thank you for being such a fucking cuck, dude. Thank you. Thank you for, in every single one of these trainings we watch, in almost, well, not every single one, in 90% plus of the woke trainings that we watch, there is a direct attack on capitalism at some point. Every time. Universally. And that's why the goals of the woke are as follows. It has nothing to do with race, it has nothing to do with gender, it has nothing to do with queer, it has nothing to do with any of that. The goals of the woke left are attain as much power as possible so you can destabilize the system, so you can attack capitalism, so you can usher in your little Marxist utopia. That's it. The number one enemy of critical race theory is not white people, it is capitalism. Every single time. Every single time. So now let's hear them say it. Let's hear them say it clearly. Clearly.
This is an amazing conversation. So I see there's a question that says, based on the people that we're citing here, Angela Davis, Ruth Wilson Gilmore, and others, that a lot of their work is inseparable from anti-capitalism. Is abolitionist teaching anti-capitalist by nature?
Abolition is anti-capitalist by nature. You know, we know right now that capitalism is the structure that we are under. And so we're going to use this structure to our best ability. But what we also know is that capitalism will not free us. So wow, this is a very, what I love about when you go to places on the continent, you know, I was lucky enough to travel there with the illustrious, the beautiful Dr. Cynthia Dillard. And what I learned when I was in Ghana is that Black folks do and. They don't do or. They do and. And so we are going to use these systems, and we're going to push these systems, and we're going to use these systems to the best of our ability. And then when we can destroy them, we're going to keep destroying. So destroying capitalism is a part of our freedom dream, is a part of the long-term goal. But like we know, folks like this tell us, is that we need a 40-year plan. We need a 50-year plan for freedom. And anti-capitalism is part of that 50, 60-year plan towards freedom.
And you got to remember that this country was built off of stolen Black labor, and that all of those folks who are positions of power, who have money, you got it because you stole it. You know, and I think, you know, it's always so funny. Can I throw money at that? I'm like, yo, that money's mine. Like, that money is mine, actually. You stole it. You know, and I think, of course, you know, being, you know, an abolitionist is anti-capitalism, right? Because there's a connection between capitalism and slavery in this country. There's a capitalism between, you know, how communities like redlining were built to disenfranchise people, how, you know, the hierarchy of structures in organizations, who gets paid and who has the power to say this, that's all capitalism. And honestly, to me, that's whiteness. And we have to eradicate whiteness. We have to abolish whiteness as well. And
last word, Goldie.
No, we need to decolonize and disrupt whiteness. It pervades everything that we do, how we start a meeting, even agenda items. That's whiteness, right? So it's so normalized that we have to disrupt it, including disrupting and decolonizing our budgets and how we spend our money in schools. And so you have to just have a keen awareness that it is there if you're going to agitate, if you're going to unhinge, if you're going to work each day to make it better. So that's just what I wanted to
add. The last thing I will say is that, first of all, Brian, thank you.
Yes.
You have been absolutely wonderful, and the Schomburg for always supporting.
Okay. That was possibly one of the greatest clips that I have ever clipped since I started clipping clips. Meeting agendas are white supremacy. I'm going to make a clip of Dina after this, and I'm going to retweet the Cambridge Public Schools, and I'm going to say, well, I'm not going to do it because obviously I don't run the Actively Unwoke Twitter. Someone else runs that. I just tell them what to do. I instruct them from afar, as I've been permanently banned on Twitter, but I'm going to instruct the team of volunteers running the Actively Unwoke Twitter that they are going to take the clip of Dina and they're going to retweet the Cambridge Public Schools and say, why is the Cambridge Public Schools hiring someone that doesn't believe in capitalism to train their teachers? That was amazing. All right, guys, let's finish this up. And not exactly sure where that clip went, but I know where it is. I'll make it later if I accidentally deleted it. I know where it is, right at the end of the presentation. All right, let's go.
All three of us, the Schomburg, for always doing the work that is so important for our liberation and our love. Thank you to Haymarket for having this and this platform. And so just want to say a big shout out to you, Brian. You've been awesome every step of the way. And just in my career and the careers of Black women and Black scholars in general, your support and education has been just wonderful. So I just want to say a big shout out to you and say thank you to the Schomburg.
Yes, speaking on this platform has been a dream of mine for a long time. So thank you. And I cannot thank my sisters
Doing
enough.
a webinar
Brian,
has been my lifelong
thank you.
dream.
My sisters Dina and Tina. You know, to do this work with you all, that's what keeps me every day going. Like, because I know I have sisters like you in my village and with me every single step of the way. So thank you.
Thank you. Love y'all.
All right. Thank you all for joining us tonight.
All right, guys. Well, We made it through the hour and a half, and I think that was worth it. Thank God okay, I want to thank the 89% of people in my chat who voted that we should watch this, because I didn't really want to. I was like, this is an hour and a half long. It's 9:00 at night. It's my husband's birthday, and I got to go hang out with him after this, by the way. But I do just want to thank everyone for encouraging and voting to watch it, because that clip at the end, especially, we got so many good clips in that webinar, but that clip at the end, especially, it's like, it was so good. It was so good. It was beautiful. It was everything I hoped it would be. Nathaniel says they want you to do the work. You to be uncomfortable, you to pay, you to give them power. It is a never-ending state mindset of the revolution, and they will be in command. Indeed, indeed. And Matt says, and damn it, Carlin, I was supposed to go out this evening and get me a couple of beers for the weekend. Guess that ship sailed 5 minutes late to get anything for the weekend. Oh, I'm so sorry, Matt. That's all right. Maybe you can DoorDash it or something. This is why you gotta get your beer earlier in the day, or send someone to get it for you. Well, guys, we got a lot of work done on the Cambridge Public Schools today. I do anticipate, as of right now, that I am going to reconvene this tomorrow, sometime in the afternoon, probably, because you know what's going on tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, if you are in my locals or on my Patreon, or you have supported the Indiegogo campaign, I'm going to include all of you guys as well. So you have three options. You can get in my locals, which is kb.locals.com. You can and become a supporter in my locals. You can become a supporter of mine on Patreon. And the links for those are activelyunwoke.com/support. Actually, do I have that up? No, I don't have it up. So if you go to activelyunwoke.com/support, you're going to find links to my Patreon and my locals. And also, if you give to my Indiegogo campaign, which I'll talk about again in 1 second, you are going to get invited to my supporter Discord. This is different than the Actively Unwoke Discord. You're going to get invited to my general supporter Discord. And tomorrow night, we are doing movie night. We are watching Soylent Green at 8 p.m. Eastern time tonight, or not tomorrow night, sorry, tomorrow night. I'm really excited about it. If you haven't seen Soylent Green lately, it's amazing. I watched it, rewatched it like a couple weeks ago, and it was still good. It's based in 2022. It's based now, even though it was made in the 70s. Super relevant to a lot of stuff going on today. So you're going to want to make sure to become a supporter and get into the supporter Discord by 8 p.m. tomorrow night. I am going to be sending out the supporter Discord link to everyone who is either in my locals, in my Patreon, or has supported the campaign I'm going to tell you about in a second. I'm going to be sending out the supporter only Discord to everyone that has been involved, so you can come and join us for movie night tomorrow at 8 p.m. And that's going to be really great. And if you would like to help me train 10,000 parents to find out exactly what the schools are teaching in exactly the same way that we are watching it right now. You know, Eleanor got in touch with me. This is a parent in the Cambridge school system. She was the one that sent me the Black Lives Matter slides. And so she is the reason that I'm researching the Cambridge school system right now. She's in the Unwoke Army doing a great job. And you know, I want to help all sorts of parents just like her find out what is going on in the schools. I want to walk them through the same process I use when I'm investigating the schools, all the different rabbit holes they need to go down. I want to teach them how to speak the language that the schools are teaching. I want to teach them what all these words mean. And I want to give them the information so that they can arm themselves when they're going into these school board meetings, when they're going into meetings with the teacher, when they're going into meetings with the principal. That's what Schools Exposed is all about. It's about arming parents with information so that they can make the best choices for themselves and their families and their kids. And when they go into that school board meeting, they're going to be able to say, I know you're doing XYZ because you have this policy document, you've got this, you've got this, you've got this anti-racist teacher that's on the internet saying she wants to destroy capitalism and she's the one training your teachers. I want to arm parents with all the same information we have. Listen, it takes time to do this type of research. We've been at it for 5.5 hours today on this stream. But if we arm every parent to do this, then it starts to get a whole lot more manageable. So I want to teach 10,000 parents how to do it. I'm raising money in order to be able to do that. We are right now at $4,655. Thank you to all the backers who have supported the campaign so far. I want to raise a minimum of $10,000 to do this. I launched this 2 days ago and we are almost halfway there, 46% of the way there. And I know we can get to 10,000 and I think we can get to 10,000 really quick, but I would really like to hit $5,000 this weekend. I'm what, $350 away? Teresa says, I'm a little confused as to your goal. Where are the 10,000 parents? Are you hoping they come later? Because I'm not seeing that many people on these pods. If they don't come, you'll already have people's money. Well, Teresa, this is a fair question. The money is to set up the technology infrastructure and to pay for my time in developing the course, which is going to take at least 2 months of really solid, focused effort on my part. And it's also going to pay for the technology infrastructure to support 10,000 parents. Now, do I have the contact information for significantly more people than 10,000 parents? Yes, I do. I have parents groups all over the country that I've been working with for 2 straight years. I'm going to use those to source the parents. I have Facebook groups that I'm in that a lot of people don't know that I'm in, that I've been doing work with this entire time. I'm going to resource those for parents. I have mailing lists of over 20,000 people. I'm going to use that. I have my social media platforms. I have my YouTube channels. I have so many platforms that it's not even funny. I can easily get 10,000 parents in this program. Now, it might take a little bit of time. Will people be refunded if I don't meet the goal of 10,000 people? No, you won't be. You absolutely will not be. Because I'm not going to have 10,000 people in it when I launch the program in January. Teresa, the money is to pay for the development of the program and to pay for the technology required to deliver it. And then we cycle parents through it over the next couple of years. I think it's going to take at least 2 years to get 10,000 parents, but I'm not going to stop until I get 10,000 parents. You are paying with the fundraiser for the program to be developed, which is going to take a lot of my time, if I'm honest about it. You are paying for the technology to support up to 10,000 people running through the program and through monthly live sessions. You are also paying for any incidentals that I need to purchase while I'm developing the program. You're paying for the campaign and for the content to be there. That's what you're paying for. If that's not good enough for you, Teresa, I don't really know what to say. Don't give if you don't believe in it. I'm not going to argue with people anymore. Just not going to argue. You're paying for my time to develop the program as an organizational psychologist that's been delivering this type of training to adults for the past decade. You're paying for the technology to do it, which is not actually cheap, as it turns out. It's not cheap to do it. And you're paying for all the incidentals that are going to need to be developed in order to get this program out there. But I am going to be creating a website too, where we are going to be monitoring how many people go through it. I'm going to be reporting out. My goal is to get 10,000 parents through it. My goal is to create community groups where those parents can connect. My goal is over the next couple of years to scale this up to the size that is required. And no, you're not going to get refunds, Teresa. So that's what it is. That's what crowdfunding is. You take a chance and you hope that it works out, but I'm not stopping until I get 10,000. So Teresa, do me a favor. I'm going to say this. So y'all are investing your money when the goal might not be met? Yes, Teresa, because goals are not met without resources. But Teresa, let me make it real clear for you. You don't want to invest? Don't invest. Because you know what, Teresa? I will find someone else that does not have a bad attitude that I absolutely will convince to invest for you, because they will have a vision. They will be able to see what I'm building. They will be able to know that I'm one of the few people in the world that can actually make this shit happen. If you don't want to invest, don't invest. It's that effing simple. Well, no, I mean, Julie, like, it's not just a number. I am absolutely committed to getting 10,000 people through this program. I'm not fucking around. This is a personal point of mission statement for me. I came up with this number for a reason. Sam Quack says, y'all investing in Carlin. That's exactly right. Myriad says, I'm fine with investing in a good cause. I've been doing that with artists already. Bot says, have some faith. Reagan says, this is not an investment where you are looking for a monetary return. It's about supporting an idea and doing something rather than just talking about it. That sounds exactly right. Sin says, Teresa sounds very hoardy. This is a very good product, and it is the beginning. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Matt says, the issue is, can you afford not to if you've got skin in the game? Exactly. Guys, we're not paying any mind to whiny people like Teresa, who are Debbie Downers, who will never accomplish anything in the world. We're not paying attention to those people anymore because people like Teresa just get in the way. They don't accomplish anything. They whine all the time. They only cause problems. I have had it. I have been dealing with Teresas for the past 2 effing years. People that do nothing but whine and complain all the time. I am effing tired of it. I am tired of it. I want to be able to do something. And so this is what I'm doing. I am focusing on getting 10,000 people through this program. Julie says, I get it. Of course. I mean, I just mean that even if it's 9,999, it's okay. If it's 20K, even better. I doubt anyone is investing because it's 10K versus 1K. Well, I got it. Like, I mean, honestly, like I think that this is a pretty reasonable goal. I really do. All the resources are there to do it. And especially if we have word of mouth. Word of mouth is going to be the most important thing. Word of mouth is going to be the most important thing in making this happen. And there will be a tipping point. I don't know exactly when that tipping point is, but if we can get enough people talking about this, there will be a tipping point in which it becomes very easy to get 10,000 people through this program. But the first part is building it. And in order to build it, I need to spend a lot of focused time doing instructional design. I need to develop a lot of content. I need to record a lot of videos. I need to create downloads, like PDF downloads that people can use. I need to create communication sequences that people can use. There are a lot of things that need to be created. So my time is part of what's getting paid for in this because, quite frankly, guys, if I'm working on building this, you know what I'm not doing? Consulting, which I do actually do. I just don't talk about it a lot. And consulting at the moment is actually what pays my bills. It is. And so in order to take my time away from doing consulting and assessment work and putting it more on this, I need time to do it. I need to be able to pay my mortgage. Sorry, just the way it goes. So it's paying for my time, it's paying for the technology, and to get the program developed. And that's what you're investing in. And I will not stop once this program is developed until I get 10,000 parents through it. So we're at 46% of the goal right now, 2 days after launching. Thank you guys so much for your support. Thank you for seeing the vision of what I'm trying to do and for ignoring Debbie Downers who just try to get in our way. And we're going to make it happen. But guys, I will be back. I think I'm going to try to continue this stuff tomorrow, like afternoon-ish. So that'll be great. Have a good rest of your night, guys, and we'll see you soon.